shady. Girl same cute, but I don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say you got a queen and that she crazy.
Hunter's Fury ends up getting cleared.
He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you for the dark and all my days, but you just never brave me. It's our playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss got my new ones better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss got my new ones better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They say you're pretty bird, but I don't want a cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry river shit on dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up. I don't mind, but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine. Cause it's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss got my new ones better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss got my new ones better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let her shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. I see a pretty bird, but I don't want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss come on new ones better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss come on new ones better.
Water, running as fast as you can. Slow down, can't keep up. Don't think I have any more left. Out of breath, out of breath. Tired, I can't take the pain no more. Yet you insist on making puddles on the floor. Been here before. Been here before. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours? Hours. The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Who do you think is going to be the dark horse of this tournament?
I mean, realistically, us, because
lately we were playing really bad, so people might think that, oh, we are gonna do bad, we might be dark horse. I mean, I know it doesn't make sense kinda to say us, but in a way that like we did super bad like lately,
Yeah.
people might think that we're gonna do bad,
Yeah.
but I believe we're gonna do good.
BBL. I think Turkish player in general have very good aim, so I think they can catch the team by surprise.
Maybe us, 100 Thieves, maybe, because we are the least to qualify, you know, like barely qualify.
Yeah.
So yeah.
DRX, I think, because no one just talks about them for some reason. But we always were good.
Dark Horse, I have to say us. I mean, I think that we are probably not very well looked, but I do think that we have very strong upset potential coming into this tournament. Yeah.
After champs, I was crying for 1 hour. He was just laughing.
I just want to talk about how unique and cool it is to have two brothers competing at the same level, wearing the same jersey. Who came up with the name Boo? Was it yourself?
Yeah, it was me. It was when I was 16 or 17. One of my friends called me that. I'm like, I'm just gonna put it as a nickname in CS, and yeah, it just stuck with me.
I always used to watch him when he was playing CS. I was just behind him all the time. We used to live even in the same room. When I was going to sleep, he was always playing. I was like looking, and then I had to go sleep earlier because I was like younger. The reason I have Minibu is I put it as a joke, like on the Steam, like when I was playing Face It, and then it stuck with me. People were calling me like that, and I don't know, I just left it.
You need to go to bed now, and you're like, no, I just want to watch my brother compete. That must have been difficult.
I wanted to play, but he didn't let me.
Really? Why not?
I had to fight for it, you know. My mom gave me like 2 hours a day. He had to give me because else like mom would get mad, you know.
I had exact same story as he had when my brother was playing. It was CS 1.5 back then. I was sitting there and watching. When he would leave, I don't know, for whatever reason, like somewhere, then I would play.
Back to just having each other at all times. Win, lose, I guess you're always going to be there for each other, and that's got to be a comforting thought.
My brother is like way less emotional. After the game, he's just, yeah, whatever. Like, we already lost, like, just move on already. And like, I'm sitting there like super sad, rethinking my life choices. Like, I'm so sad. After champs, I was crying for 1 hour. He was just laughing.
So you're there to pick him up?
I myself like have a philosophy of like, it's already done, you can't change it, so like kind of don't waste energy on it. But I see the other guys are like living through it like way harder, so I'm just there like to help them.
Do you guys have a performance coach or a nutritionist? And what's the, weirdest or most fun thing that you've had to do to prepare?
Like, it's just like normal stuff like box breathing or like, limiting caffeine or like eating healthy. You even do like F1 race cars where like you drop a ball and then you try to catch it. Yeah.
Like during champs, we had a performance coach and he was making us do like concentration grid. Like back then, I didn't understand like how it's gonna help us.
Yeah.
But I was like not questioning. I was just thinking. That was like a bit weird back then at the time. I was a reaction test with like tennis ball, like you put like 2 balls and you just catch one of it. It's strong. Yeah, I mean, it's really good for me.
Yeah, no, it's clear. We clearly don't have a nutritionist, and yeah, we need help.
All right, well, G2's looking to hire a nutritionist.
Hello, welcome back to EWC. I'm Achilleos, and this time I'm joined by RRQ. We've got Crazy Guy as well as Cushy. Guys, I wanted to catch up with you ahead of your matches here at EWC. Top team going into Masters Toronto from Pacific, but unfortunately, I don't think quite the performance that you guys were looking to have for your first time on the international stage. So how was Toronto for both of you?
I was like a little bit regret about Toronto because we came to Toronto with the meta change, and like we were shocked because of the venue. It was so many people. It's not like Pacific. It was like so big. So like we were shocked a little bit.
I was pretty excited playing in front of the crowd, but just disappointed that because we basically came there aiming to win. But yeah, with the meta change and everything, we were pretty disappointed with like our performance.
Coming out of Pacific, the performances that you've been putting up, I think a lot of people, you've been on their radars for Rookie of the Year. Are you looking to really reaffirm that here at this tournament and say like, yeah, that award is mine?
I'm just gonna play. I'm not sure.
Just gonna play? All right, not even think about it. Okay, I like that. So do you guys look at EWC kind of as an opportunity for a bit of redemption?
EWC is like good test for us because if you play good in Scrim, it doesn't
All right.
mean anything. But if you play good in the tournament, it's different.
Hello.
Just want to play good here, and then
It is day 3
to play state 2.
So you guys are playing against
of EWC.
Their first international tournament. This is only your second.
We're gonna watch the Sentinels match as soon as that is possible to watch. I believe that's on B stream today. So that'll be a little bit later, I'm assuming. But I think they're gonna be talking about the rest of the event, maybe doing some bracket breakdowns and stuff. So we're not gonna miss that. But yeah. Need to log in. Where's the login here? Pro Tools didn't crash yet? Nice, man. Here we go.
Day here at the Esports World Cup presenting Valorant. We already sent 4 teams home. 4 more will go home, and 4 will join the 4 qualified teams. That's a lot of number 4s here, but it is day number 3.
All right.
Alongside Baby Bay,
Day 3, I'm excited. We're gonna be watching the Sentinels match,
and y'all, we got to show.
and then we're gonna be watching the
because he did not know. He only knew what
Gen G EDG match,
How's it
probably.
feel now knowing and being a little bit more cultured in the world of pop.
It's good. I feel educated now.
No, but he still hasn't finished it. You don't know the best part about the movie. Seriously, it's a 10 out of 10. If you haven't seen it, go watch it.
Wait, what are they talking about?
It's been eye-opening.
I missed it.
Almost as eye-opening as some of these fantastic Valorant games.
That's right. We have some of the fantastic Valorant plays here presented by Kadia as we take a look at some of them from yesterday. Yesterday was elimination day for the teams that lost in day number 1. And in those games, we had huge moments here, Baby Bay, especially in our A-stream games.
Yeah, I mean, G2 getting eliminated by BLG. It was really close, though, right? It came down to the wire, but I think BLG with YZ and, I mean, Neff just took them over there.
Yeah, also, I guess Heretics won last night.
Such a great IGL, and he was awesome when he was up here.
So,
yeah, he gave
there's
some
that.
really great answers in the interview, incredibly insightful. It's so clear to see why he's such a strong leader.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday, I think we were treated. Every single match went to the decider. Every single team fought until their last breath to stay in the tournament. We had some key crashes, which in my opinion was super cool, and I think that the teams enjoyed it as well. So I'm ready to see some more today.
Yeah, well, BLG and EDG both victorious over their America's partners here, but still job not done yet. However, we did get to see some of the hugest pop-off moments in our Crunchyroll top reactions. Now, this included the aforementioned key crushing, and one of the coolest parts in all of esports. You present your key on the tablet in front while you play, and you have the opportunity to crush their hopes in a physical manifestation.
And again, when it actually popped and it just completely got detonated, I mean, that is like, it's almost scary. It like picks you off guard. You get shocked a second.
Yeah, I have to say, they did not
But yeah.
prepare us for how visceral that was. We had a
Got some good matches today. Yeah, we'll stream the Sentinels match whenever that starts. I'm afraid because it's on B stream. But hopefully they kind of fixed B stream today. I don't really know what's going on there, but I got some coffee coming in. We're gonna see. We're gonna listen to this, see how this goes here.
I love what they're bringing onto the stage, and I really like that it's both them and EDG. You know, yesterday I was saying with EDG a bit out of the picture for internationals as we've seen this year, Wolves having the run that they had in Toronto. I really think that this could be Billy's moment to shine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've just been going from strength to strength. I think they still have some things to tidy up from that G2 game, and they are not, you know, quite safe yet. Today is a massive day. You are win and you are in the playoffs, lose and you're going home.
Well, one of the cool parts about this tournament is that we've had so many teams, and to be able to do the coverage, we have both A stream here and B stream as well with some of the big matches standing by.
Indeed, we do.
Now we have an interviewer covering that.
Oh, all right.
Hi, Victoria here, and I'm joined by Avril, and I'm finally visiting the B stream. Very exciting times. And yesterday we had their first day of eliminations. Was it a little bit emotional, exciting for you guys over here?
Yeah, it's an interesting one because we have some fan favorites, I think, already in elimination contention. Like Sentinels being down low bracket was a bit of a surprise, I think, for most of the fans.
Yeah.
Certainly for us, I had them very highly picked as a potential favorite for the tournament, considering G2's roster situation. The next best NA team, the hope NA to me, had been Sentinels. So to see them that early in the lower bracket was a surprise.
Yeah,
we had something a little bit similar happening yesterday on the A stream. It was a great day for all the Chinese teams, not so great for the Americas, but all 4 games yesterday went the distance in a 2-1 scoreline. Our very first one, we had BLG versus G2. G2 had a sub in, but they played really, really well, and they pushed it as far as they could, but BLG ended up closing it out. And how was the first game for you guys?
I think we had the opposite of what you guys experienced on A stream, because you guys had sort of the wins for the Chinese teams.
Yeah.
On B stream, it was the 2 Chinese teams being eliminated. So Sheila
Yeah.
Gaming, Titan Esports. Sheila Gaming, I think they came
Oh yeah,
through
Titan
the big way.
lost
They
last night,
really
right?
did come to this
That's right,
tournament
that's right.
with almost similar-ish issues in terms of the roster. No Man, I
Forgot
believe he
Titans
couldn't
got
make the event.
eliminated.
So their coach Havoya had to step in. So a kind of sort of similar situation
Yeah.
to G2. But Havoya played super well. You know, for a coach, a lot of people were concerned, is this guy going to be able to hold his own in the servers in terms of his own mechanics? And then after the game, one of the players from Sentinels took to Twitter and said, you know what, Havoya could still play today. So he actually performed super well. Standout to me was Happy Way on the Sentinel, though, played out of his mind. The last 2 maps in that series of B03 were really, really competitive from Sheila Gaming.
All right, yeah, and on the A stream,
Genji EDG is going to be fun to watch. I'm curious how that's going to go.
Facing the former champions EDG, really
But
exciting.
yeah, I'm excited. Day 3.
Started great on the
We made
first
it to day
half of
3.
Haven, but then Kong, he got activated. And you know what happens when you get activated. It gets really scary. They 100 Thieves ended up dropping Sunset after that, and EDG closes it out on Ascent. Really heartbreaking for 100 Thieves there, but EDG continues on. And how about your second match?
Titan Esports put up a really, really good fight. In fact, it was a difficult game to call because Heretics had kind of struggled recently. They haven't been really winning a lot of international events. Question marks about the team's performance. Losing, I think, was 4-13 against NRG on day 1 was very shocking to Heretics fans and the team, I'm sure. And so it took a lot for Heretics to come and bounce back in. Insane game for Rians and Woot coming in to be able to save the day. That second map of Haven went into the OT after Titan win the first map. So that could have been a Titan 2-0, which would have been pretty disastrous for EMEA and Heretics. But Heretics brought that one back around. They win the series ultimately. Map 3 actually was quite convincing for Heretics. And it's good for them to be able to build their confidence again, because I believe it was Boo afterwards said it had been 300-something days since they'd won an international match.
Oh, wow.
Which basically means they hadn't won against an international team since
300
last year.
days?
So it's time for them to break that curse.
Yeah.
They've broken it now, and I'm
Oh,
ready to
man.
see how far they can take it.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's the recap for yesterday, and we're going to have more elimination matches today.
Indeed, we will.
Thank you very much for
Why
the
isn't this volume
update,
tab going
y'all.
away?
And now we have a special guest here on the pre-show for Esports World Cup. Joining us is the head of Esports for Carmine Corp, the Blue Wall, is Clement Lapora. Now, welcome to the desk.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no,
French
when
guy.
people think of the
Is
Blue
Carmine
Wall and
French?
think of KC, they might
Carmine
think of just
Corp.
Kometo right off the bat. So why don't you introduce your role and what you do in the operations of one of the biggest organizations in the world?
So my role is to help the board define the strategy of the club, which titles we go in which region do we go in, and then to apply it and find the right people to do so and try to win as much as we can in every possible game.
Why is this volume tab keep
That
popping
is
up?
Hope there. Now, what are some of the titles that you have here beyond Valorant? Because we know that KC is invested in many different titles.
We will be there on Rocket League. We're still in contention to be there in Street Fighter.
Okay.
We dropped the ball on League of Legends, to be honest. We were really hoping to be there, but we misplayed our semifinals. And we had a very unfortunate situation with the qualifier of TFT, where my 2 players
This is
were
not a game.
cousins, and one of them is world champion, the other one is European champion, so it's a funny family story. But they had a wedding planned for 6 months before that, so we couldn't ask them to drop everything for EWC, but everyone was really sad about it.
Definitely not the easiest decision, but I think it's very human of you to be able to understand, like, hey, it's a wedding, totally get it. Now, you're one of the few organizations that's set up with multiple different titles. What do you think of the idea of the Esports World Cup that brings multiple different game titles together for an ultimate prize?
That's very cool, actually. It has a feeling of Olympic Games, and so I understand people are trying so hard to perform in here. For us, as you may know, besides the purchase of the LEC slot, we are a fully bootstrap company. So fielding 20+ team like some other clubs can do is not something we are able to do yet. But we'll see in the coming year. As we are very competitive and being world champions of something is very important to us, so we will try our best to grow up and maybe perform more games.
I want to circle back to Valorant here because you have an Egyptian player, Aves, who's representing the MENA region, and I just want to know what kind of impact he has had on KC here at EWC.
So he's not our first Egyptian person in the club, actually. Zish, our assistant coach, who also subbed in 2023 for the one who have good memories, is Egyptian as well. He has a good impact. He's full of life. Like he's a bit of the beat maker of the team. Like when he's loud and yelling and getting his groove, where you can be sure will be performing. And since he's still a very young player, it's his first year at this level. He can shut down a bit, so we're working on that. It's a rookie year, so we're patient and we help him develop, but it's a gem. He has insane talent.
Yeah. I wanted to ask, so for me, one of the coolest things about EWC is, of course, you're able to put opponents' crushed keys into your trophy. So if it was entirely up to you, whose key would you like to put in there if you won Valorant here?
Yeah, and I love this question because this isn't just a player question. This is also, an organizational question when we have the opportunity to ask you here.
The thing is, like, our harshest rival didn't make it in EMEA, like Vitality, Dental Mates, and Koi. Like those are the three teams where fans are getting crazy. I'd say G2, but it's more like a league rivalry, but we beat them there, so we'd be happy. Obviously, if we can get our revenge on PRX, that would be insane. And they are a team we respect a ton, and their coach speaks French, so we have interaction with them, and that would be an adventure to have. Also, meaning beating PRX, so I would take that every day of the week.
There would be something very cool about having the Masters Champions key crushed into your trophy. Absolutely.
Well, I'm glad you were talking about, local teams like Vitality and whatever. I wanted to ask you, what are you planning for Champs Paris? What is Carmine Corp planning? Anything special going on?
We need to be there first. Because
Fair enough.
is very stacked this year. Like the level is insanely close, so hopefully we'll be there because we managed to qualify here. So no, we're not there. As you may know, group stage is in our home arena, so it means a whole lot to us. So if we qualify, it will be like you can expect insanity from our fans, and we will match it.
Yeah, I guess Carmine Corp is French then.
No disclosure yet.
All right, well, Clement Lepard, thank you so much for spending the time with us at Esports here over at Carmine Corp. Now, if they lose, their key gets crushed. We did ask which keys that he would in case they won, and we have a report standing by right now with the current status of the keys. Take it away.
Okay.
Hey, Victoria here, once
see
again
the
joined by
keys.
Ian Chambers, and now a lot has changed since the first 2 days of this event. We have the key wall, and we have some crushed keys, Ian. Shall we have a quick look?
I actually admitted yesterday on the broadcast that this is actually my favourite part of the tournament. It's a bit cruel, and it's a bit mean of me, but the key crushing is just so cool.
Oh man, they just put the keys. Oh, it's tough.
Of BLG when we saw the first key crushed of EWC this year. That was, of course, G2 Esports, the first team to exit the tournament. And what's really cool is you saw it, but I saw it like right there, right in front of me. Is last
Dude,
year,
why does it keep happening? This little mute tab on the bottom comes up.
Contortion of the key.
Yeah.
Whereas this year, like we always say, it's about the dreams being shattered. The keys are well and truly shattering out up there. It's amazing.
Yeah, all three of them here have been completely shattered here. Tech, Titan Esports Club, we are going to start the day on a really positive note by crushing their key as well. But Ian, now we can finally see what's inside. And everyone's been asking me, because we've been up close, they're like, what's inside? What is this made of?
Yeah.
It's heavy, it's dense.
It's really heavy, and it is actually heavier than it looks as well. This is premium material, and it is all made from metal and gold, and that includes like the inside of it as well. It's like a mixture of the both, and that is why it creates, I guess, that shattering effect out there. It's fragile, but it's strong at the same time. So that's what gives the effect.
Exactly. And now this is pretty incredible. We're going to see more keys being crushed, and the question is, which key do you think is going to be crushed next?
That's the question, y'all.
DRX.
Which one do you think is going to be crushed next?
We'll see. I don't know. Sentinels didn't look too great yesterday. Like,
Just say it. I won't hate you, Dre. You can say it.
Casey.
You can say it. No, I think he has a point. Okay, he has a point. The same way that I defended BBL with everything that I had, I think that KC have something to prove. BLG are coming in very strong, but hey, there's always a little bit of tiredness coming out of those long matches.
All right, I'll put you on the spot big time. Whose key's going to get crushed between DRX and Sen City?
The Sentinels. Well,
all right.
It's
Whoa.
not even a question. It's not even a question.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Rob is watching. You cannot do that to him.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Rob. It's the short one over here. That's the one that you need to find. You know what's not going to be short and will crush it? Today's opening ceremony for the Esports World Cup. It is a huge, deeply planned festival.
Whoa.
With Mr. Post Malone. Posty's going to be here as well later on. It all starts tonight, 9 p.m. local time.
Post Melon.
The opening ceremony kicking off at 10 p.m.
Man, Post Malone's having a crazy. This guy's performing for the F1.
Many guests, many surprises.
This guy's doing EWC. This guy's having a crazy year.
Ceremony. You don't want to miss it.
I mean, it's Post Malone.
I'm gonna be there. I hope we're all going to be there. I think we want to get in there any way we can.
Honestly, describe your perfect day. We wake up, we come here to this amazing venue, we play we watch some Valorant, we get some keys crushed, and then we go to watch Post Malone.
That would be the perfect day. Well, you know what? We did get to see some keys crushed in Group A as we take a look at that bracket. And
okay, we're getting some bracket breakdowns now.
VCT America's champion, not getting the opportunity to defend here at the Esports World Cup.
So yeah, these are the
G2 falling to Billy Gaming 2-1, and that sets us up for Carmine Corp against Billy to join Paper Rex in the knockout bracket big time.
Yeah, I mean, I think G2 have a bit of a different situation, of course. They were playing with that sub, but this is an absolute disappointment from them. They would have felt like they could be better than Billy, but absolutely not. The key
heartbreaking.
Absolutely decimated there. And yeah, you can just see the joy on the face right there. Look at that. Look at that.
Ian's face especially.
This guy just loves the key crushes, man. This is what he lives for. This is his moment, man.
3 more groups of crushed keys and crushed dreams.
We get to crush the keys?
Here in Group B.
All right, here's the bracket for today. No, that was yesterday. Okay, here's the bracket for today.
Falling out to
Never mind. BBL all the way through. DRX playing Sentinels, right?
Yeah, hard
completely wrong.
To say the least. I mean, the coach Yoba was going in. He was actually anti-stratting the living heck out of Sentinels, and it was down to the wire, man. At some point, I was looking like XLG were up in rounds. They went pistol, they went bonus. I was like, dude, are they gonna do it?
Yeah, I was watching that third map and everything. Jesus. Yeah, I think that as we were saying, it came down to the wire. We saw Sentinels that was struggling a little bit.
Hold on, let's go. Hold on. So who gets the shavings?
On that last map, it was really enjoyable to watch because
who gets the shavings of the gold?
Group C was no different.
No, definitely was not. Matches were close against all odds. Again, Titan Esports Club came in ranked probably the lowest
Heretics
in our power
RRQ
rankings and gave a run against Los Niños and a huge scare. They were
Los
up
Niños
1-0 first. Los Niños
I am the Niño.
To battle against RRQ champs of Pacific.
And this was extremely close to be a 2-0 for
the
side of Titan Esports. It was crazy. It had to go into an overtime and crazy plays from Team Heretics to even get it to that point, even though they had the lead for quite a while. So Heretics not done just yet, but almost there.
It's like the most satisfying thing of all time. The second map is that was the highlight. It could have been a 2-0. Heretics were up 11-7.
Those are the toughest losses, I believe.
And yeah, it's the worst feeling ever because you go back and you're like, we could have won that. The fake comeback is terrible.
And the surprise of that group, NRG already qualified, the only North American team to qualify. Speaking of North American teams, They are the last one standing, as 100 Thieves they are the last one that is already in. Sentinels have the opportunity, but 100 Thieves, they put a valiant effort forward in the group of death against EDG, the reigning world champs, but you could see the smile on nobody's face. He knew exactly what was coming after they won 2-1.
Yeah, for me, the story there wasn't necessarily 100 Thieves being as bad as everybody thought they might be. I think this was an EDG step up. We saw Kong really manage to light up. We saw him bring that waylay out and try new things. So they're still looking to carry on and make it through the playoffs.
And I just love the energy that we saw out of that entire EDG squad. It was something
Energy, we're not saying energy until tomorrow. Jerry, please learn the schedule.
But yeah, I liked seeing the vibes that they had on the team because it's like what you said earlier in the show. We've been missing that.
Yeah, well, we're going to have a lot of energy coming from these two individuals that have the call. It's time for our caster check-in on who their match of the day is.
We're here for the Saudi National Bank match of the day. Now, Tom, you were telling me earlier you're very excited for Gen G versus EDG. Tell the people why.
Well, it's a match we've already seen during the
I'm back. Sorry about that.
the early stages of the tournament, but realistically,
It says my order was delivered, but it's not here. So,
when they played
you know.
100 Thieves, I think they're going to be in better form. And Kong versus Texture, like, what is not to love about that matchup? It's going to be a banger, but we have a lot of good games coming through today.
We absolutely do. Plenty more action before that match, the second match of our day. To tell you about the rest of the matchups, let's throw it back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. Great to see that shining, beautiful.
Yeah, it said I ordered coffee, and then it was like, oh, your order's been delivered.
Had some SPF 50 on there.
And it's not been delivered.
That was very, very bright light. And speaking of bright lights, we've got two teams ready for them right now. It is Karmine Corp against Billy Gaming for that spot in the knockout round. Let's take a look at Karmine Corp right now, as this squad just had the head of esports come on in. We're maybe not expecting to be here a month ago, now find themselves on the precipice of making the prize pool and doing huge things for the organization in terms of value.
Yeah, and so far in the tournament, we've seen KC taking a G2, and probably that was like one of the big surprises, but we've also seen a G2 that has been wounded. I think that Sadak, the man that
all
you're
right,
in your stream right now,
let's see. B stream just went live, which is the stream that we'll be watching,
this double duelist, are they going to
because
be
we're
able
wanting to watch the
because
Sentinels
when
match.
when we saw them playing again, it felt a little bit lackluster. It didn't feel that much impressive.
Oh, man.
And as we're saying, Billy
Shout out to Talabat, by the way.
super strong. So mentally, they have to have a very quick reset.
I messaged because I ordered coffee and I messaged the guy and he was like, "Don't worry." Oh, here we go.
I think double duelist is very strong right now. We're seeing it across different teams in the meta, and of course, they're one of the teams that's best primed to do it. They have really cracked players who are able to execute, and then you have a lot of big brains back there with Sadak and of course Eng and the coach and stuff.
And that's why I think it's going to go down to the map vetoes. Like whatever the map pools land on, it needs to land on more double duelist.
Please, Icebox. So we say KC against the Harbor.
Against the Harbor.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Again, this KC roster really anchored by Sadak, who we had an interview for earlier. Let's take a listen.
I'm here with Casey's
my delivery address?
Now, you had a great start to the tournament against G2, but against Paper X, not so great. I don't think things went according to plan. So what have you changed in your approach coming into today? What were the learnings?
To be honest, it was more like a mental reset we have to do for today, because after what happened yesterday, the comeback and we couldn't click on Icebox, so we were like, guys, we are insane, but mentally we're not there yet, you know? So we just reset and come back today. So yeah, we focus on doing that.
Okay, actually on that, you know, you were always talking about how the younger the players are. Do they feel the pressure that it's elimination day today?
To be honest, that's something we've been working a lot on, not feeling pressure in these moments and actually enjoying them.
Yeah.
And now we will see. We will see everyone together, because we've been really putting a lot of energy into this. So let's see if now our minds are better than they were yesterday, for example.
Okay. Well, BLG Neff said they are going to bring the firepower today, so you guys should watch out. Do you have any words for them?
I mean, okay, bring it, man. We're going to shoot back. That's all I said. You know?
All right. Well, thank you so much, Sadak, and good luck in today's match.
Thank you.
Well, we had Neff here yesterday, and he was speaking about how he's really looking forward to go up against an IGL as experienced as Sadak is, because he wanted to learn some tricks for him. So there's going to definitely be that head-to-head and like the minds and the leaders of the team, and we'll see who crushes the key.
Yeah, speaking of Neff and the rest of BLG, they just made their way on over here to the arena. Thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsports, safely and soundly. If you need to make a deal, Go to Jamil Motorsport. As BLG, they're looking to deal and dish out all the different types of strats here and get the job done and get to the knockout phase, which is probably what they expected here, knowing that G2 was a little wounded and KC wasn't exactly sure what to expect here big time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that G2 game was necessarily their best game. I still think they have more in the tank. For me, Bilibili have been one of my favorite teams in China for a long time because I feel like they're able to be versatile. We saw in their very opening match against Paper X how they were able to play slow things down.
Okay,
And we said,
sorry about that.
Heading into this G2 match,
I'm
we want
back.
to see you speed up. We want to see you go faster. And they were able to do that. They have a great coaching staff. Bale, of course, very, very well known. And I think they, once again,
They
have
were
the
like,
tools that
hey,
they need to win today, but
I don't know
think
what's
it's
wrong with
all
your
about
order,
execution.
but it's
Why
not
needs to be
delivered. Maybe he just
I
marked
think,
it early.
That's what really is.
So sorry about
gonna
that,
boil down to.
everybody.
You're going to need YZ to continue on with his explosive gameplay on that race.
Let me
Just
see
getting
what's
those
going on the B stream
showstoppers
here.
in. But also, someone that really stuck out
Yeah,
to me.
we're gonna
against
switch
G2
over
was
this real
Levius.
quick.
This guy had really good.
Because this is the stream we'll be watching. Sentinels. Oh. They are muted. Hold on. Maybe I'm on the wrong. No, I'm on the right channel here. I just can't hear them.
It's unfortunate that Leaf couldn't come, but I still think that we did a pretty good job, and props to
Give me 1 second here. Valorant stream B. Maybe
comes
it's
to the international
okay.
events. No, they really do. And I think that for most people looking at the qualifications, you know, as those were getting ready to drum up for EWC, most people wouldn't have tech on their radar. You'd be looking at those other squads that were over at international competition, DRG, Wolves, etc.
All right.
But Tech, yeah, able to go on a run to make it here to this tournament and still put up a very strong performance. And I think that was yesterday was very much a day of just surprises, I suppose, because similarly G2 to XLG in a rough
Here we
position,
go.
able to make a very
So
solid
should be getting into the Sentinels match soon. Hopefully the delays aren't crazy
They already had a bit of a resurgence. We're hoping for the
today.
best for the team, but still, in this level of international competition, there are a lot of other
But yeah,
really
we'll
great
see.
teams here. Personally, I'm a little happy that Heretics were able to break the curse. You saw on Twitter afterwards, Bruce saying, you know, it's been 300+ days since the last one international match.
Hopefully Sentinels. I don't know, man. I didn't really like too much what I saw out of Sentinels yesterday. Like it just felt. I was kind of surprised they won their match, to be honest.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. I think as well, it's good to see, you know, some of the EMEA teams like BBL. Heretics is going to continue on here as well. We do have a good little mix of regions in this event, so you get a couple of the different storylines in that regard. I think I'm looking forward to these games today because we will see if we're going to get some more EMEA teams moving on. There are still a few North American teams kicking around. I mean, our first game is going to be Sentinels and DRX. We got to see Sentinels play yesterday against XLG. I thought both of the games yesterday for Heretics and Sentinels.
Oh, okay. This is just a replay. Yeah, I didn't get to watch this one last night because it was delayed like really. It was really delayed, so I didn't end up watching it. But
I mean, I have nothing else to add because I think you just hit the nail on the head right there. I mean, a lot of these matches have been not as lopsided, not as one-sided as we might have anticipated, and it just goes to show
Why is Steam
how
open?
badly everybody wants
Close
to stick
Steam, shall we?
around here because the teams haven't been in town for very long, and to just come in, play a couple series, and then have to dip out, that's always going to be a bad feeling. Yes, you're walking away with some prize pool, but the longer you stay, the more.
sorry, I had some frame drops. It looked like, so I just wanted to make sure.
Every single win. Not to mention the fact
Nothing was wrong before these matches start. But yeah, we're just waiting for Sentinels to start, and we'll get into it as soon as possible.
Something to walk away with for the first competition. You can kind of say to yourself, look, we've got a couple of stronger teams in other games. We can look towards maybe trying to pick up some better placing there if you do go up early in that.
I don't know who's gonna win. I mean,
the other thing that I've been noticing.
apparently, it seems like the casters favor DRX.
You know, this is running concurrently to a lot of other international events, as well as, you know, the regular season coming up, is that you've had some teams that haven't had as many opportunities, like your NRGs, being able to actually make some better placements, Kev.
It's the tournament of the underdogs, you know, really impressed with both NRG and BBL. Of course, I looked over the EWC NA qualifiers. I got a bit of an early preview of this new look NRG with Scuba and with Bonko, and I already got a feeling that, okay, well, they're beating
Scuba and Bonko
losing to domestically and looking convincing while they're doing so, you know, taking down MIBR on their pathway through 100 Thieves and included in that as well. But even in the other bracket that wasn't broadcasted, teams like Cloud9. So for a team like that to have that kind of turnaround now,
forgot about Cloud9 to be honest.
Looking NA team given Sentinel struggles yesterday.
We'll see. I feel like Sentinel should have this one.
And a team that's hungry because they missed out on.
But I don't know. DRX has looked pretty good whenever I watched them last. I guess I haven't seen them play since day one, but okay. Hey, look, they're sitting down. This is a good sign. Hopefully, no crazy tech issues today.
Look at the schedule for today. First of all,
why does this keep happening?
Have Sentinels taking on DRX, and
yeah, so we'll watch the Sentinels match versus DRX, and then we'll switch to the second match on stream A, which is Gen.G. Gen.G EDG, that's what it was. I'm actually really interested to see that, because Gen.G looked pretty good, they just couldn't close it out, but it was in their best of one, you know?
If they're toggled on, they're going to be absolutely incredible in the lobbies. We know what they're capable of, Heretics in particular.
So we'll just have to see. I'm curious what Sentinels pull out today. They looked... Why does this keep happening?
This is a scary team, and we were starting to see the glimmers of that returning
yesterday
of the chat? With them winning. And sometimes
oh, what's going on? It keeps popping up like on the bottom left, like volume.
That wall that's in your way, and as soon as you're able to hop that, you're right back. So for Heretics, I'm hoping to see a return to form for them, but not to the extent where they can take down RRQ. So that's my personal bias going out for that second series, because I'm not going to be casting it, so it's fine.
100%, 100%. Look, let's flick through some of the groups really quickly here and just go through the matches, some of which we've already discussed, Kev.
Let's see here.
Of course, there will be the A stream as well to chat through some of the games that we've got going on there as well. So we can see Carmine Core
Paper X
in here in Group A.
In winners.
A bit of a sketchy looking pearl coming through from Billy in that lower bracket game versus G2, but of course we understood that G2 were going to have their roster issues coming into this one. They did the best they could, so credit to them. Billy for a while now, maybe in the past day, certainly looking at EDG kind of fumbling a little bit in their bracket early on before they came through. Billy were kind of looking like the hope of China, because Sheila Gaming didn't do that well on the first day. Titan Esports didn't look that good on the first day either, and obviously probably come into this one with fairly low expectations for most of us and perhaps the fans as well. But honestly, China need a winning team at the moment, because if you look at the teams that have actually qualified to top 8 for playoffs here, it's 2 EMEA teams, 1 Pacific team, 1 NA team.
Oh, so Sentinels would play BBL probably? It seems. Ooh, that would be a tough matchup, man.
Versus NRG now that they're back at an international together, so that's something to be hopeful for in the future.
But we'll see. I mean, DRX is better than XLG on paper, right? So it could be a tough match for Sentinels. I really don't know. I mean,
they have been looking.
We'll just have to see, right?
Yumpy, I think, is really coming to his own as the IGL for the squad.
He was buzzing. He was so pleased with the win, and that's what this event is all about. Having some of these teams that don't have as many opportunities to qualify for these international events. They weren't able to get Liquid off their back until the EWC qualifier. They did fantastically in this event. I'm really
NRG looks good. I'm kind of surprised by that. It seemed like most people were kind of like
get dispatched of by NRG pretty one-sidedly there. I
didn't really know who was gonna win that, you know.
And now looking here at Group D here, Kev, Gen.G versus Edward Gaming, that might be the best qualification game, although the ones we have are pretty damn good as well.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. Gen.G are going to go up 12-0, and then we'll have to see what happens. You've got to hold your breath. Unsure how the rest of the map goes after Gen.G hit the 12.
Yeah, Gen.G EDG will be interesting, because they beat a solid 100 Thieves squad. I mean, to be fair, 100 Thieves definitely made a lot of mistakes yesterday. But
to see a nice looking reinvigorated EDG, because
we'll see. We'll see.
They've had their own roster struggles, so I want to see this Champions team get back into form.
Yeah, I do as well. I mean, the game is better when Paper X and EDG are doing well. Kong is such an electric force on the stage, and to see him really pop the hell off, playing that Waylay in particular, it was great to see, and I'm hoping that does continue. Him versus Texture is always a treat to watch.
Absolutely. Look, let's get into the brass tacks of the games that we have coming up. The SNB match of the day is going to be our first match here on the
Here we go.
It is Sentinels taking on DRX.
Sentinels versus DRX. I just don't know if Sentinels got it in them. Oh, my coffee's here. One second.
Against BBL, although the first map was very close, could have gone either way. The Ascent felt like they kind of faded out a little bit. I felt like BBL did kind of outplay them a little bit on that map and definitely earned that win, Seth.
They really did, and I think that is something that can come through when you're playing with a new player. You have Flicker, who's basically making his Tier 1 debut over here at this tournament, has never played on a stage like this, has never played in a tournament like this, was bouncing around in their academy team for quite some time, so it's a big ask, and I think that off the rip, he was able to very much rise to the occasion, but didn't quite hit those same highs going into that follow-up series versus BBL. Was still a steady player, but going to be looking to see a lot more of a level up here now that DRX have a bit more comfort with this 5-man on stage.
Yeah, I think think BBL is a team that were a dark horse coming to this one, listening to Big Time, listening to Mitch Mann as well, talking about the strengths of BBL, and then for me, witnessing that, casting that live, and really seeing them come through, winning against DRX, and the storyline there really was, okay, talk about them coming through as this underdog team that people don't expect much out of, or is it a fluke that they get this really insane best-of-1 win up against Sentinels? While they go up against DRX, only they win 2 maps there. Can't call it a fluke anymore. Right now, BBL do look like the real deal. This young Gun 11, this young Turkish player, so sharp at the moment. Unbelievable stuff. Seeing that Sheriff 3K he got onto Sunset, yeah, really insane. I have a lot of expectations moving forward with this team going to playoffs.
Yeah, I think Sentinels as well, they were really put through their paces in many different respects.
I'm back.
Had the pleasure of interviewing Chunky T after the game there, and he...
All right, you got my coffee?
Difficult
We are ready to go.
Game, but was very relieved.
Let's see how this goes today. I'm hoping we get some fun matches. I think the Sentinels match will be pretty fun.
We've got the chance to set all these teams get.
Oh yeah, I guess they crushed the
clip of EDG's Nobody crushing one of the keys. He looked quite pleased with himself.
Crushed the keys.
Yeah, it's a very cathartic thing, especially when you come out of a very long series. That is painstaking.
Let's see how it goes.
To be able to say, okay, we got through, we're still alive, we have the win, and now I get to watch this piece of just get absolutely demolished by this press. It's a good feeling for the players for sure.
Absolutely. Look, they can also
coffee.
Once they win to put a few of those crush keys
Coffee.
in the championship trophy. I was thinking maybe Sentinels might chuck 3 Chinese teams in there to just keep inflicting the pain on the region.
Yeah, let's see. I don't know. I don't really like.
What they end up deciding. We'll dive. But we'll see who ends up winning and what
I don't really have a lot of faith in Sentinels, to be honest. I just don't. I wish I did, but like I'm not particularly liking what I've been seeing from them. But we'll see. We'll see.
But I don't think he's been getting back into the roster, and they do have Flashback sitting on the sidelines there.
Australia is here at the tournament as well, so you know maybe DRX may make some moves a little bit later on. But for now, happy to start with Flick, and honestly, he debuted first day, first tier 1, you know,
anything
versus international event. I mean, what a stage to debut on. Imagine you're coming in as a rookie from Academy, and your first game with the main team is...
I wonder how Valorant Academy works. Do they just have like Academy teams that play in like the challengers, or like...
Opening game, and she like kind of got dismantled there, and then
I'm assuming that's how that works.
Flicker is still holding his own. They're losing, but Flicker is impressive. He's got the versatility as well in the agent lineup. He's playing across Viper. He's throw the Sova. He's got the flexibility to really just be the player the team needs him to be to mold them around.
Absolutely. Now let's take a little bit of a look at Sentinels before we kick this game off and see the roster that we all know and love put through their paces yesterday by XLG. Zekken was still having some fantastic performances, but I think even Sentinels playing their C or their B game is good enough to get through some of these brackets. DRX is going to push them a little bit more though today.
No, they certainly are, and this is, you know, these two teams have clashed a couple of times, more specifically in the recent years. Saw them play over at Champions last year, saw them play as well at Bangkok, where DRX is finally able to get a win. All-time Sen has that 2-1. And these two squads have never seen a map 3 between them. It has always been blowouts whenever they face against each other. And something tells me that today, given the form that we've seen from both teams, I think it's going to be a little bit scrappier. And I think it certainly could go to 3.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I want to say as well, you know, this is, interestingly enough, this is going to be the competition where you have to now look at these teams. And one thing does stand out.
Do or die time.
DRX, not a Chinese team. So we'll see how Sentinels fares on that regard. You're coming up against
Vote or die.
Koreans.
Here we go. I hear music.
I don't know how it is, but every single international, all these brackets lineups, like Sentinels, Chinese team, they've eliminated every single Chinese team. Yesterday, bit more of a struggle. I will be wondering if that kind of affects them today. Maybe overnight, they'll be able to lock in a little bit more, but Chile did step up, so credit to them, but Sentinels, a little bit shaky.
You know what, they chucked another Russian in the lineup with the coach coming in. I think that's why the scoreline was a little bit closer, Seth, perhaps.
It could be. I was just going to say, I think that Boostio is watching Sentinels. He's like, why am I not on that team? Why am I not on Sentinels? Why can't I be the one that's the Chinese farmer here after all of his comments of the past?
I will tell you what, he was definitely not farming any Chinese teams yesterday, but that's a story for another day. Let's take a look at the video for this
some 100 Thieves
between DRX and Sentinels and see if we get any surprises early on.
All right, we got Pearl ban, Split ban.
Yeah, not
we got a Lotus. We got a Sunset. Please not Icebox. Nice. Haven last map. Ooh, I like that.
Performances on that map over at Masters Toronto. Then we go into Sunset, so also looking to try to go at something that DRX struggled on recently.
Fun fact about this one, when you look at the rematch, the rematch coming through from Bangkok, DRX 2-0 versus Sentinels, 2 out of the maps there, Lotus, Haven. Guess what we got? Starting Lotus, ending with Haven.
I like that. I like that map pool. I think Sentinels is
13-3 from DRX versus Sentinels a few months
maybe
back.
not as comfortable on Sunset, but Lotus, they seemed pretty good. I think I've seen them play Lotus now at this event twice. They seem, I don't know though, they seem meh on Lotus. Their retakes aren't great, but we'll see.
Oh, 100%. I was looking at his agents.
Are they drinking Vimto?
Into this tournament, it's a lot of Yoru, a little bit of Enir. Then he whips out the Viper. He dominates.
I mean,
on
Vimto's
that.
solid.
He's been playing a little bit
Just
Enir
surprised to see it.
Speaking to Marco in one of the interviews as well, he is very confident that Flicker can be quite.
Do you have a fan on his hand?
And I don't know how DRX just keep making this work.
What are
time
these,
and time
fans?
again. Like,
They are
traditionally,
fans.
attack FPS, I think putting a rookie in a team already, you're not expecting him to perform on the
It's cool.
international stage, but on top of that, just having him perform all these different roles, you're just expecting him to fail, and they make it work.
They're so good at prepping young talent and building them up, taking people who have played on a certain role and then pivoting them, because you have to remember Mako himself used to be known as Babo, which just means idiot in Korean. He was a Jet 1 trick. Now he's one of the best controllers in the world.
That's tough. That's a tough name.
And he is also now
Guy's name means idiot? That's unfortunate.
Developing talent. The problem is they have too much of it. There's far too much talent for them to develop. And then they keep saying like, "Ooh, Flashback's back. Oh, okay, well now we've got Flicker. Ooh, what are we gonna do to this guy?"
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't particularly like what I saw at Sentinels yesterday, but it was still like a little too close for comfort. Like it didn't look very comfortable for them. But we'll see. I don't know.
Play the field and just use everyone a little bit. But right now, I will say, you want to talk about consistency? They have.
But yeah, we'll get into the Sentinels match as soon as possible. Hopefully,
yeah, absolutely.
B-Stream doesn't have as many tech issues today.
As of recently, so we'll see if there's going to be a long-term solution for DRX, or is it just for this tournament? We'll see Flashback back at some point in the future. For Sentinels, it's tried and true. It's what you know. This is the roster that they're always bringing into these matches. And like I said, for reasons, they looked a little bit sleepy yesterday, but today, this is the first match of the day, bright and early here. It does seem like the game is going to get going fairly soon, so I think it should be a little bit better of a level from Sentinels today here, Kev.
Yeah, I would hope so. I mean, again, one of the hopes of North America, there's only one North American team that's qualified through, 2 North American teams that have been eliminated. So if Sentinels don't make it through, all falls onto NRG.
Alrighty, well, we're going to get into the first game of
okay, here we go.
EWC
first match of the day.
It is going to be DRX taking on
DRX.
Sentinels. And to take it away, we've got Achilles
versus Sentinels. Oh my god, it's starting on time. I love this. Shout out to B-Stream, 1:15 right on the dot.
My friend, first time in Valorant. And
Let's
first time
go.
for me over here on the B stream. So I'm curious to see how everything is going to shake out. To start, we've got Sentinels.
All right, can Sentinels win a pistol? Can Sentinels win a pistol?
Same thing.
They need to win a pistol.
Yesterday on that Lotus was a 13-9 win.
All right, let's see. I'm excited. I don't know how this is gonna go.
Well, actually, both sides of that map, but straight away action
all right.
over on the Rebel side.
And to get the haunt reveal here on Bang. No real way to try to contest him.
Sounds like, looks like they're backing off.
Looks like DRX not wanting to really contend for the space any further, so we'll just surrender.
Ooh, this Viper could get a 2-piece here, right? Is there a door there? There might be a door there. I might be crazy.
We've also seen previously a few different types of compositions. Bane's dropped the deadlock on this map before, but right now, I'm trying to advise. Here we go on B.
Okay.
Thorns there.
They broke B.
Forward by Zelsis. The spike gets planted. See what DRX with the call looks like as they try to get their way back through here. Just going to be a quick clear on the boom bot. Second suffering a little bit of damage to the paint shell, but he's flushing them out into the open, but cannot collect any further damage.
I mean, looking good for Sen. Okay, trades in. Uh-oh. Okay. Trading well. Oh no. And that's it. Wow. All on Zelsis.
Zelsis left standing now for Sen. Gets the spot out.
And they're gonna get that defuse, yeah. It's a good try. Sentinels lost the pistol. You'd assume they'll probably lose the bonus as well. Sentinels in their pistol rounds, man. They just cannot seem to win a pistol round. Dude, this.
Marco will survive with a 3-0 to start
Hello?
things out with. Not too bad from DRX. Now for Sentinels. All classics across the way. Not going to see any G2.
Yes,
Sting
yes, I just
style
received it.
This early in the day.
A full investment here from DRX.
You see that DRX are fully armored up though. They don't want to take any
No,
chances.
no problem at
A
all.
lot of
Thank you
teams
so
have
much.
been leaning in towards going for the surprise outlaw buys on the attacker side from time to time. As Bang,
Yes, I've already
find
rated it,
Mako here,
yes.
back rubble. The push forward coming through, freeing, holding his own for one. Bang collects a second. Hyunmin now dead.
Nope,
And this
that's
is
it.
already
Thank you.
catastrophic as Bang is taking over. And it's just Flicker left
Thank you,
standing
bye-bye.
versus 4.
Dude, customer service going too far. But here we go. Sentinels somehow got the bonus round here. Got the weapons too.
Yeah, found a low HP John Q, but didn't even get to
Like to see it? You like to see it? Sorry about that. No more calls should be coming in today.
Speaking of that, wall bangs through. The Sentinels didn't even need, as you said, to buy up any stingers, no outlaw.
It's a little
pure
quiet
classics, pure aggression early on. Over into rubble, and it just works out beautifully. It's now DRX.
Or maybe my
Their
ears
early
are just...
troubles.
Maybe I have gamer ears. I
Phantom
can't
picked
hear
up for a
anything.
second here as well. Want to see this guy heat up nice and early.
All right, Sentinels tie it back up.
See what they have, but
Be essentially a boost for, or a bonus for Sentinels now. Zakin bought a... Okay, I mean, they got a Phantom.
Absolutely massive. Flicker
Ooh.
looking for the headshots here. Will be able
Okay,
to find one
trades in.
on the Bang just before
3v3.
falling down. Narrate happily
Sentinels have... Looks like they have C completely.
one away from that Nightfall.
Important here. I'm going to see what Zelsis can do about this flank.
Oh yeah, he's real close to that ult already.
By Hyunmin, who's been really large in the past 2 series.
Yeah, I mean...
First bloods against enemy teams. Is Marco going to check this in time? But the walk
Yeah.
one by one to Zelsis.
I mean, it's going to be impossible.
Just playing ring around the rosy here on the
Yep.
box, and eventually Zelsis is able to win
All
that
right,
one out.
should be
Just
another
down
round
to
for
Frey to
Sentinels.
See if he can make this a little bit more costly, and he shall.
Okay.
And second, falling.
Okay.
Wow, QT similarly dead, but weapon's not going to be in a recoverable spot. On
Okay, he knows
destroy.
he's there.
Sends out the tether.
Good try. It was a good try. He made it a lot more costly for Sentinels. But there you go. Sentinels up 2-1.
Yeah, they'll pick up Zekin's rifle there as well. So Narrate will have Nightfall in hand.
There we go.
As full guns will come on through. First ult online. Nightfall's not that far from Freeing as well. That real last minute situation for Freeing where he starts to pick up a kill.
We'll see. I think Zekin hopping on the Raze is smart because he seemed to struggle yesterday a bit on the Neon.
Around Rubble, this time around Mound. This shutdown on the flank, pretty massive for Zelsis to make sure that they have all the numbers in their control. And given that Freeing was able to do this, I mean, yeah, definitely want to make sure that flank was shut down if Freeing was able to get a couple on the pop-off.
Does allow him to similarly try to catch up in regards to the Nightfalls. Just going to be one charge away.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Nope, didn't work out. Sentinels with 3. All right. 2v4. DRX nowhere to be found, really. I mean, damn, they bought it, too. This could get...
be in the dumps. Maybe a timeout on the horizon here for DRX.
Yeah. Might want to slow this bleeding a little bit.
This A aggression shown by DRX previously.
I like what I'm seeing. I mean, Sentinels look a lot better today in terms of their, like, they seem a lot more aggressive than they were yesterday. Yesterday, I felt like they looked a little bit slow, oddly enough. I don't know if that makes sense, but I feel like they looked slow on their retakes. They looked slow on their attacks, but I like that I'm seeing, it seems like they're going and hitting site right away. They get a pick, hit a site, go. And
don't really have to commit
if they can keep up that pace for this offense, it'll be pretty...
Still gonna have that Nightfall going
I don't know. We'll see, though, because I feel like Sentinels' retakes on defense just aren't ever that great. But if they're going to play a lot more aggressive today, I think it'll work out for them.
Here's to see if Termi does opt to go ahead and call the timeout nice and early. If he gives it one more and calls it ahead of the next buy. Timer's still ticking down. So unless it's a delayed call, it seems like he's going to leave the players to their own devices.
See what the buys are going to be. As I wonder,
oh, timeout.
Maybe we are going to get. Okay, there's a tech
no.
pause. Okay, well, we do have a pause coming on through. Hopefully, it won't be too long.
No.
We are watching the P stream P for pause.
No.
Okay. But yeah, an important round now. As
please no.
Save 2 rifles.
Oh
Nightfall available.
God, these tech pauses are killing me, dude.
From Sentinels after Sentinels taken away that second round.
It looks like something here on the DRX side with Hyunmin. So Hyunmin's on the case.
No.
Save 2 rifles. Nightfall available.
See.
God, these tech pauses are killing.
Pretty quickly and get back into the action. Sentinels would love to keep up the momentum here.
Gotta love tech pauses, dude.
Plowing onward. Have to suspect that Rob Moore himself, watching over in the player lounge, has got a big smile on his face thus far.
Sentinels
So far,
yesterday.
it's a bit of a steadier start compared to what he was seeing. He was very stressed out yesterday in there.
I can imagine. Well, not in the first map, I have to say, because first map, Sentinels again 13 and 9, particularly second half.
It's looking good for Sentinels so far, though. Oh no, it's not Vim2, it's Tape.
But on the attacking side, rounds 3 through to 8, 6 in a
It really
row
looked
for
like
Sentinels.
Vim2.
So once you get this team going, this train doesn't stop for quite some
All
time.
right, hopefully they figure out this tech
recognizing,
pause.
Okay, well, we've already lost our anti-eco. Momentum shifting pretty massively. Sentinels could absolutely go on a
Looks
bit of a
like
run here,
KC's up 4 rounds as
DRX's
well.
money not looking fantastic, and despite saving those
But
two
all right, we're
guns,
back in. That was the fastest tech
look at one
pause
of
we've
those
had on
quick
B stream
ashes.
so far.
3 pistols to me. Marshall, okay.
Marshall in the hands of Mako. Fairly rare sight. If he's going to be able to put good use, just going to be cycling a smoke out here. Haunt not going to be hitting the note.
Up against the one member of Sentinels that is on light armor. That's the only. Well,
There we go.
Okay.
All right.
So maybe he doesn't even need to get the body, but Marshall.
First pick for DRX.
Careful
swinging this. Oof, nice shots.
Okay.
See, look at this. They're all hitting C. They get the pick. They push sight. I really like that out of them. And they're kind of slowed down a little bit, but
Calling for his teammate to get the hell out of the way, and goes bounding forward. Thorn's not going to get cleared here. Send for now will have the sights. He's getting a connection.
yeah, I really like this aggression out of Sentinels. I feel like we missed this yesterday. They just didn't seem.
Decayed as well as the tether does connect.
Watch the Nightfall. Freeing's going to get ready for this one. If a narrate as well, falling off the side, you can tell he's also prepped for it. Double Nightfalls will be played into this one.
Oh man.
For TRX, it's a considerably
man.
heftier investment if they want to try to go for it. Looks like they're going to try to just scale off the paranoia here without that audio
Okay.
in play. Second,
Oh wow.
gets up in over the top. Bane gets
Should
on the
be
board,
round.
recovers a weapon,
Yep,
but
there we
Second's
go.
there from
Okay,
behind.
another round for Sentinels. Looked good.
The audio, the lack of it,
DRX
working
didn't waste their ult. They have 2 ults to work with.
damage, but cannot find the defuse.
I guess just the Omen ult, so I don't know how much stock you want to put into that, but looking good for Sentinels so far. There, yeah, there's the timeout. Okay. Try to stop this bleeding a little bit.
And Flicker is gone, but it was a slow one for rookie Flickers. So far in the tournament, he has been the guy on the
Yeah.
other side
All right.
of that. Finding that
No, not
pixel
tech
shot,
pause. Whew.
usually Sheriff in hand.
Just a timeout.
DRX
Shouldn't be
put a bit of
long.
trust into it.
My
That
God.
does lead into the timeout call here. Termi looking to stem the bleeding from DRX. Starting on the defending side, Lotus internationally, in Pacific it'll sometimes be a defender side of map, but internationally we typically do see it trend more in towards that attacker favored. But they know that the 1 round at the moment is not really going to be enough. They can get themselves 4, 5. It's going to be a bit more comfort for them, and there's time to do it. But right now, given the form that we're seeing,
I don't know.
Sentinels,
It's looking good. It's looking good if you're a Sentinels fan, though. Looks really good. I really like how they're attacking site today. It seems a lot more aggressive, a lot more confident. Yesterday, I feel like they'd get a pick and then they'd kind of like waddle around for a while and allow them to rotate. But they seem a lot more aggressive today. Yeah, this was a nice shot.
Look at this. Flicker even
Such a
trying to
nice
back
shot.
out there a little bit, so just a bare tiny amount of his head still popping up available from the right to hit, and he gets the shot.
Yeah, just not able to see that flank coming through, and without the audio,
All right.
footsteps to tell. We'll go into the buy, see what the play call looks
Full
like.
buys versus full buys. Okay, there's a good trades out of Sentinels. Oh, the ult doesn't get anything. 2v4. Damn, that's tough. You hate to waste that ult there.
Got the bomb. Oh. narrowly able to recover the spike, but down to 5 HP.
Nice pick. Okay. Yeah, B for free. Should at least get a plant.
Winning around that rebel side as well, but now Zelsis opening up mid.
I don't know though. He's got 5 HP. I mean, this should be a round for DRX.
As well, so minimal HP there. Rotating
Much
over
needed
into
round for
Flicker, ready
DRX.
to receive. Further into spawn
Zelsis is 4-1 though. Should get.
Flicker might have the shot.
Seems like he has the read on this.
Oh no! All right, 2v2.
We're into a 2v2. HP advantage is very much in the
Bomb's still not down. They wrapped C. Okay.
Become far more costly than they might have anticipated.
And look at the plant. This is going to give.
They got the ult too.
Perfect play. Again,
Okay.
John's low HP here. That could be one of the big problems. You have to imagine this is where Freeing rips that Nightfall.
He has the Vandal. If he can get the one-tap headshot, that could be the difference maker. As Nightfall is
Okay, there it is. Yeah.
taking away the audio as the weapons get scooped up. Okay, has them down low, but yeah, they have to play this very slowly. Weapons now recovered. Time bleeding away from DRX.
Okay, I mean they're taking a really
Mako and Freeing need to make a move with this one. Zealous is holding close.
huge pick.
The headshot. Tap of the defuse. Mako waiting for the push.
Okay.
Reads it well. Still has to contend with John QT. 5 HP. The hold the head.
Oh no!
Narrowly able to make it happen.
Wow, he got it.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh no, you don't like to see that.
But at what cost?
Oh
Only the
no.
one weapon remaining. Ult had to be used. This is still DRX in a rough position.
0.45 left, man. That is
Oh man.
and this is what a round
He just peeked the wrong. I wonder where did he look?
This was looking damn good as well. You start to see Zelsis working
Why did
together
he?
with John Cutie, opening up the map over
I guess he
towards
thought he
B,
tapped
rotated
it.
onto C. Steel Guard and Nightfall
Didn't
canceling
expect
each
him to
other
hold
out.
it.
And Marco playing with this
Oh
one. No
no.
paranoia available.
Dude, that's one of those plays you just look back on and you're just like,
Patience
why did
being
I look the
rewarded.
wrong way?
Man, that below half a second. Wow.
Yeah, that's insane. Good round for
Insane
DRX.
but
Well,
this time DRX bit more dominance
all right.
on display here as they gain control of over Rubble 2 rounds in a row.
3v5.
2 quick kills,
Should be another
bang,
round for
second
DRX.
dead.
Should be, you would think.
Gonna have DRX starting to get into a place of comfort and build up a bit of an economy. Decent little fire there onto Flicker, puts him down low, forces a reposition out of the Viper.
Okay.
QT does manage to get the pit online with the orb take.
I mean, it's still doable. If they can kill these two guys here,
Sentinels.
Zelsis can lurk. Or sorry, narrate.
A side of things.
Oh, he's gonna see that smoke. Huge. It's a big pick.
Marco had no idea what hit him. Just sees the smoke.
You get the guys rotating off C. Just wait.
And that now forces a lot more attention towards that A side of the map. You can
Ooh,
see
that's-
it's
that would be a
Flicker
good-
here trying to hold. His Snakebite will get lobbed in. Zelsis out in front of that. Which is way forward.
Should be.
Bane with a quick peek. Seeing John QT. They know that this
Okay,
is where
they gotta know it's gonna be C. Yeah. Oh no, it's not a great. Oh no.
A 2v3 advantage here to the side.
Called the
of
Viper ult
Sentinels.
too. They really wanted this round.
Immediately
Okay.
goes through. Frame trying to push forward with the lined up.
Oh no.
Managing to find the collide. John QT Zelsis both gonna
All
take
right,
it down. This
1v2.
fight never got planted. Now Narrate has to try to play himself into the site. Just 12 seconds remaining. Noise made.
Oh.
The spot out. The haunt cleared. The swing of the corner. The time is just not going to
Good
be
try.
there. Free.
All right.
We'll go ahead and
DRX
put him
pull that
down
round back. I'm
early.
kind of surprised. That was a crazy spray. I can't believe he got two in the Viper
We
ult.
got a nice little preview of Fruing an earlier round. Might have been the second or third round with the pistols coming through.
All
Basically,
right,
the
we'll
last
see.
member
We'll
alive.
see.
Gets a couple of kills in there. Thinking
Sentinel's
the
kind of in a
Skulls got
tough
some
spot
aim on
buy
him to
wise. Not really, actually. Oh,
take. And a rescue operation as well, considering
not a tech.
Bane maybe losing a little bit of patience.
Not
there.
a tech
Bane and
timeout,
Flicker both
please.
falling on site, allowing advantage back over towards Sentinels. After Sentinels were down 2 members themselves.
Just a regular timeout, right?
But no plant coming
Surely?
in.
Surely just a regular timeout?
And the classic to finish things off. Now the tack pause coming through from Sentinels after what was
Okay, just
a
the
round that
timeout.
started to turn
Whew.
around for Sentinels towards their victory. Slipped through the fingers barely.
I still like what I'm seeing out of Sentinels on this offense, though. I think
Send City, and we'll see.
I think that was a bit of a choke there. Like, but then again, like he just got the right spray. It's tough. Can't really see in that smoke, but you don't like to see the Viper all wasted. That's for sure. I think they really wanted that round.
It's always got to be a bit of a concern.
Yeah.
Mako has
I want to see this two-piece. I don't really. I couldn't even really tell what happened.
Very solid understanding of your game plan, your tendencies.
Oh, they just lined up.
and then
That's
use
so
those
unfortunate.
against you after a couple rounds of play.
Just through the Viper's pit as well, man. Freeing
Yeah.
the monster.
Tough scenes. Tough scenes.
4-round streak broken in there. As I said yesterday, Sentinels had 6. That should really put the pressure onto Sheila, and now BRX stem the bleeding early, recover the economy early as well.
Okay.
Once more aggression over on A.
Zakin invested in op here. Okay, one of them invested in op.
Lost it a couple times, won it a couple times, and this time will entirely push Sentinels out.
So,
Operator
I mean,
offensively for
Sentinel's
Zelsis
economy
as
is still
well, by
looking
the way.
pretty good. Like, if they can.
Big shift up now.
This is a big round for DRX. If DRX win this, Sentinel's economy is messed up. Okay.
John QT reading it well. Hanging back.
Oh, this guy's going to be a
anticipating
problem.
aggression.
Oh,
Question
this
is,
guy's going to be a
Sam, do they
problem.
Anticipate the judge, and it looks like, well, Bang certainly did not. Trying to TP forward. Wall goes up, locks out the
They
remaining
gonna fast
players.
rotate this?
So far, find ourselves here with this.
Kinda looks like
1-to-1.
it.
Celsius with the op in hand. Taps the door, peeking in towards upper here at the B site.
See where the spike goes as well. As a bit of a lean in coming through from Narrate, looking into
Okay.
Marco.
Mako might.
Prowler is going to get the information.
Okay, he knows he's there.
Both sides receiving that one a little bit.
Okay.
Force it back
Sentinels
away,
can still
clear
get
the
out
lawn.
though.
Mako just backpedaling steadily. Will get himself over onto the site safely.
Be a crunch towards B as well, possibly. They're not going to walk too far forward into Marco, respecting the possibility of...
Just waiting for someone to peek, man. DRX just isn't giving anything.
The operator's been disguised this entire time.
Oh.
Shot hasn't really rung out, so still an opportunity for them
Oh,
to try
man.
to catch DRX off guard. Is trying to play
Yeah,
anti-flash,
tough.
freeing, but
All
they're
right,
storming forward.
into
You can see
B.
eating that
They're gonna
flash
get pinched
themselves.
though. I don't know if they're not gonna read this guy here, right?
Suspicious about this poison orb. Sees the push down.
Oh
but
wow.
John QT just
Okay.
a little bit faster.
All right, 2v4.
Mako should have been advantaged. John comes away with
Good
a crossfire
trades.
angle. Second
1v3,
finds Bane.
probably just save, right?
That's
200,
now just Flicker
200
has to try to
credits.
clutch,
Yep.
but
Should be a
in all
save.
likelihood, we'll have to just go on the save.
Not a bad offense out of Sentinel so far.
At least they'll have the information that the operator was revealed there.
You don't want to get rid of this op though. You really don't. Okay, huge. Keep the op.
Flicker as well, sharp today.
Not great money for DRX here. Sentinel's starting to gain some.
Sentinels after that attack pause
Starting to get their savings account up a little bit.
A nice little B plant round. Just completely annihilating freeing in that.
I thought this was gonna be way worse. That was really smart of them that they like. I wonder what the call was to just send the Omen through, just to bait the TP.
Flash was going to be coming through, just gets caught off guard as they just absolutely flood out of the smoke. Thrifty attempt now here for the side of DRX, just a bulldog in the hands of Fring as he buys down the 1250. Do have the overdrive from Hyunmin.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of ults to work with on DRX. You'd think you'd wanna use them here.
Can do on the Sentinel side on that round number 2.
Thing you might be looking to do is
Might see a
give
neon,
up some space. They still want
aggressive
this
neon
level
ult
of control,
here.
but you can get
But Sentinels is.
into a position where they go for a B plant, C plant, something like that.
I think
Steal
Sentinels
guard,
knows it. They're just
overdrive
gonna
on top,
wait,
force
which
them
is
to the
really.
sidearms. There's an opportunity.
Look how careful Sentinels have to be here.
Yeah.
A little bit concerned that DRX are going to make a play happen.
Okay, you got info. I mean, you know they're on like half buys, so like
Pushing to Marco.
you might just want to
Just
swing
the
this guy.
classic. Sat here behind the rock, goes for the swing.
Yep, there we go. All right, first pick.
Second will take a little bit of damage, but Celsius quick on the trigger, finds it.
Oh no.
From the fade.
Which site do you hit now
Breaks
though?
open that
You wrap
site,
C
and that could just
fast?
be the quick pivot here for
Yeah.
Sentinels.
And this stage as well, DRX have to know.
See, this is what they're playing this really well. Like yesterday, they would let's say have this guy pick C, and they'd still be trying to hit A and like slow walking A. I really like that. It seems like their coaches were like, "Hey guys, you have numbers on site a lot, and like you aren't hitting it." We'll see how this opening gunfight though. There we go. Okay, should be free B.
Being now dead.
2v5.
Situation. Trying to go for the
I don't think you'll see the ult. Oh, hold on. He ulted. And he wasted it.
Seems like just the
All right.
state of things here for DRX and the majority of these rounds so far. Sentinels.
Yeah,
with
you
the
don't like
lockup
that if
6
you're
for the half.
DRX, that's for
I can
sure.
see a scenario as well where, you know, numbers are more even for DRX. Potentially even a 5v5. Okay, well, freeing, we've seen him play
Okay.
these rounds, okay.
Made it more expensive.
Not expecting him to 1 versus 5, but always
Made it
go
a
for the
lot
2
more
late.
expensive.
What I'm trying to get towards is overdrive,
You'll
steal
take
gun,
that.
remove the weapons from Sentinels.
Sentinels still just have so much cash though. I mean, DRX is in such a tough spot. They're just gonna have to keep buying, saving. Like Sentinels has now a few rounds to work with and also the economy to work with. So like even if they drop around, things go, you know, not their way, they can still just buy. Like they don't even have to think about it really.
To work with, but narrate another Nightfall online.
Still a lot of ults though to work with here. I don't really like that neon ult there. I'm kind of surprised.
Really lacking in that regard themselves.
Second
Flicker going
time.
to be forward on Mound.
Second time that Flicker's walked up on the mound side as well. Last time punished heavily by Narrate, although I don't think Flicker was considering that he could just die that quickly.
He's about to get a lot of attention, and he's just going to be strafing.
Yep, good first pick.
Right through.
Hit C.
Celsius
You got free
holding on to
C.
the operator, continuing to find value from it. C site now completely broken open. TP forward here
Okay.
from Bang. Goes ahead and ensures that, and the Nightfall will confirm
Ult
it.
comes in. Get the plant down fast.
now in
Yeah,
a very
this
rough
is
position.
good for Sentinels.
Mako still a world away. Just now starting to work his way across, but honestly, 4v5. Wouldn't be shocked if they end up calling for a save.
Really just getting a
Yeah.
lot of value on the early operator pick.
I don't
Celsius
know.
has had that in his hands for quite some time now, in several rounds.
Okay, ult comes
It's gonna
in.
be an all-in gambit here. Steel Garden gets sent, as well as that Nightfall.
They're just not really taking any. Yeah.
Yep, leaving Zekin, lurking forward here into the smoke. Couple shots flying through. There's
Oh
the
man.
reveal. He's able to find one.
Oh
Pushing
man.
Forward, shut down in second.
Good try.
Tears them asunder. 2 kills free.
Okay, hold on.
So very much,
all right.
has 1 HP.
1v3. That's it. All right, Sentinels. Sentinels are doing it.
Advantageous position at the half. Could potentially even get themselves a 9-3 scoreline now.
Beautiful from Zekin as well. Holding strong on site. Not everyone can afford to fall off. He'll take the brunt of the ultimates being used.
Yeah, Sentinels offense looking way better today. Way better. Miles better.
Wears up, but the rest of Sentinels clearly falling off over towards Mound. They're going to be able to come back on in. Start with that early operator. Reveal's going to give Zekin that initial kill, and then so long until DRX can really push in and make use of the ultimate expenditure. I mean, they really put a lot into that round.
And now it's going to be an outlaw in alongside the operator.
Got 2 snipes.
Double sniper setup.
Yeah, then DRX just broke.
Pit still available, but
should be a pretty convincing half for Sentinels. Tough for DRX, but I mean, some of their ult uses are.
Okay, well, smoke did come down over onto C.
Oh no, missed it. Damn, it's another miss on the ult though. You really want those Raze ults to connect. I mean, that's such a easy free pick. Like if you can spot someone, but
get that ult out of the way. Not
yeah.
have to worry about it for the rest of this.
Could have been scary as well because really it's a big
get the
rotation for
orbs.
DRX.
You almost have Viper ult.
Obviously rewarded given the fact
So I mean,
that
even if you do
in the
lose this
first one
round,
was
you should have
confirmed,
your
they
Viper ult
started
next.
higher push.
You would assume.
But had that been a fake, Sentinels had essentially the rest of the map open to them. As we slow things down, I start leaning over towards pillar side, and DRX are responding in kind as well.
Having popped the wall, they know that they have decent access odds into the B site. Looks like they're just going to go ahead. A 1-2-2 split for Sentinels as John QT will re-wrap.
That was an insane Prowler kill coming through from Bang over a mount as well, because that's just a nice every piece of information.
And the rate is able to
There we
find
go.
Mako, just lurking forward.
You got an A pick, they got it free,
It
but
might just be a B crunch now. Gunman goes over to Baby.
to find the shot. Okay, picks her in.
Recovered. Paint shell going to be flying at him. This Gunman is able to find another. Scales forward, looking for a little bit more. And
Okay. Oh, the ace!
Give him a gun, give him an ace.
Wow, huge ace out of him, man.
Sheriff, it just takes them all down.
Yeah, why not? Shut down
Wow.
the flank.
All right.
Open up things for DRX.
DRX got some cash to work with.
Clutch
You
up
got tech
coming on
pause?
through.
Not tech pause. I gotta stop saying that.
One
Timeout.
upgrade, then suddenly Human turns online. This guy, we've seen how sharp he's been so far overall, certainly at EWC, despite the losses. Now DRX can feel a lot more confident, although still trailing in this half so far. That one was required for DRX.
Now Sentinel's a little bit broke. You'll take that if you're DRX for sure. Invested in op though.
The first and last time as we go into the last round.
Trophy picked up from Zelsis' body as well, right? So
Enjoy that.
Well, he is lapping it up. Tasty is going to be Zekin first blooded.
And that's a lot of your entry power. Granted, Sen have been doing well without Zekin in several of their round wins. And a little bit of a rougher go here for the Sen duelist.
We'll see if Zelsis ends up dropping his own off. For Zekin's rifle as well. A lot of info and bullets being traded on this side of the map so far. Human is going to back off at least slightly.
Okay, you got info on that guy.
All right, cutting over towards that baby door.
Okay, big pick at a narrate. Freeing gets it. Okay, 3v3. You know where this guy's at? I don't like that peek. Oh no.
11 HP. Reinforcements on
Should
their
be free
way.
pick for him. There we go.
Celsius will be
Okay.
able to find the kill. Now storming forward. 34 seconds remaining. Could try to go over towards the C site, but just doesn't have the information on Flicker and Bane.
Yeah.
They can work together so well here. I mean, this might go all the way over towards C. There's just barely enough time, but Zel says, what kind of confidence does he have? He's going to plant for himself over towards C Link.
Should be. Oh, you hear one? Yeah, there we go. All right, DRX. Brought some rounds back.
Cover this half, considering how things had started, dropping that Thrifty in round number 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Run it back 5-7.
They drop a Thrifty, and then they say, we'll win one of our own off of our duelist star player, Human.
Yeah, that was a crazy
5-7.
ace. I mean, that was huge for
Not a bad
DRX.
recovery considering the 4 rounds in a row that Sen managed to get early on, completely shutting the door onto DRX. Ring was
It looks like for anybody who's interested in the KC match, KC's up 9-4 against Billy. So you'd assume KC's probably going to take that. It is an icebox, so could go either way. But
despite the losses, freeing he nearly
Excuse me, guys. Sorry.
really made Sentinels sweat a couple times, but obviously there was that one defuse round for Marco that was pretty tight as well, 0.45 on that defuse, kind of just staving off Sentinels from running away with too many rounds.
Yeah, that was a good,
bad half for either
it was a good
side.
response out of DRX. I mean, you're still not happy about that round count, probably. You don't want to,
John QT.
probably didn't want Sentinels chaining so many rounds together, but you're starting to pick them apart a little bit. It seemed like Sentinels, I think you'll notice on the minimap, like, they start slowing down, and then you can see that DRX just starts to kind of like pick them apart across the map.
Just go ahead and rewind back to some of the moments here from this first
And I think maybe Sentinels, you're seeing them fall back into their comfort, which is playing a bit slower and like, it's not good for them, but it's probably comfortable for them. And I think you see this in like almost every esport. Like, you'll see them do something for a while, but then they're not really comfortable with it. And let's say it goes wrong once, they kind of fall back onto what they're used to. And I feel like Sentinels is a much better team.
What you want to see if you're rooting for DRX here
Is a much better. What is going on? A much better team if they really get that aggression in. So we'll see. I don't know.
For DRX, Hyunmin was one of those players that people were saying like, okay, this guy.
We'll see how they do on
He is looking absolutely electric, and
on
then
and
he's kind
off.
of been surpassed by a couple different names. Cushy on
I know.
RRQ
We'll
after
see.
their placement there at the top of the stage. I mean, now you've got Levin as well, who's looking like he could very much be in contention for that. Patman on Paper Rex.
Well,
Hyunmin wants to remind everybody what he's capable of.
Sentinels and Zek in particular felt the wrath of Levin. BBL.
But we'll see how Sentinels does on defense. I don't know.
Sentinel, see if they can hold on to this 2-round lead as we swap the sides over. DRX saw at the top of the leaderboard there on the entire server, despite being 2 rounds down. It's freeing, top fragging.
He's got the Ghost. That's going to be one of his key weapons.
Sentinels need to win this pistol round, or it's going to be tough. Though, I mean, DRX should be tied back up if they win this.
Open here as well.
Yeah, I kind of like that out of
Single
Sentinels.
share to block through movement on the stairs side, nothing onto tree, but they are being rewarded right now. It's Marco testing the waters here.
This Bane, yeah, this Bane Nary fight's going to be
Going on an exploration.
huge.
And Bane a little
Okay.
bit of sleep. Might have been checking the minimap there. Does manage to safely.
Okay, you got damage in that guy. You got info.
Right, hit better shots than that. We've seen the right delete players, as Flicker well knows. Bane lucky to get out with his life.
I kind of like this leaving A open for
On the
Sentinels.
59. For now, looks like DRX looking to just try to wait out these smokes, but you still have Thorns, a snake
Look at
bite,
this, though.
waiting for you.
Flicker's gone exploring, and this is where that gap in the map may be revealed. However,
Oh no!
Ahead of it all, finding one,
Good try. All right, Sentinels get 2.
Thorns take down Mako. Have to suspect that the bite was there, yeah.
3v4.
In from John QT, and now the call to pivot across towards that A side is going to be coming through as Flicker.
Yeah, they're just gonna rotate. I mean, they got this Viper's just for free here.
yeah, well, they're about to discover that. This is what I'm talking about. The Flicker was exploring.
But it looks like Sentinels is reading it, so they'll at least meet Nary here to get the info. Now they're all rotating. They all know. Yeah. All right. I mean, they got an A site free.
Looking a little bit more bare free, waiting for time.
Gonna be a 4v3 retake.
Losing Marco here, no paranoia.
Got plenty of time to work with if you're Sentinels, but
Flicker, can we find that rookie aim once again coming through from drop? This would be insane.
okay, you know he's there. Oh no. Okay. Flicker gets 1 though. 2v3. He's weak already though. I mean,
Suffered he and Bane both
yeah,
low.
there it is.
Flicker
All right.
dead. Bane needing to do everything.
Got the info on Bane.
He's low, spots him out. The double wrap, just trying to spam through, finds the first, repositions. But
Nice. All right, Sentinels won the pistol. That's big for Sentinels.
1-to-1 in pistols.
Because you don't want DRX
end up helping each other.
chaining those 2 rounds together and then they're back. It's tied up. So this is huge for Sentinels.
Headshot and then really far away is Bane all the way in tree. Left on a bit of an island as he has to watch Flicker battle against it all. But this opening, yeah, I mean, losing Marco to the Razor. A little bit upsetting here, and just discovering a little bit too late in the round the compromised defense over on A. I mean,
Yeah, you'll take that if you're Sentinels. You'll take it all day.
Flicker a little bit more time to work it, and he suddenly discovers how free it is, and then you have a big rotation.
Just one Sheriff in hand, otherwise classics. This DRX would love to replicate some of the magic that Sentinels pulled off. Themselves a thrifty, but
Sentinels not leaving A open again.
going to be looking a bit slim
Bang's playing pretty aggressive. I feel like a lot of Omens play really aggressive on this spot. Maybe just because the TP's easy.
Presence is sees to grab there for a brief moment.
Bang also fired a shot as well, so now you have to start considering how many players are here for Sentinels.
Oh man.
Paranoia in hand, he's going to catch a lot.
Could absolutely destroy them with this paranoia.
I mean, that's...
Sends it, Prowler.
Oh no. Okay.
Pushing forward, looking for a little bit more.
3v3.
And in the end, it's going to be a couple weapons recovered.
Gonna hit a quick.
3v3. Second, however, arriving a lot
Okay,
faster than they
Zekken gets a pick though. 2v3. Looks like a retake again. Should be another Sentinels round, you would assume. Mako gets a stinger though.
Yeah, he didn't manage to pick up an upgrade. That's going to be a little bit upsetting here. Paranoia sees available, but Free just goes up rope. No help from Mako.
Well, you don't like that.
Mako. Look at try to clutch it out. One of the TP reposition, but there's a snake bite there.
Okay, all right. Sentinels pick it up. Huge bonus for Sentinels. Huge bonus. I mean, I got a little scary, but Sentinel boosting their lead a little bit. We'll see. I mean, you're not too happy about this if you're DRX, because this is DRX's map pick. So I mean,
unfortunately not able to trade off each other despite Marco's best efforts.
I don't know. You don't want to lose your map pick, man. You really don't.
With a couple different ideas. Looks like Zekken's going to be landing on that stinger after all. Had the Bucky hovered for a bit, which from the defending side, WB found mostly in the hands of Forsaken playing outside of A.
But here we go. Chance for DRX. They got full weapons. Oh no. There it is. Okay. Okay. Should be rounded for DRX.
Ends up 6 feet under.
Let's see if they can.
John can do here.
Prowler will spot
yeah, it's tough.
Key information is Bane.
Good try. All right, all to Zelsis with the stinger.
Plant the now come through. Zelsis. It's all about trying to see if he can do some damage. Shunman and Bane, both players at risk. Any kills, any weapons left on the floor is going to be valuable here for Sentinels.
Wonder if this is just going to be an exit play here as well.
Just gonna wait.
He's revealed his position.
Yeah. It's gonna play exits. I mean, they'll exit the other side of the map now that they know where you are, so you're probably not gonna get any free guns. But
die to spike, drop his stinger, call it a day, collect your 6, move on. Plant from Freeing, by the way, does activate his Nightfall for next round.
okay, got some ults to work with.
Critical one as we go into the first buy of the second half. DRX gonna be 3 rounds away. I'm trying to tie things up.
But yeah, there you go.
Again, getting that momentum going, the gears turning. From that defending side, Zelsis, a cheeky little play. Freeing certainly didn't anticipate that.
He actually upgraded, so he shot on the stinger, and then you have DRX like, okay, he's got a stinger. We'll get out of stinger range. That's fine. He upgrades onto his teammate's bulldog.
Buy versus buy now. You made that round a little bit more expensive than it needed to be for DRX.
That was pretty nice.
You can't let DRX start chaining now, or it gets real scary. Because
16-14 for Freeing Nightfall.
Economy for DRX is a little bit better than Sentinels. I mean, it's still costly for whoever loses this round, but a lot more costly for Sentinels, I think. Because you got no cash. No cash at all.
It's going to be Phantom and Light, and well, he'll choose the Phantom.
It's like fast lane, a little bit of a delayed push, but Haunt can't get cleared, so Mako does get noted back row.
Yeah, Neri's just going to back off, get a lot of info there.
Now the Viper will try to scale off.
One way the Omen, yep.
Forward past John QT.
I mean, Sentinel's doing a good job at slowing them down. They're just not winning their opening duels that much, it seems.
Look at the rotations already, Sentinels. They'll play off the share on C. Elsis is going to recollect his positioning and anchor there.
He's going to ult out. That's going to hit. Oh, there it is. Zekken gets killed.
Shots, apparently. Flicker just finds him over at stairs. Bang, still holding close.
Huge,
right there,
okay. 4v4. They're just going to fast trap B. Yeah, this guy's going to be completely alone. Oh, okay, got one. Still big, 3v3. Got your trades in. Plant down. Got no ults to retake this if you're Sentinels.
Waiting to see what else can happen here. John QT on a flank. Bang coming in. He's good.
Big kill from Bang. But
no
one's really close to side.
Low on HP, but Bane can only collect the one.
Okay, 2v1. I mean, you got info on where he's at. Maybe just tap bomb.
Push coming through.
There it is. All right, Sentinels get the round.
With another 3K, Sen with another round win, they get up to double digits.
Okay,
shutting things down. Over
Big round for
towards A.
Sentinels. Still really
Trying to walk
costly.
through
I mean, your money's still
DRX unable to get it done. Even the
meh.
single kill.
DRX still has definitely more cash to work with.
DRX's numbers not working.
Looks like Zelsis, Zekin. Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to half buy pretty much. Got some Bulldogs.
Walked in there, light armors.
You'll take that, though, if you're Sentinels. I mean, DRX going to have to save now, pretty much.
At this point where you have to be wondering, when is that second timeout call going to be coming through? Sentinels, even with the...
You just can't let Flicker do something crazy here. Yeah, KC up a map, by the way. Won that icebox pretty convincingly.
Flicker can get something done here. Plenty of light armor still available. Zelsis has his own in hand.
Just can't hit the shot. Got a lot of info, though. You know they're going C.
Bang at the same time, though.
Okay, Bang gets a kill.
This Viper that was trying to get into a flank position.
Oh my god!
Okay, will get outdone. Yeah, Stinger to find him.
Now John with a lot to do
What
here.
the f?
Has to hold on. A little bit of support from Zekin from behind.
Okay. Yeah.
Pivots back in to find the kill on
You know, oh, there you go. 3-piece. Give him the 4. Nice. Yeah. I mean,
and Sentinels now up to
yeah, if you're DRX, you probably want to make that a little bit more costly for Sentinels. But,
right now. 11 on board for Sentinels. They want to clean
you
this
know,
one up. The map choice.
that was a nice shot through the smoke, though.
John Cutie, my goodness. This nice little 4-piece coming through. DRX wanted Lotus. Sentinels say, not going to be your map.
And there's still no timeout call here for DRX.
Okay.
Hitting 7 in a row. Don't want to avoid any kind of overtime.
Yeah, 7 in a row.
Back over towards A.
Not great.
DRX has been favoring this side plenty of times now. Sentinels will keep it light for now. No share this time on C. It's going to be the Viper's pit to hold it down. That's going to allow Zelsis to rotate off. The Sentinels are so prepared. Zekin on stairs. And the rest of Sentinels.
That's just
very important round for DRX because they're
from Zekin on the peak.
dead broke. You got some info here, though.
The rate just a hair off being able to find these spams through the smokes. Paranoia now going to be sent onto the B site. Zelsis.
Zelsis should get the info. Everyone should
the relay bolt will basically force
collapse.
the decision. Thorn's now going to be popped.
Yep, Zelsis goes down.
Able to find him once again.
All right, that's a plant. Still got this Omen lurking, though.
See if he can intercept anybody exiting from the A site. Pit now going to go down for DRX. Nightfall available for him. Narrate could send it.
There you go. All right, Boombot kill. 4v4. Ult's coming in. It's a good poison there. I just don't think you have time for this, right? If you're Sentinels.
Showstopper lobbed in. Kill not found. Bang. Getting ever closer.
Yeah.
Kenman watching the angle. Does manage to shove them back.
Should be just a save, you'd think, for Sentinels here. I mean, you just don't have time.
They have the money to buy up for the next round. No real reason to not try to play it out.
Okay. Nary getting some exits, make it more costly for him.
Everybody gonna go their separate ways away from this spike. Narrate looks for a little bit more value, and we'll be able to find it. Flicker gonna be taken down, so still some damage dealt, but DRX.
Yeah, I mean,
up to 7.
Was really coming through from that
both teams will take that, I think, right? Like, not the worst round for Sentinels, not the best round, not the worst round or best round for DRX. I mean,
DRX still has plenty of members alive. Sentinels are thinking we got a good buffer of rounds here. We'll protect the economy.
You're probably happy with that one.
More round, but they are just 2 away here. Sentinels, despite losing that one, still looking like they're in the driver's seat overall this half so far. 4-2 in terms of the rounds.
Back to it.
And DRX, smooth moves. A crunching onto B, solo kill to Zelsis. Viper's Pit for the plant. Removing the threat of the Viper's Pit that was placed on C from John.
Okay, let's see what happens here.
Slowing down now, grinding to a halt. Double stack on that C entry. The second, watching, checking. There's a scale forward here at B, but pulls off the angle right as Bane fills that space.
Okay, got some info on the guy mid now.
I'm going to back out now. Showing a bit of presence over towards C already. Sentinels decently far forward on Rubble this time around. Bangs played the spot multiple times. Spike's uncommitted.
Yeah, this could go bad for DRX here. I don't think they're going to expect.
Paranoia at the ready. Does get sent out. Quick tuck back as the haunt gets cleared. It's going to be a re-push up now.
They still got to work past the share.
Slow C.
The wall is there, Thorn's there, Flash as well.
Yeah, you got
I mean, that one smoke really just tells you what's happening.
plenty of stuff to work with here. TP's out. Oh man, that's tough. All right, Zealous is down to 5 HP, but
Steel Garden at the ready.
oh no.
Will send it. His paint shell going to be lobbed up over the top. Mako going to be eating a bit of damage there. Tries to back away, but
Huge kill for John QT. Okay, trades in.
Primary still going to be jammed right. Finding one flicker, trading back another.
There we go. All right.
That is just going to be the dust settling. I think a lot faster than Sentinels might have even
Round goes to Sentinels. There we go.
They get the defuse, and now they're up to map point.
There we go. Map point. Sentinels about to take map 1. Oh, it looks like there's a crowd at on the main stage today. That's cool. I guess open to public now.
Sentinels using that time to regroup. To be able to
Yeah,
go for that push.
I was gonna say I don't know when that timeout was gonna come in, but you'd think it'd be now.
Time for Termi to get in and save this 5 rounds to bring it to OT, and that's a lot to chew into.
Yeah, I mean you guys are broke too, man.
It feels like this is a round too far past. Try to recover this one. I mean, you have some money, some buys. There will be some rifles, as well as an overdrive available.
I mean, you're just in such a tough spot if you're DRX.
Pull off an effective thrifty. To then run back.
Well, while we're on this timeout, if anybody's new, don't forget to like and subscribe because we're gonna be watching all of EWC Valorant, whole thing,
red hot on the server.
the whole thing.
To continue the trend of nothing but 2 zeros.
Just haven't been able to get a lot done on C. I feel like it's typically always been a
Oh yeah, just waiting for this tactical. I gotta stop saying that. Tactical pause. Tactical timeout.
Last round, advanced move up from bank.
See how they do.
I believe.
See if they can string. I mean, they need 5 rounds. They're on tough buy right now.
Been somewhat successful.
Well,
and he's got an Odin out.
Going into your map point round.
Hate to see that.
Bringing out the Odin. That's something that we've been seeing. And curious enough.
See the Brock cosplay come out on this map.
Edmund holding on to the Vandal. I thought for sure that this would be a pass over onto Freeing, who at the moment is still their top fragger. Some damage eaten here from Hyunmin. Does manage to scale forward. He gets second tucked away though here in the corner. By stairs. Thorn's gonna be thrown down. Paranoid.
Yeah.
Nearly lined up. Narrate doing so much damage.
There we go.
Holds the back angle.
Oh, and that's it. All right. That's it. Sentinels takes first map of the series. If you're a Sentinels fan, you like that a lot. You really like that. Yeah, I liked what I saw out of Sentinels there. I really liked what I saw out of Sentinels there. I think you notice a lot, like, their retakes were pretty good. Again, like, it wasn't perfect, but a lot better than I saw yesterday and the day before. Their attacking side was far better today. Again, I think they're playing off that aggression a little bit more, and I like to see that because I feel like Sentinels, the past 2 days, what I've noticed on their offense is like they'll get a pick, but they're just really slow to attacking. And it seems like today they get a pick, they're in the site, ready to go. They're capitalizing on their picks a lot better today. DRX pretty disappointing. Yeah, but I mean also, man, I don't know. Sentinels played that really well. I think DRX had some weird ults. They seemed a little disjointed on, like, I think it was Hyunmin. He kind of just popped his Neon ult in like a 2v4. And you're like, wouldn't you have preferred that for an opening duel? So, I don't know. I feel like DRX didn't really utilize their ults as well as they could have. I think on their offense, they looked really scattered and kind of scared. Like, but I mean, again, Sentinels played it really well. They weren't really giving them any opening picks, you know? So it becomes really tough when you don't have anything to go off of, right? You know? Like, if you're DRX there and you're on offense, Sentinels gave you nothing. Except for the last couple rounds where they kind of messed up and then maybe they got a little bit more confident, maybe overpeaked some things. But, yeah, not what you want to see out of DRX, especially on their map pick. But, yeah, I don't know. Butao, are you a DRX fan?
Through from DRX side, where 2 alive or 3 alive, and they're just unable to work together to really, you know, swing off each other and trade effectively. And so
yeah, it's tough, man.
Slowly just down numbers-wise.
I think you want to see more
just memory goes back to seeing
alt
Flicker
usage
find
out of
himself
DRX
on that
there.
top
I think
side.
there was just some, like here, like they're not swinging together. It just seemed like they're a bit disjointed, but it's first map of the day. I mean, maybe they'll play the Sunset a little better. But if you are DRX, you probably really wanted to win that because that was your map pick. You'd assume if it's your map pick, you're comfortable on that map and you're happy to play that map. But
as usual, I mean, DRX,
yeah, not great. Not really. Just don't want to see Sen win. Fair enough. Fair enough.
They love just keeping things stock
now, I will say,
playing things by the numbers, and
I don't think Sentinels will get past. I don't know. They play BBL again probably if they win this.
How are you utilizing this?
Yeah,
Is this
I mean,
a testing ground for Flicker before you really field him as the starting 5 member ahead of stage 2?
I mean, look at the KDs even. They were just getting outslayed. It just wasn't working. Just wasn't working for him today.
You end up going out in this position, taking home the 15K. I don't think you're going to be that bothered. If you think that this roster, as is,
too little, too late, as they say.
Start to have some concerns.
Too little,
Clearly, there's
too
a
late.
lot more work that is needed.
That's fine. Just roll out the conveyor belt. Who's the next Korean teenager we got with, the developing a couple
go through the academy a little bit more.
But
right now, at this event, with what
yep,
they have
looks
to
like
work through,
KC's hopping into map 2. KC took map 1 pretty convincingly. I think that one will probably be a bit of a blowout, it seems, unfortunately.
Them some problems, and Sentinels, you'd imagine, will be as clean of a team as you'd want. Very well structured. BBL probably going to be a bit more aggressive, a little bit more scrappy, and in the hands of Levin, just kind of tearing apart your team. Yeah, I mean, just beautiful team play coming through from Sentinels all around. Everyone contributed. And where you did see
yeah, I mean, looking good if you're a Sentinels fan. Looking very good.
He got were just at the end of rounds when he probably couldn't really win the rounds anyway. It's like, oh, this is really cool. His mechanics are sharp. He's going to get a couple kills here, but yeah, okay, it's a 1v5. He'll get a couple kills to make it look good, but those aren't really winnable rounds. So yeah, he was able to do a little bit of stuff there. Slow one from
good. I mean, good gameplay out of Sentinels though. I mean, they gave him nothing on offense, and then they played super. Or sorry, they gave him nothing on defense. Played super aggressive offense. Started playing off those picks a little bit better. I like what I'm seeing out of Sentinels. I think they probably looked at their past couple days and were like, hey, you know, what is going on?
And that's not what you cannot have that from your Vice. You need them to have presence. You need them to be staying alive. You need them to be offering up that util.
I want to see Devi. I want to see Devi on the Vice levels of performance. That guy has been.
Looks like KC is. I'm not gonna lie. It looks like KC is slamming Billy.
DRX on their map pick. Rocked on Lotus by
just slamming.
Now one game away from getting eliminated here from EWC, and Sentinels moving on.
But
Let's move on to Sunset after the break and see what ends up happening.
We got a Sunset coming up. I'm gonna take a bathroom break real quick. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna watch map 2 as soon as it starts, and then we're gonna hit the Gen G game after this. I'm excited for the Gen G EDG game. I think that match will be really interesting because Gen G kind of lost by like, I went like double OT I think when they played Fnatic. So I'm curious to see. And EDG, I mean, they still played 100 Thieves really close, right? Like, even though they ended up eliminating 100 Thieves, it wasn't like a crazy blowout. It still was pretty good. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. And then we'll get back into this EWC action. Yeah. Be right back. Let me... Why is Steam open? I just don't understand why Steam would ever open. Steam just opens sometimes. It's very annoying. My GOAT Concon dropping 90 for real? Yeah, I mean, he's so good. He's genuinely, like, I love watching Concon. He's honestly such a fun player to watch. I love players like that just can, like, take over a game out of nowhere, you know? But anyway, 2-minute break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, maybe grab another coffee, you know what I'm saying? Get some energy up, and then we'll finish out this Sentinel series. It might be a 2-0 Sentinels, I'm not gonna lie. I hope it's not, but kind of seems like it is. But yeah, I'll be right back. All right. I am back. I am back. How's everybody doing today? Anybody who's in here? Guys are ready for some EWC? Where are you guys watching, by the way, from? You guys NA? I'm assuming a lot of the viewers will be not NA, right? Because it's like... Oh god, what time is it? And it's super early, right? Yeah, it's like 3 a.m. West Coast time. So I'm assuming most of you are from either GCC or like Asia, right? I'm gonna take a wild guess. But yeah. Gonna be a good day, good matches. A lot of good matches today. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like NA, that's the only bad thing about the World Cup, I think. Because, I mean, a lot of viewers are NA, right? But, man, I don't know if I'd even wake up at, like, 4 in the morning. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I had to wake up at 3 in the morning to watch Sentinels play, I don't know, you know? I might just watch the highlights the next day.
DRX on the ropes here in the Group B decider of the Esports World Cup 2025.
Here we go.
The Valorant group stage. And
DRX facing elimination.
So well for DRX.
It's not looking great for him. You got Sentinels map pick coming up, Sunset.
At this point,
I don't know, man.
Some of the numbers from some of the individuals there.
I don't know,
it's the first time
man.
in a while I've seen the DRX individuals look quite shaky in a series.
Yeah, this was a very soft start, and it's on their map pick, so that's going to be even more brutal. And now they have to play Sentinels, who've elected to go
It's not looking
Sunset.
great.
A map that DRX didn't do particularly well on the last time that they played it, so this is going to certainly be a bit concerning. It's a big concerning day overall for Pacific Enjoyers because every team other than Paper X is up against the ropes.
Yeah, Sentinels look good today. You know, yesterday maybe a little bit shaky versus Shilai Gaming, but this was also the map that Sentinels lost to XLG, and XLG started to really come back in, find their groove, Happy Way popping off, alongside Viva and Havoya, and really even on that third map of Haven, which we are having on board here. Question will be if we're going to get there or not.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we'll see. I don't know. It sure does seem like DRX are probably going to get eliminated here, but
need to start to see if Sentinels can make sure they can have that.
We'll see what happens. You never know. It's the Esports World Cup. Crazy stuff happens. It does look like KC is probably going to win their match, so
I totally
there's
agree.
that.
They look like a completely different team. This looks like the Sentinels that you should be very, very worried about, and the Sentinels that, especially seeing that G2 were coming into this event with a stand-in, I believe we're going to be the best NA team at this event, Kev, although NRG is starting to throw their hat in the ring there.
Yeah, and so Sentinels right now, they're one map away from joining NRG in that top fight. There will be 2 NA teams, of course, with 100 Thieves and G2 already falling, but if this is the level of Sentinels we're currently getting and they move on with this with more consistency and maybe even look better going into playoffs, then I think NA fans will have a lot to be happy with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for DRX, though, a team that we're very familiar with, Seth, what do we need to see, particularly here on Sunset? I mean, this is a worrying map to be going towards, especially given how Lotus went for them, but what do we need to see from them?
I think we need to be seeing just some clear communication from DRX as well as clear understanding of what Sentinels is trying to do, because there was the rounds that we saw that were clean from DRX, they had a very strong understanding of what Sentinels was going to try to do, and they were able to counteract that beautifully.
Yeah.
But it was few and far in between when those rounds were coming to the surface. And it was just a lot of curveballs, a lot of minor changes that Sentinels are making as far as their movement around the map, where they're playing, that stack, that heavy stack that they had on C site, immovable. DRX
Yeah.
saying like, okay,
It was
we've done
so
all of this on
hard.
the A side, surely
I
we
mean,
made
Sentinels
it.
wasn't giving them
No,
anything.
Sentinels had a very firm understanding. They're playing in ways that DRX was not ready for.
Yeah.
So DRX needs to have a much better read. They need to be looking, 3 steps ahead rather than just the one.
Yeah, that's what we're used to seeing from DRX. I mean, I think about that A rubble control on Lotus where they got 2 scans and were able to basically come away with a 2-man advantage very early on. Those are the kind of tactical excellence rounds that you want to see from DRX that are very well prepped by their excellent coaching staff as well.
Yeah,
Usually
just,
it's the individual players
DRX
that
just
are
seemed
icing
super
on the cake
disjointed.
for that, but unfortunately, more of them were needed than should really be necessary from a team like DRX, Kev, when some of the individuals go missing.
Yeah, and Seth, you were saying as well you would like to see Terming and maybe the coaching staff pull through with early attack to timeouts, be able to talk to the team, just going to round 12 when it's already map point. It's like, okay, guys, here we got to win 5. Let me lay out the gameplay for 5 rounds in a row, guys, and that's a little bit too hard.
You just can't be down like 5 and hope that it works. You know what I mean?
From Flicker, given how sharp he was in the opening couple of days. Obviously, still a rookie. Obviously, first-time international, first-time Tier 1 team as well.
Yeah.
So maybe some nerves starting to settle in. But he is on a roll that he did play in that opening day. He looked pretty comfortable on it. He looked very good on that. Maybe moving over to Sunset, resetting the brain a little bit, coming in fresh will help him a lot.
I think for Sunset, though, like it is a breach comp coming out of Sentinels. I don't think they're going to change things up. They're one of these teams that is very stable with their comps and they don't really adjust too much. They rather prefer to adjust smaller things inside of the game itself and have their own read and prep. But it's going to be somewhat of a similar style. You're talking about this Fade style where you're following the Prowlers. You do have the Neon on the entry instead, and the Breach is going to give you a little bit more trap power, especially around the Cypher cams. So stylistically, it's going to be a little bit different around those agents on Sunset, but Sentinels is always that team that is quite happy to read the game and let it come to them and adjust on the fly, Kev.
And they may have to be going into this double Senti look coming through on the DRX side as well. They played Sunset versus BBL as we saw in this stream.
True.
It was the deadlock coming through from Freeing, Flicker on that Sova, and also, of course, Bang coming through on the Cypher. And attacking side was actually surprisingly very good for DRX.
Oh yeah, here we go. We'll see if DRX can hang on or if this will be it for him. A part of me, unfortunately, wants to say I think DRX is probably out here, but
DRX go through so many different iterations of playing double duelist to double.
you never know.
Now we're seeing a lot more double Senti from them at the moment.
We are, but it's not in the way that you would expect. You're reading off who's playing what there. I would always say, okay, Bane
is that the Dota stream behind them screaming?
It's going to be Freeing who plays the Cypher. That's way more in tune with their usual role.
That's what he did in China.
So flicking.
Dude, I feel like Zekin just looks scared all the time.
It's like when we saw
I feel like this guy just always looks scared.
Changed roles on RRQ last year, and we were scratching our heads saying, well, why? Because they're both so good at those. Why would they change now?
Yeah.
So it's a very odd situation to see for DRX. I'm curious if that's going to continue here or if they just make that pivot back, because I think that's something that you could very easily read.
Okay, here we go.
We'll answer some of those questions.
Let's see, can Sentinels win a pistol round?
Here on Sunset, take it away, Achilleos and Avril.
Let's see.
We shall.
Here we go, straight into it. I love that there's no delays today. I really love it. There we go, first pick, 2. All right, Zekin heating up.
Had a bit of a rocky start there. Did
Oh.
Zekin on the previous map this time.
There we go. All right.
Very quickly as Mako similarly will get
Looks
taken
like a
down.
pretty convincing pistol round already.
Is an absolute Greek tragedy for DRX thus far.
Zekin says, you don't want to run double Sentinels. There's no problem for me. I'm going to slide on in, absolutely out-frag you every day of the week. And now DRX down to just the last 2 as Flicker shows up on his 3rd roll of the tournament so far. And he's not going to have too much to say in this particular round.
And that's it. All right, pistol round goes to Sentinels.
Now it's been Yoru for Flicker. See if he can deliver, because previously when we saw DRX on this map versus
Sorry if you're a
human, still played
a
quite
DRX
well.
fan.
That was a 12-14, went to OT. BBL got those 2 OT rounds and cleaned things up, but a close enough map that would give you the confidence to say, hey, DRX can certainly play here, but they are using a different comp to what they showed yesterday.
Yeah, very different, and always have to scratch your head and wonder, okay, how much practice do they really have on this when you're making a quick pivot like that? Oftentimes, there's no real in-between. It either works a treat or it absolutely crumbles. Either way, a bit of a slower pace now.
Some full buys from Zelsus. And that's a lot. Narrate. That's Zekin. Sorry, showing narrate. The cams are messed up. Well, 2v4. This is what I mean. This is what I was talking about, man. If Sentinels can play aggressive like this, it's just over.
And absolutely tearing them to bits.
Yep. Once more, Zekin early on for a decent amount here.
That's it. Yep. All right. Sentinels with 2 quick rounds off the bat.
just to show how much early presence he's had so far.
You don't like to see that if you're a DRX fan, but got some full buys coming in now.
No weaponry, only classics available. You can only do
Yeah,
so much.
I mean,
Human at least having
you
that
can't
share
let this. You know, it's interesting because I feel like Zekin yesterday was a lot less prominent. Like he seemed to kind of struggle, especially with the neon on this map.
They are looking clean in our opening.
But
Lotus, carrying that through strong as DRX, still changing things. Or
we'll see.
things around.
I mean, you can't let Zekin just kind of run up. Yeah, I mean Zekin's just gonna be
apart so very quickly. No real
I mean, not even. Yeah.
Another
Another 2v4. Oh man, Sentinels is really.
Looks like DRX, they're still rotating.
I think you're gonna see a timeout here soon from DRX.
Same 3 rounds, 3 in a row. This has almost been the exact same situation.
I'm watching
Zekin will
I'm surprised they're not setting up. They do have Cypher traps here. What's going on here?
DRX is a complete nightmare at the moment.
No, they don't have any Cypher traps here.
To come in late and you're calling the save. I think that might end up being the case.
Yeah.
But Bane is
snuck forward.
Okay. Fast trade though. Yeah, just save your gun, man. I feel like if Sentinels went here,
surely he'll be out of here.
if they went A twice, right? Why wouldn't you set up your Cypher on A? Do you know what I mean? Am I crazy?
And this is just an absolutely brutal beginning of Sen.
I feel like
bonus conversion.
Well, GG's. I mean,
he'll accept Father Time says
it's not looking great. It's not looking great, but I don't understand the
Sentinels.
I don't know. Why not? Why not?
Didn't mind the double Sentinel look.
I don't get it. Like, okay, you know Zekin has went A 2 times, done the same thing essentially twice. Why not have a Cypher there or put some Cypher traps up on A to try to stop that? Because I mean, look, now they're gonna stack A, but I think Sentinels is gonna read that, and at least they'll have a Cypher here to stop. But I would have liked to see a Cypher play on A there. Like I don't fully understand why you'd keep your Cypher on B. I mean, it might work out this round, but you're already down 3 rounds. Like, it's not great for you. I don't know. That's a weird call for me, in my opinion.
Sen are very well aware that this is a heavy stack on that A side of the map.
Yeah, I think Sentinel's just gonna aggro this. Wait for this Cypher to hit something.
Looking pretty damn good.
Heard the Yoru TP.
Spike uncommitted. Testing the
A little bit slower for Sentinels. Not great. Not great. And you know he's stuck in there.
To do anything there with that Stinger. Bane now going to be out of the open as the cages. So go ahead, pops another to obfuscate. That's going to be out of the open.
Yep.
It's just a firing squad here. Available 2 Sentinels.
Okay, huge 2-piece, but again, I mean, still 3v2. Other guys are pretty much nowhere to be found. I do think Sentinel's going to slow down a little bit, though.
Sees a play there.
They got info.
Yep. To find the headshot, we'll be able to do so. 4-0 start for Sentinels. And even with the kills coming through, it's
not great.
Nothing more.
Not great. I gotta be honest here. Not great out of DRX.
Opening play, just paranoia down.
Got some guns to work with now, though. I mean, Zekin's already got ult. Breach already has ult. I think they hit A, just ult the shit out of it.
Things down, open kill from Zekin once more. Overwhelming towards B. This is looking like maybe early movements on both sides. Paranoia should be ready to go for Marco, and he's setting up for it.
Yeah, I think you get a crazy ult here. I mean, there's just so much. Yeah. Zekin popped ult.
Yeah, just sending up the overdrive. Ready to storm forward, take some space.
Okay, I mean, you waste the ult at least, but again, it's a 3v4. Like,
again, the trades are there.
Cypher and Yoru are B. You got basically Omen only on site.
In conjunction with one another.
Although I think Sentinels might wait too long here.
Or rather, Marco wasn't part of that play outside of throwing smoke and paranoia.
Ult's about to come through, though.
But because things have slowed down a little bit, Bane has moved back over towards mid. Marco, good shot.
3v3. Oh, they bought an op?
Takes him down.
Oh, no. Oh, no. And you waste the op, too, man. 5-0 for Sentinels, man. Tough. Not great. You're not liking this.
A has just been a complete washout.
Again, they're still sending Cypher B. Like,
on that side of the map, but just a slowdown from Sentinels.
you gotta have a Cypher there to slow down Zekken, man. Slow down this fast push, because Zekken is just gonna slide in, get a first pick every time. Like, he's got a snipe today or this round.
The moment is, when does it stop?
You need to slow them down though.
Can Sen just continue with this dominance? Spat on the second, identify the outlaw.
Flicker coming back. It's still an A hit though. They still have breach ult. Oh no, they use breach ult. Never mind. Okay. Sentinels has no ult to work with. DRX has 3. Arguably only one that's like super useful in terms of actually killing somebody.
Previous map, Prowler instantly spots Marco, forcing him back.
Sentinel's a little more spread out now, not as aggressive, but I just think
some plays earlier on, but hasn't been the case. Working top mid now. First up, here we go. Zekken.
Bring it risk.
Might catch a timing on.
Yeah, there it is.
Say, catch a timing on for Ian.
Oh, okay. Got the ult out.
Flicker, however, going to be taken down off screen. Overdrive, finding one.
Okay, he got 2 with it, but again, you're down in numbers. You got pistols. Like, you got a Sheriff and a Stinger. You might be able to catch one here. Oh! Yeah. Up to Mako. You're probably going to have a save here.
Can't get towards a weapon, but because Bane at least goes 1-to-1, you called him.
Yeah, they got info now. This should be another round for Sentinels.
1 versus 2 position revealed is a little bit harsh. As to play up against Haunt and Season, Narrate has got available, so good.
You save it.
On board for Sentinels.
Sees the one, but has no idea about Zelsa's position. Is he playing off the cam? Is he playing in a disconnected spot? Sees the door shut. But it could be backside.
Yeah, I just don't think he's going to read both of them being here, to be honest.
Sets up the smoke. Another one bloomed. Sees, finding the grab. Decay in play. Look at the spam amount. There's the haunt. There's the kill.
All right. 6-0 for Sentinels. Kind of a slammage, I'm not going to lie to you. Not great.
So far, absolutely dominant in this
Not
game.
great. Let me see what this Billy game's doing.
Still had a decent amount of util towards the end. Obviously, Haunt coming
BLG.
back online. Human did his best as so far he's been the one player
It would appear
get a little bit of work done, but
that KC is still
just means it's too difficult for Marco
kind
to
of
win
frying,
another
I think, is what I'm seeing
kind
here.
of ninja diffuse situation. Although to be fair, on Lotus he actually got those 2 kills and then still
KC definitely up quite a bit. So man, two blowouts.
Even
It seems.
If he had won that round, we'll say okay, this is good for DRX, but it was still so
Yeah,
shaky to get.
I was gonna say when's this pause coming out, because
defuse under the most strict conditions.
gotta slow Sentinels down somehow, man.
DRX, man, if this is the way they fall out of the tournament, not a good look in terms of no maps won against BBL, no maps won against Sentinels.
Yeah, be tough.
Yeah, it's just been
not over yet though.
And obviously, I mean, the tournament itself, cutthroat in the setup, coming in, having to pretty much just dive straight into play, into international competition. And at some points, against teams that you have never competed against players that you are not going to be familiar with when it comes down to playing against them in the lobby.
That being said, though, Sentinels is one of the teams that has the most tape out there. So when you're on the DRX side of things, you play them internationally before, that history is there.
Sometimes the tape is just not enough. I mean, people tell you, watching Paper X,
it's hard to imagine DRX can come back from this one. I mean,
a very different situation.
it looks like okay. They have a Cypher. No, it's actually okay. There we go. DRX. Fast round out of DRX. I like that. Stack A. You know they're going A. They're just gonna keep hitting A. They won there like 5 times.
That's what DRX wanted to do, but Sentinel slowed things down. They shifted over to other parts of the map. Eventually ended B.
Still, I mean, pretty much even economy now, except for John QT and Zelsis, but relatively same economy now. This could get. I think DRX could start chaining some rounds here if they win this one, but.
See if they can string together some rounds to salvage this half, because you know Sentinels with sticks locked in. This is already going to be
it's just such a high lead already.
Can't really imagine DRX picking up 5 in a row. So for DRX, finishing 4-8 would be pretty damn good at this stage.
Sentinels looking pretty good here. I like this setup out of them. Get the mid control, wait for a pick, hit whatever site. That seems to be Sentinels. Sentinels game plan.
Possible. It's not outside of the realm of possibility, but it will be incredibly difficult as Cam does get spotted and cleared.
no ults to work with except for the Omen, so maybe they'll use that for some info. I mean, they definitely have the rounds to work with.
Drone does get cleared before Zekin's position gets noted.
I don't think Bang was seen either. He was hiding behind terrain.
Zekin creeping forward. Flash gonna be set. Full connection.
Oh no!
Down mid. Cleans up a kill on the Flicker. Huntersphere now gonna be going across Bane, able to find Zekin, looking for another little
Okay, I mean, they at least got Zekin trade in.
Now gonna be in plays. They're just dumping the ultimates.
Dink. Okay, 3v4, 3v3, trades coming in. Still got this Cypher on site though. Plants down. Oh no. Reload. Oh, huge 3-piece. Wow. Huge 3-piece for them.
That was looking like it was going to end up being in a 1v1, but Freeing gets it done.
Yeah, there he is.
Okay.
We saw these moments on Lotus, but there were too late in rounds, unwinnable situations.
Sentinels pretty much their
couple of kills on a 1v5, but now the
gonna be a rough economy if they lose this one. I could, okay, DRX could turn this around. It's still possible. It's not, you know, once you start chaining some of these rounds together, you get some momentum, you start slowing down Sentinels. Got a Yoru ult to work with, but Sentinels has Narrate's ult, so they could probably clear a site. It looks like a heavy B hit this time.
Neural theft being in played as well from Bane, a team effort from DRX.
See, I think you're seeing Sentinels slow down a little bit, which is, again, it's kind of like...
Potentially has this to try to hide behind, but okay.
Yeah.
Shot goes wide, Zelsa stays alive. There's at the doors, Nightfall.
Ult comes in, they're going to take B.
Back from Bane.
Yeah, I mean, they broke side already.
Nearly loses his life.
Oh.
There's the reveal. Bane able to find one. Bang gonna be dead on entry. Zekin needing the reposition. There's the dimensional drift leads the charge.
Nice. Okay. 2v5 should be it. All right.
Finds the enemy Cypher, but it's completely surrounded. Paranoia goes wide.
Uh-oh.
Headshot into the spray down. Finds the kill. Looks for a little bit more. Flicker at risk. Needs to play back. Is the neural depth.
The ult is crazy.
Zelsis wants to try to make a go of this, but he's tagged down to 51 HP and completely overwhelmed.
That's a wild ult.
Perhaps DRX now.
That's a wild ult to use there.
Three members, as you would.
But okay, all right. I mean, they respond with 3 in a row. Sentinels timeout, yeah. See, I feel like you saw that aggression from... You finally saw that aggression from Sentinels being punished a little bit more, you know? That's an insane Cypher ult, though. If I'm a coach, I'm like, why did you use your Cypher ult there? You're up 4 rounds right now. 3 now, but...
With a flawless on that A side as well.
They just try to make the round a little more costly for him. So Sentinels should be kind of low on cash now.
Of this opening half so far.
So DRX could string another round together and then make this lead a lot less comfortable.
Calling the timeout, just slowing the roll of your opponents.
But I don't know. I didn't like what I saw at DRX on their offense last map. I think they're gonna have to put the aggression up a little bit because Sentinels isn't gonna give you anything. You know what I mean? Like they're not gonna give you a free pick. So
I wonder if it's time to go back over towards A, where a lot of that early success in the first 6 rounds were found. 4 Sentinels, of course, they only got punished that one time. So as long as they consider that.
Yeah, you saw Sentinels slow down a little bit. I think.
Are ready to just put 4 members aggressively. On that I
think you need that. You need to slow them down. You can't let Zekin just run in and get a first pick every time. But yeah, I agree. I think they're gonna go A. I think they'll just keep going A. Well, never mind. Completely wrong. Well, he's still A side.
Going to be a very healthy buy overall. Couple half armors, majority.
Yeah, economy looking pretty good for DRX. Not great for Sentinels if they lose this round. So this is a big round for Sentinels.
Well, didn't see anyone, and that is a decent amount of info for DRX.
I just feel like Sentinels plays defense. The last defense I saw, they weren't giving DRX any opening picks. I mean, just hiding. There we go. All right, there it is. A again. Basically just broke side already. I think they'll read this as pretty much clear. Okay, Zekin dead. Trade in. 3v4. And the breach ult comes in. Didn't really get any. There we go. There we go. All right, yeah. Sentinels just aggressively taking A again. Not terrible for DRX. You still got some money to work with. You'd like to get these last 2 rounds probably just to even up the scoreboard a little bit. But I didn't like what I saw to DRX last map on their offense. I don't think Sentinels is gonna overpeak anything. Like I think DRX on that Lotus was like, oh, let's wait for Sentinels to give us a peek. Let's wait for Sentinels to give us a peek. Someone's gonna chow, and it just didn't happen. Like it just didn't happen. So I think you're gonna see a lot of like mid presence out of Sentinels, maybe heavy A stack, keep their Cypher on B, and then just sit. And there we go. Got info on this guy. Okay, good TP. Oh, this could be big for Mako. They know where he's at though. Yep. And this should be another A.
Marco just doing his own thing, a little bit. Flicker still far away as
2v4. You do have an op invested. You might just want to save it.
It's so late into the half. You're not going to go for a save. It's just
I mean,
not likely. However, 1 versus 4. I think Flicker knows.
Save the op. Yeah, just watch the exits.
This op is in play. Sentinels.
They're going to hunt for this guy though.
To get rid of this weapon, take everything they can out of the hands of DRX. This op widely is their last hope. Overdrive still 3 charges away. There's no money on anyone.
Yeah.
Double push now coming through here at Boba. Finds
Okay.
the first. Positions back. Flank coming through over towards B
And
main.
you're dead,
Stun
probably.
coming in, but have to hit the no scope. Tries to go for
There
the
we go.
quick scope,
All right.
cannot get it done.
There it is again.
Nothing retained,
DRX
nothing
broke.
saved. Sentinels
Should be a Sentinels round. 9-3 at half is tough, man.
Flicker himself is having a bit of a rough one, not just on this map, but today in
Yeah.
general. Now,
I mean, they're outslaying by so much.
talk about the fact
They
that
slowed down Zekin a little
4-8
bit
would
though.
be a
That's good.
decent finish for DRX
Not a
just
lot of
3
ults to
hours
work with
half
in
as
terms
well.
of Sentinels.
It
I
is
mean, you're
still
one
within
off.
contention,
Zekin is
but
one off his, so
this
maybe
does
he
sound
gets
a bit
a
like Cope because the Sentinel 9-3 finish
quick pick and then
was
pops
expected
it.
now.
But
There's just nothing really to even use
yeah,
here.
I mean,
The
just
final
nothing
second
going
here,
on for
Freeman's gonna
Sentinels.
pick up his
They're
fingers,
just
doesn't
leaving
accept
A
the ultimate.
completely. I guess just playing the retake. That's a
Some big
first pick
movements
though.
over towards
Okay.
B main.
The heavy pressure in towards B main, able to find that kill. Zeus is
It's a good ult though.
TP's going to be exchanged though, and look at where Bang has ended up. Back B over at Boba. This Hunter's Fury coming
Wow,
through in second.
okay.
Bams in, finds Mako. They're at backside
Yeah,
now, just
there it
straight
is.
for the overdrive. Cleans up Bane, and suddenly a 2v3.
All right.
Here comes Bang. Activated late.
2v3.
Surely has
Bang
his
on the
timing, and DRX said,
flank.
"No, this is going to be easy."
Both, and yeah, will
Yeah.
be able to collect
All
it.
right, that's half. Sentinels 9-3.
DRX
Tough scenes if you're a DRX fan. Very tough scenes.
Sentinels so firmly are in
Very,
control.
very
Yeah,
tough
a few
scenes.
rounds going well for them. That number 7 crunching on A,
Looks
a
like
flawless
KC is up
at the
8-6
field.
against Billy Billy.
DRX
Billy Billy
find
kind
themselves
of
back
pulled back a
into
little
this
bit,
map.
but
Then a couple more rounds
yeah.
ending over towards the B side as well, shutting Sentinels out, and you're thinking, okay, we can make this one competitive.
This will probably be it
Tactical
for
timeout comes through.
DRX.
Choice words exchanged for Sentinels, and it's back to business as usual. And a clean ending 9-3.
Hey, we'd love to see the
on
B
our
stream
first
not
half
delayed
here.
though. Shout out
Once
EWC.
again, multiple
We'd
times
love to see that.
finishing on A.
I don't want to speak
and
too
just
soon though.
very little to say about
But
that
this is
from
the
the
only match
DRX
I'm watching on
side.
B stream,
Flicker
so
2 rounds in the
as
pot.
long as they just get through this one.
Nothing found, nothing gained. An attempted save on round 11, and then walk it in final round of the half with barely even full weaponry for the entire
Yeah.
team.
Tough
Couple
scenes
of
for
half
DRX.
buys,
Probably going to see
couple
them get
ultis in there,
eliminated here.
But so easily navigated.
You hate
through
to see it,
from
but
the side of Sentinels, and then a late activation from.
that's how it is, man. Sentinels just playing super aggressive. Finally seeing some good like aggression out of Zekin today. I think we were kind of missing that the past 2 days with Sentinels. It seemed like
What a
Zekin was kind of getting
rebound
shut
here from
down.
Sentinels.
From
nail biting.
But yeah, that'll probably be a
Stressful gameplay
GG.
yesterday versus XLG
But you never know.
with a
Who knows?
sub to this absolute dominance on display here.
I mean, yeah, DRX just
DRX
can't
in the
seem
past,
to
I mean, they have run back some massive deficits.
just can't seem to get anything
The
going.
OGs of the 210 return, but that was a very different roster, a very different era, and a very different Sentinels as well.
Tell you what, the fans were dooming a little bit about North America yesterday, given G2 out 100 Thieves, out Sentinels looking a little bit shaky, NRG being the hope, and well, today, the Sentinels that everyone has been waiting to see, that we all knew was going to be a heavy favorite
Sentinels win
for
this pistol. I think
competition.
we can call it pretty
Certainly arrived.
confidently.
Trying to make Sunset
Because
City here Sen setting
I mean,
a 2-0 to push them through into the top 8, joining the likes of NRG and Fnatic and the rest.
you need 6 rounds to tie it up. I mean, I don't know, man. You're gonna need 6 flawless rounds out of DRX here. Which, I mean, you win the pistol and the bonus, it starts to look good. But I don't know, man.
Quick aggression coming out.
I don't see that happening.
First pistol, see if that does continue. And second, pushing forward, does get revealed, but no counter spam available. So
See,
alive,
fast
healthy.
rotate B.
Happy to play very defensively
Or
over
mid.
on the A side as well.
Okay.
Just John QT there.
All right.
Gets a couple of players spotted. John in a bit of trouble here. Has YouTube, but needs to have the pistol
Huge
out and
pick,
will deliver
though.
onto Marco.
Get that info, too.
Fault line, John QT gonna try his odds to push forward here. Fight against Flicker. Flash, send, turns from it.
Oh, man. Flashed himself, dude.
Gorgeously finds the headshot.
Got the info they're planning. 3v5 now. For DRX, I think you're probably going to see... Oh, he sees the barrel, though.
Shots flying,
Yeah.
a bit of counter spam.
Blind should come in here.
Spike planted and all DRX need to try to play forward up into the cage here. They go.
Tough
They just
scenes,
spam
man.
The angle. Bane loses his life.
All right, 2v5. Pistol round should go to Sentinels.
Perfect read on Bane.
With the check back
Yep.
around the corner, but leaves his
I
teammate
mean,
all
you just
alone.
can't.
Freeing
You just can't
falls.
do anything, dude. Yep.
As will the hopes of DRX.
There it is. Pistol to Sentinels. I think you could pretty confidently call that.
Time to see a force from DRX. I mean, this is really dire straits now.
Probably Sentinels W here.
Up to
But
11, and DRX, are they going to have any more
I
life
mean, you need 7
in this map
rounds.
at all?
7 rounds in a
Sentinels hitting
row.
11. I mean, what kind of
I
pressure
don't
would you be
know.
under to have
I mean,
that
not in a
level
row,
of
but
gap
you
between
got no
yourselves?
leeway with Sentinels. You can't give up 3 rounds. I
Criminal how
feel
long
like,
John Q was able to live there. Just Flicker not finding anything today. Marco
yeah.
caught with hands
DRX
on
isn't even
YouTube.
buying, man.
And then John survives at Sen.
Not even
clean
buying
things up,
Spectres or nothing.
and DRX
They just have the
only
cash,
human
man.
Having something to say in that round.
And not even attempt at the real force here. Flicker
Yeah.
threatens a Singer for a brief little moment, but ultimately leaves it in the shop.
I think you get that info.
I mean, you saw the
Does
triple
anyone
full
Sentinels have
Sentinels,
ult?
so
No.
they were ready
Okay.
for the potential of it.
I guess no one had like a crazy.
Damn spot on the one. Zelsis
There's
playing
one.
forward.
Okay, good trade in though.
Catches a straight headshot there from Freeing. So a kill going to be found. Spike can now be planted. In that in play.
See how this retake goes.
Sentinels still looking to
Be a
dissuade,
huge
try
round for
find
DRX if they win it, but it's just they'd have to.
As Aftershock tries to push him out into the open. Narrate going to be coming away with one. Running out of bullets here is a second, but it might not matter.
There it is. And the bonus one by Sentinels. Yeah. It's tough, man. DRX just can't seem to get anything going today. You hate to see it. Looks like KC's about to win against
And
BLG.
they got the timing as well. Narrate's found
Yeah.
default super early on, given his
Should be.
level of contribution in terms of kills.
Okay,
Talked about
interesting.
this one. DRX not going to force in the previous round means you will
Yeah.
more than likely end up delivering 11 to Sen. And with this level of gap now,
I'm
how does DRX
surprised they
claw
didn't
themselves
decide to
back into
force
relevancy
there.
for
Maybe
this
at least
map?
some more sheriffs. Because, I mean, you're kind of on. I don't know. I guess you want to have a full buy for the next round. Give yourself a chance to string together some stuff. But
At least they got a plant. At least they
I
got
don't
into
know,
sight
man.
with the retake tools available from Sentinels so plentiful.
we'll see. All right, full buy versus a
The odds for them
half
here.
buy.
Making anything
Should be a
happen,
DRX
looking
round, you would
fairly
think.
slim.
Oh.
It's just a Bucky in hand here from Zekin
I think the audio's messed up on the stream side.
to try to drive this forward, get them up to that match point.
Audio's way delayed.
Silence here across the map.
Yeah, no one's making a move, dude. Everyone's so scared. I would be too, dude. If I was DRX, I'd be like sitting in spawn, scared
yet to
to peek
really
anything.
Find any openings across any part of the
Okay,
map.
Sentinels has info that to Sova's here though. That's a good play though. I mean, you send the Sova over, get them to think, oh, maybe they're going A because of that Sova, but
from market as well.
they're kind of just giving up mid. I kind of like this. I mean, you got a Cypher Trap there, so you'll know. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Fast lane about to fall.
Oh no!
Catches one. Will get traded out.
Okay. Trades in. Okay, that's 3 dead.
Finds John, finds Zelsis.
Okay, 2v4. Maybe a round for DRX here.
Gives the 2-player
Sentinels still got money to buy next round, so I mean,
for Bane as well. Let's see that activation a little bit later on. Could get a bit of a play through Boba.
Big shots
Freeing
there
super
from Narrate.
weak.
Doesn't confirm the kill, but puts Freeing down to 10 HP. Has the haunt at the ready.
Human on the angles up, can set himself up with freeing, low HP, but Crossfire will be pretty deadly. Narrate coming through, sees...
Okay, Bang gets one.
Crossfire angle there, freeing, does manage to go ahead
All right.
and find that kill.
Should be around for DRX as long as they don't choke the shit out of this. Yeah, I think you just watch exits.
Some additional damage
Maybe
here,
grab that
perhaps, but the
Phantom,
spike, the time
run
is just
away.
not quite going to be there. And it looks like all of DRX will be able to make their way out towards safety. So we'll scoop up the Phantom, keep himself alive. DRX fighting back, not allowing for Sen to get up to match point quite just yet.
Okay.
Taking down John early as well.
Good bounce back for DRX. I mean, I think it's still going to be a little too late, but you never know. I mean, you need to win a lot of rounds here, and Sentinels is now on a full buy, so...
Round 3.
I don't know.
Zekin finding that shot just before he gets flashed up as well. Give you a bit of hope that Sentinels
You're not too upset about that if you're Sentinels, to be honest. You're really not.
Actually, DRX will be to flood in, find the frags required.
Money looking good, though, for DRX if they could win this one.
Ready to go.
Sentinels will be in a bit of a tough spot.
Money's back
but
in now, and as talked about a couple rounds previous.
We'll see. I kind of like this just giving up mid for Sentinels. Like, just say, screw it, we got Cypher Traps. Like, no point. If they shoot it, we'll know they're there.
Quiet to start.
I don't mind that at all. I don't mind it at all. Weird spread, though, from DRX here. Just, I guess just playing for a pick. But Sentinels has got, I mean, they're doubled up. Zekin's a deep spawn. I mean, okay, here we go. 3 going A. Silver drone out. Got the info. Omen smokes. I mean, you should know they're going here, but it looks like DRX gonna...
DRX. We'll just wait a little bit.
Not sure what DRX is doing. It's just waiting. Oh, he smoked the same thing.
I'm seeing nothing. Just some poking and prodding, but DRX are very much running this
They're
clock
all over
down.
mid, though. Yeah, I mean, you got 44 seconds.
Mako.
You have to shoot that Cypher Trap.
Trying to break things open. Close quarter combat. Celsius able to find the first. Gets even more damage across Mako as well as Bane. Both tagged up considerably as Flicker. 30 seconds left. Down to 30.
There we go.
Celsius continuing.
There we go.
Out with the shots. Bane now gone the
Okay.
round. All but over as Freeing is the last
All
one
up to
standing.
Freeing. They know where he's at.
Spike
Okay.
in hand, finds
Hold on here.
but needs to go
Hold on here.
Needs an ace clutch. The time
25 HP. Oh, don't give him the info on where you're at.
peeks into backside, nearly peeks into 2 players, tries to go for the stick.
That's
but now
it.
they have
All right.
arrived.
Sentinels match point 12-4. This might be the most
Themselves now to match point.
we've seen a team lose by, right? Maybe we saw 12. I think we saw 12-3 in that G2 game.
His aim is sharp today. He's able to
Or 13-3, sorry.
One of the few players showing a decent amount of consistency. But my goodness, trying to walk on towards B, Celsius, Zekin, and the rest just shutting down every
I mean, Freeing had a... It was a good shot. It was a good try. He just had no health, no time.
Make the final move over towards B. Flicker goes in on like 30 HP and just not expecting.
Okay, you do have a Sova ult for DRX. A little more aggressive.
A quick hit here.
There's the Sova ult. Okay, you got one. Big pick on Celsius.
Looking for a little bit more, nothing else found.
Take out one of their ults. Still have the Nary ult, which I think if you know they're all on B, you're probably going to use. Nope, okay, that's it. Good trade, though. 3v4. Money not great for Sentinels, so this would be a tough round. Money not great for either team, really. Bomb down, though.
Human in a good spot.
Clear the trip. Relay bolt now going to be sent. The push forward.
Huge. There it is. What a retake. All of them dead. That's it. DRX out of the tournament. And wow, what a fast match. That is unfortunate for DRX, but that is it. DRX out of the tournament.
Only 4 rounds going the way of DRX. As one of Pacific's hopefuls are eliminated from EWC.
Not great, but I think based on that first couple rounds, you kind of knew how that was going to go. We're going to switch over to the Carmine Core game real quick, since that's about to end, and then we'll stay on that A stream to watch the Gen G match, because I am excited about that one. But yeah, here we go. Mute this up. And move this over. And here we go. It looks like KC's up a pretty good amount here.
They should get 3 in a row.
But yeah, fast matches today, I guess. I guess so. I mean, BLG seemed to brought it back a little bit. We'll catch the end of this one. Let's see. What are we looking at here? Okay, KC's on like an buy. BLG's on a full buy.
The question is, was Levius close enough to hear that trap be put down? Because you saw C main aggression come through, and now a massive rotation from KC. On a low buy round like this, for so many players, this is where a team typically over-rotates, because you want to play as a pack. You want to use the numbers advantage. And the cam being destroyed, the trip about to be, this is perfect.
Am I seeing that BLG got to choose both maps?
That deep utility,
Am I seeing that right?
They'll push into a wide open site. They'll get the plant. But KC's adjustment, with 2 lurkers still in play for Billy, this could be dangerous.
Good trade
Aves
there.
has already dropped 1. Martine running away, taking it
Okay.
over, and he'll get it, but in death.
BLG might come back
the
here.
rest of the round as YZ now becomes a thorn in their side. They're bringing the spike back. Going back towards the numbers. If YZ goes
There we
down,
go.
that could be the round, but Elite, there's a pick
There
on
is
the
a
C
crowd
side
today
as
on the
well.
main stage. I like
round
this.
is
I love crowds.
back and forth. It's a little sloppy.
We like
Abbas is taking
crowds.
his moment, but that is what swings it firmly into Billy's favor.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one in terms of, like, from our perspective, it looks like they're walking back into danger, but you kind of understand it. You expect those rotations. YZ gets a lot of space.
There we go.
More importantly, he is now
Hey, we got crowds today. I love it. Love the hype.
In a row was the biggest streak. Now they make it up to 3. And now, well, more importantly, they're only 1 away.
But yeah, unfortunate for DRX, but I think you kind of saw that one coming. You know, gotta be honest.
Step up of YZ
Wasn't looking great.
Well, Nep have been the big differences. YZ now 21 and
But here we
13.
go.
Okay, that may have been a lower buy for KC, but every single kill he had, you see that go the other
10-11,
way.
3 rounds in a row for BLG.
50, but close. And that could have
See if
easily been
KC can close it out with a 2-0. I think that's what they'd be looking for sure. I don't think you want to go to a sunset.
How many he's had so far in this half.
Op invested. BLG's got way better economy right now.
Levius taking the operator to try to deal with that C push. The one way is not giving him the angle, but he'll go into re-clear late. Space taken on A, or at least
Yeah, I don't think KC's going to give up anything. It's a tough map for offense, man, especially if the team's just like not peeking anything. Like, you just, so impossible. But I like that Vandal skin.
And it doesn't look like KC are too worried about that A site. They've rotated Aves up towards B heaven. A 1-2-2 with the Cypher utility bolstering down that C site, but now they start to think about B. They start to think about that rotate with space.
Yeah, I mean, you only got a Yoru here. This Yoru could go big, though.
A little lighter defended. Martinez a gate crash for a little while longer.
Oh, challenge. Oh.
Steps, it's clean. Does he get
Dead. All right, good trades. 4v4.
Yeah, he sticks around for too long, and that gives them the way onto the site, but he has bought some time. Sadak already here.
I think
Looking to swing alongside Avis.
they're pretty
Paranoia
aware
is
that they're
superb.
here.
It pushes them back, but they do need to get into that plant. Stuck in the mud from the Caesars.
Oh, no. Viper ult in.
Even going to be thrown in off the back of it. That will give
Any
them that
ults to work
little
with?
bit of
No
extra
ults.
space to try and fall back from. And well, this is definitely not going to be easy for KC to get back in.
Oh, man, if he just shot through the smoke right
A lot
now.
of players lined up on that close
Shoot.
angle. Aves waiting for the walk
Shoot.
through. The spam almost takes Neff down. Those players lurking inside the pit.
Oh, my God, he can't clean it up. There we go.
Through, and it's a sheriff through the pit.
BLG.
It's Rusia stepping up for the battle. Sagetsu trying to
There we
dive on
go.
in, but they need to find Viper. They need to drop
All
that
right,
hit,
tie
and
game.
Levius wraps around to take them down as they seek
We
him
got a
out.
tie game on the main stage,
11-11.
boys.
The lead no longer in the hands of KC and Billy. Well, once they got off the ground, once they've started to chain these rounds together, they've looked like a
Ooh,
different
BLG
team
chance.
altogether.
Yeah,
They got the
left
crowd
it
buff.
So late to really come back into this game, and you can see the frustration really building. You'll feel if you're a KC fan, player, or coaching staff, this map probably should have been done a while ago. With
Yeah, how long have they had how long have they had that
that
lead?
little window, that little chance. And that can be enough for
KC on a
BLG to get back into it. We spoke
a
about
real
their
light
attack
buy.
side. We spoke about how good they
Oh
were
God, that's a
versus
lot.
Apex, even when it wasn't enough,
Oh
and now that shows
no.
up going in
Okay, a
He's
waste.
got the support though as well. The opener
onto Elite. With only a singular rifle in play, it would have to be Sadak, and that is not pretty.
Yeah, he was expecting someone to have already pushed up B, to be coming back towards him.
Getting a little
Not quite expecting
nervy.
the double swing back, and a good adjustment from Billy after seeing
Okay.
the C aggression, after being pushed down on A. They open the door, they wrap back, deal with those A main players, have a really good leg to stand on now in this post plant.
Oof.
The advantage there for
Good
them.
try.
Martin only good for the one. And
All right.
danger averted with Sugetsu. all
BLG is
alone.
about to take the lead. I do feel like
where he
BLG would
is.
probably be a funner team to watch, but
He does not know where they are expecting to be pushed. He's going to try and play in the
Nice.
angle. Now, there is a gun that he can retrieve, so I think that will be the goal. Just try and bring
He's gonna run
something
into
to
this
the
guy,
net.
though.
He's being
Yeah,
pressured
I mean,
from
it's
both
such a
angles. Even holding on to this would be
tough.
difficult, and while YZ is going to make
There we
sure
go.
there's nothing
BLG takes the
to
lead.
be grabbed.
Still waiting.
The first time we've seen a streak of rounds from BLG, and that might be where
BLG,
they finally have
BLG.
got to the point. As they are now one away
Oh,
from
man.
taking this second map and, well, basically resetting this series into a best of one.
Well, that's it, Tom. I mean, so far it's been, it felt like Billy were stalling out. But now, all gas, no brakes, and the finish line in sight. 1 round
5
to go.
rounds in a row,
And
man.
they'll bring us to a map 3.
Full buys though.
5 in a row.
Double operator.
Double op it may be, and look what they're up against. The
Okay.
showstopper in play, but Martin out of the round already.
That's not great.
Not the start that they were looking for. The sniper on the other side immediately.
And there it
eliminated,
is.
and Neff's added another to the
3v5.
deck.
You'd think
It
this
was
will be an
a
easy round for
strong
BLG.
showing in that first half, and even the
An
beginning of
easy,
the
easy
second
round.
from Karma and Core, but they have started to crumble at the worst possible moment. Rushia putting down Sugetsu, a third
Okay.
map looking inevitable at this stage, and Aves shows
That's probably it.
is all that stands in their way, and they couldn't be further away from the action. The C site.
Ult's coming through, completely open.
Well, they've already
Yeah,
utilized
I
the
mean,
steel gun to make sure if there
you
was
do have
anybody there,
the
they
raise
are not
ult,
having a
but
gun.
Well, it took a while
he'd have
for
to pop
Billy
like a
to
4-piece
warm up,
here.
But they are certainly looking good now. The closer, just moments away.
Should
2
be
picks.
it. You'd think you're gonna see
Aves
this ult come
early.
in.
Fired in. Doesn't
Nothing?
even find a pick.
Oh
Damage
no.
done, sure, but
That's
the
it.
uphill battle and the climb
That's
that
it.
they just
BLG takes
cannot
second
make
map.
happen. 13 to 11.
Easy
6
win.
rounds in a
Yeah.
row for Billy
I don't know what happened
They
there.
have found their way to sunset. Battling
Okay.
To keep the dream alive. to
Last
keep
map.
that key intact and to lock in playoffs.
Hey, at least we don't have all blowouts today, you know? It was looking a little worrisome there. But yeah, we're going to watch this one, and then we'll watch the Gen G right after. Gen G, EDG. I think that one will be really fun to watch as well. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick while they're going to take this, I'm assuming, a break. If you guys are new, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm going to be streaming all of EWC all the way till Sunday. So if you want to watch, you know, me co-stream, this is where you watch it. This is the best co-stream. But yeah, I'll be right back. And we'll get back into this BLG match. Should be fun.
This land is calling.
All right. Look at that. Yeah, my timing is impeccable. I must say. Impeccable timing for me.
Even the G2 fans are loving it because they did not like seeing KC win, which means Billy Gaming, they had their backs against the wall, almost getting eliminated, but they rifled round after against the wall. Almost getting eliminated, but they rifled round after round after round here in Lotus and forces to an elimination. Map number 3 here, baby bay.
Yeah, this is a crazy comeback. And of
Let's
course,
get
we're gonna
into
see
it.
this in a series like this. I mean, your life is on the line, and this is where heroes are made. This is where you write the script.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really solid comeback. I think it looked like KC were running away with the game, right? Even backstage, we all kind of thought KC had that locked up, but then they move across to that defender side, and they're just definitely not as fluid there, not as confident with those kind of agents, that double duelist, fast, aggressive style. So props to Billy. They really did a good job bringing that back.
Billy
and taking it over
Billy.
to map 3.
And this is exactly where the double controller shines, right? When you get on that attacking side, all of a sudden the double duelists feel like they need to make all these plays.
Okay.
You start getting punished, and then you just play that macro
yeah,
game, going
RQ
back
Heretics
and
on
forth
the
with
second
map
stream.
control. It's so difficult to play against.
Yeah, I think
RQ
you
Heretics
might
should be
have been
starting soon,
worried
but
if
we're
you were
gonna stay on this Billy Billy one and then watch the Gen G one, and that'll be end of day 3. It looks like the second stream's not crazy delayed today, so that's good.
Early lead, but then BLG able to battle back against an 8-4 deficit.
8-4 they came back. That's tough.
Mass on the defensive side of this map feels like a blessing, right? Yeah. Especially when you lose the
Yeah,
pistol,
not
and that's exactly
great.
what had happened for BLG.
Don't want to lose a.
You kind of just hoping that you get 3, 4 rounds is great. I mean, 5 is like amazing.
Yeah, I think 4 definitely felt like plenty. When we look how these compositions interact, when you're playing that kind of slower style, Double Duelist has so much burst against your double smokes, right? So for them to even get 4 on the defender side, set them up well for that second half.
And I gotta say, I gotta give props to BLG for making that comeback, especially after a second ace from Suigetsu that we just saw earlier. I mean, we saw him just dominate that entire icebox map after getting an ace. The fact that they were able to snuff that here and YZ was the one at the forefront of that, I think shows a lot of confidence for BLG.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he's leading the charge for sure. We know
I don't know, man. If you come off a loss like that, where you probably should have won, I feel like
fantastic performance on that raise, and you know,
I feel like it might not go great for KC, but we'll see.
There's plenty more left to see at that on Sunset.
Yeah, and you know it's a close match when you take a look at the scoreboards at the end, and on both sides, everyone in double digits. No, there was no caboose kind of performance here, but it was a grind all the way down. And in the end, it was a man that was cool on the map for BLG in the first match against Paper X. Neff doing it again. He comes back and makes sure that this BLG squad has one more chance to qualify on.
What's last map?
Yeah, he was
Sunset,
the
right?
reason why BLG got almost half of their rounds on this defensive side. He was the start of it. And when your IGL is the one doing that for you,
it's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, what a way to rally the troops. That you couldn't have asked for a better way.
Yeah, having your IGL kind of frag out like this, these big multi-kills really do change the tide of the game. And it's so easy to
I was never comfortable. I remember I tried that like weapon on the left side of the screen in CS once, and I swear to God I could not aim. Like I was just like, I think the muscle memory in my head is so used to seeing the weapon on the right side that like I just couldn't do it. I just could not do it.
Now, speaking of comeback, we had a tournament favorite, someone who did well over at Masters Toronto in Sentinels down in the lower bracket. Not only did they win yesterday, but today they took care of Pacific's DRX in a 2-0 fashion. So Sen City making it to the knockout rounds. Huge sigh of
DRX got kind of slammed.
Sorry, Rob.
But it, yeah, again, if you need to find a guy, it's this guy over here in big time. But Sentinels made sure it wasn't even close here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they've absolutely cooked them in this game. This is one I will be watching back. It's a sad, sad day for Pacific to be struggling like this.
And what a turnaround after losing that map to XLG, right? So Sentinels, I mean, they have a ton of experience on that team, and it's showing right here in this tournament at EWC.
All right, with them qualifying on in, I feel like that's the dangerous one because all the top seeds have to
Yeah, do you guys think Sentinels like have a chance?
Do you think Sen City is probably the one that you want to avoid here big time?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to play them right now. It looks like they're gathering a lot of momentum. Taking down a team like DRX, even if they do have these kind of new roster changes, it's still a pretty experienced
I don't know.
squad.
I feel like I almost prefer. I feel like NRG might have a better shot.
They have a star-studded coaching staff, so to be able to take them down so easily speaks very highly.
I'm rooting for BBL.
All right, baby Bay. Let's focus on our final map here.
BBL's got it. EWC champs right here. BBL.
BLG, knowing that their key and tournament lives are on the line here at Esports World Cup.
Well, again, both teams beat G2 on this map, but the one that stomped harder was BLG. I'm very curious if KC are going to be able to deal with the aggression of that Neon from YZ, and I'm wondering how BLG are going to handle the double duelist Phoenix comp from KC. It's so awkward.
That's a big thing.
Oh, KC's going to take Phoenix?
I think it's very exciting. I think it's a very different comp, but equally that means there's a lot to look at, a lot to anticipate.
I don't think we've seen a Phoenix at this tournament yet.
And Carmine Corp, two very
I really don't. I can't remember a Phoenix being played at this tournament yet. It'd be cool if we saw a Phoenix. I haven't seen Phoenix gameplay in forever. Here we go. Here we go.
Thank you,
Loser goes home.
Yes, it's time to get into the final map of this series. Do or die for both squads as their keys destined for the Crusher. But who shall be locking in the playoffs? And who shall be locking in the Crusher?
Play G2 versus KC.
I'm very excited for Sunset, Tom. There's plenty of things to look forward to.
I think G2 lost to.
Looking pretty good. And it feels
Who did
like
they lose to? Yeah, I think they lost to KC and then they lost to Billy.
Online, but they fell off a little bit towards the end of map 2.
But the crazy thing is, like, we've just listened to D-Gon, and after this, one of these great performers will be gone. I'm a little bit nervous to see who it's going to be, because I think that realistically...
We do have a Phoenix. Interesting. Oh, what a weird comp. Wait. A Phoenix and a KO on the other side.
There's a part of me that likes the
oh, weird.
nature of what we're seeing from KC, the 2 aces. Obviously, that means, by the way, that Sugetsu has to get a 3rd ace on this map. He needs to complete the triple. But also getting that Phoenix. This is what we
Phoenix was played in that match. Okay. Yeah, but it was still KC, right? Is KC the only team that's taking Phoenix pretty much?
There's not really anybody else that I think of or come to mind as quickly as still playing the Phoenix. Maybe a Jing every once in a while. He is consistently picking it up on multiple different maps.
I love Phoenix gameplay. Let's see what they do. Yeah? Okay.
You kind of got it.
I wonder why KC's like the only team that takes it. Is it just not that good of a agent anymore?
On the other side as well,
or is it just like not the meta right now?
Of YZ agents. You get that Neon coming into play, as they mentioned on the desk, and a lot of what you'll get is this setup based around him, based around him getting those openers, and then Levius having
a Neon and a KO on the other side.
Quite a bit. We're watching EDG as well, a similar style of play. And
this is a weird comp, dude. We're seeing a lot more KOs recently too.
It's different ideas, but the same sort of.
I like it. I mean, I like that teams are switching it up, trying new things.
See the best of Martin. I think he was good in the last map, but again, when they
or I guess old things.
Off, I think he went with them. I know that this guy on this map.
Not a lot of Jets, I'm noticing. Like, the only map I see Jet on is, like, Haven and...
We see a lot of Rays, we see a lot of Neon. That Yoru's
Haven and Icebox, I think.
But he's someone I believe in firmly.
No, without a doubt.
But here we go.
Individuals show up across the board.
Loser goes home, down to a sunset. Let's see if KC can keep it going or if Billy can snag this one up.
Watching from the sidelines about the rest of the tournament.
Do you think they stay at the event if they get eliminated and just watch?
This could be a long one.
I guess I would, right?
Aves on the Phoenix, always a joy to watch. He's no baby.
All right, let's see.
This should be a good one.
Let's see this Phoenix gameplay here. I'm looking for some big plays. Big pistol round here.
After well, what you'll see, what he did to us in a content piece, we have a reason.
Solo Cypher on B. Huge stack from Billy. I see a KO knife, get some info. Okay, just clearing out the corner, I guess. Oh, look at this wrap.
In my mind, the person I think of is Benji Fishy.
3 mid. Okay. This Yoru's pushed up pretty far on A, though.
And of course, the other side of the map, there's going to be consistent aggression.
Okay, first pick for BLG.
He was looking for.
Super weak, though.
It's the opening pick.
And now look how isolated Martin is going to be. Why is he
Okay,
going
got one.
for him, and the one-to-one
Trades in,
perfect
3v4.
for them. Levius left on the other side
Rushi
of
is
the
really
map.
weak though,
It
so I
would be a
mean.
very late lurk. He's miles away, but
Oh my god, he is
despite
super
not yet
far away.
planted, this could work
They
out
haven't
well.
broken
The
sight
camp's
yet,
being
though.
checked intermittently, especially with no real contact on this A site, and well, I think they're going to go all the way back.
Oh
yeah.
my
But, I mean,
goodness.
there's so much space taken by Levius. Why not? He waits out the camp.
Yeah, I mean, you have B
Not sure if
clear.
that spotted him.
You know they're probably going to wrap. Oh, this Omen versus Cypher on the top, though.
Out of range.
Okay, Cypher
The
push mid.
silence is also starting to dwell on KC, though. It's just whether they'll expect anybody to be this far up. Definitely not. I like this from BLG.
Yeah,
though.
this
The
is
call
really
to
smart.
rotate
You keep
all the
one
way
lurker
back.
here.
Know that those positions are clear because the A side wasn't cleared. They hadn't gone through any of it, and then the backstab
There we go.
as well from K-Knight. They are playing this to perfection.
There we
Sure,
go.
the
All
bomb
right.
goes down in 2 seconds, but
BLG should take the
seems
pistol.
like this round has been
4v1.
cemented for a
Unless this
long,
guy
long
can.
time. KC have fallen into the trap.
Yeah, 5 HP. I mean. Ah, you're dead.
5 HP and 3 to
There we go.
He
Oh.
does manage to get Levius. The observers didn't believe. The observers didn't believe.
Not for a second. To be fair,
don't Prius us.
Whoa. I mean, he is 5 HP. Was in the previous fight too.
Yeah, you're just gonna get right clicked as soon as you peek this corner, dude.
Is good to catch
Yeah.
one, but the shot from the side
There it is, okay.
closes it out. And a really
BLG
nice
take
pistol
round
there
one.
From BLG. Great space taking. You had flanks on both sides of the map as the round evolved. And the opening pick that gives them that little bit more isolation on those defenders.
BLG.
You couldn't ask for much more out of your pistol, and a solid start to this is what we need, because so far, Billy have just been slow to start. They came back into it in the previous map. They couldn't find their footing on Icebox, but no stumbles to start out Sunset.
KC's gotta be losing. Dude, the KC coaches have to be ripping their hair out right now.
10-6 down at one point, and it continued in that fashion. The double flashes, of course.
There we go. TP, this is a good TP.
Gets out with his life, just about.
All right, 4v4.
And of course, with
Martin pretty weak though.
there hasn't been any real investment here from the defensive side, so it's all about doing that little bit of extra damage. Now, what I will say is, you look at G2 yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, coming up against the likes of KC. Even though you know that they like a Euro Phoenix, it hadn't yet been seen on this map. It wasn't something that they were running. For BLG, on the other hand, who are fairly comfortable on this map, also had that big win versus G2. They at least have the data.
Okay, you got
They
info
know
on
they're
him.
going to be up against an aggressive defense.
Hey, what's
side.
up, Fahim?
And
How you
can
doing,
see,
man?
At least, even in the early rounds, they've been playing a little bit more patient, expecting
How are you doing
aggression.
today? Okay,
Well,
I
that will
mean,
be
KC's just so far.
task for KC.
Yeah, I mean,
Because when you're doing something aggressive, sure. it
don't
can
really
work.
stand a
You can
chance
people
here. I'm
off
not
guard,
gonna
but when they
lie.
know it's coming, that's a
Your
different
Omen's
game
dead, so you have
altogether.
no smokes for yourself. I mean,
I like the patience of Elite just waiting for the rest of the crew. With the numbers, they have a chance to at least make it costly, but it's not looking likely.
Yep.
Avaz burns
There
one
it
up,
is.
but that's all they get. KC,
pistol and bonus going to
2-0
BLG.
down to start this one out, and well, for Billy, there was a time where 2 rounds in a row
Not
was
looking
the best
great
they could hope for.
if you're a
We're seeing
KC fan,
completely
but
different face to them, at least closing out that previous map.
we'll see.
This is KC's chance to remind them how
Probably
hard
don't want to
that
let them
third
get
round
too
in a
many
row is to
offensive
connect.
rounds here.
Big weapons in
I'm
play
not
for
gonna
the
lie.
defense.
I feel like you want to give yourself a good buffer on
For
offense.
BLG. They've got a pretty decent investment with a lot of credits. left
Good.
over
Went
for
away
the next
yesterday
one.
because I had to do some
It certainly
assignments.
won't
How's
be
your day?
an
I'm going.
easy
It's going great,
follow-up
man. Just
for
enjoying
IC.
the matches. More, you know,
That would be something
EWC.
else entirely.
Just
BLG
a lot of.
now
This one's a
managed to
close
take the
one.
momentum of the
Hopefully it
last
stays
map and
close,
carry it
but
forward. We haven't seen
it looks like
KC really
BLG's
need a
kind of
comeback.
slamming
They've always been
at the moment.
the team running away.
That's
with
only
the
been
game.
2 rounds. I don't want to
He's
speak too
already under
soon.
some serious pressure. He has all the information, but he doesn't have
But
any
it's
of
going
the
good,
support.
man.
Even gonna be
Oh!
spotted out, but it doesn't matter. He's taken 2 in a split second.
Oh no.
Already, the running
Okay.
back utilized, but that
Phoenix ult
sacrifice
kind of wasted, but at least
from
you get some
Avaz
info.
Isn't in vain, at least. They have that little bit of extra information.
4v3.
of the close player, and now opt to use the drone and play the retake.
Pretty much have A site
Neff's
or
recovered
B site
Elite's
completely.
rifle now. Little bit of an
Ooh,
upgrade.
I don't know if I like
With
this
the Vandal in play.
hitting the
KC
backside.
understandably
You at least have
cautious
smokes,
about
I guess. You
finding
have your
their way
Omen.
back through. They've got a foothold. Market and spawn.
They're not going to read this neon here, though. There's no. Ooh, he's going to swing it.
Plan to be attempted. Looks like
Oh, he's watching over him, though.
Deep. Still 2 flashes for Neff.
Ooh.
One fired out in return for Aves. Neff wasn't blind, but he can't get in on time. Martin with a
Big response from KC. They needed that round. They really needed that round.
The shots they needed to. And KC, well, they're right back on the board. 2-1. We'll see how this early half swings in the next.
Yeah, it has to be said, Elite does an incredible job there. Like, the spot that he chose, I'll be honest, is horrible. Like, staying alive in this position is almost impossible. And he knows it. He knows that there is no way he comes out of that round alive. So he goes, okay, I've got to pick my poison. Do I try and fight the guy in main, risk crossing, or do I just fight the position I know has players in it, use this cage to buy a little bit of extra time, and more importantly, gives the man advantage.
I'm glad we got crowd today. I love it. I love it when there's crowd, man. It just brings up the vibe. Some what the?
Before you go for the plant.
What a knife!
They don't win any of those fights. Of course, as you mentioned, was only a bonus round. So now they come in with those full rifles, and this is where the game really gets
okay,
going.
C1. You know the Sova's there. I feel like you gotta have the info they're going.
Came in from Aves as he was stepping forward, as we might have been just seconds away
but they're
from
not
seeing Neff fire in a flash of his own.
Playing it.
A little bit late going for the aggression. As you said, this is their chance. That previous round had weaknesses. They got caught off by a player up close. In an awkward spot, they were maybe a second ahead of the drone, and that was a problem.
Okay, got info, just run. Yep.
BLG looking for that control towards A main. Already clearing out that right side.
Tough.
They didn't think Martin would
TP's out. That's a good pick.
Get
all right.
jail free with the gate crash, and he's grabbed a pick before the jailbreak.
Cypher mid could be a problem, though. This Omen needs to chill. Wait for the Cypher to peek it. I think he knows. I think this Omen knows.
Just in these corners, flash is available.
No.
That's the lurk I spoke about at the beginning of Levius.
I don't know if they're going to read him being in this corner.
Additional space around the map.
This is bomb, too. This is a huge kill if he gets this.
25 seconds, Spike in the corner. Neff is actually alone. Like, if Neff goes down here, this round is basically over. The rest of the
huge pick mid. There we go. Oh, wow.
Martin continuing.
All right, 1v3 should be round. Okay, KC responds with 2 in a row.
2 for the side of BLG is quickly responded
Getting interesting, boys.
Double up from KC, and honestly, after choking out that last map, I think it's important they're on the horse early.
Definitely, and for Martin as well, look at how much control he got there. You talked about his Yoru and how strong he can be on this map, catching them off guard. I mean, he was supposed to be sent away by
that's a tough. I guess they just didn't think he was going to sit there, but
in 2 different corners,
nice shots.
Tripling up with K-Knight down, and the trades come quickly.
Oh my God, this guy! You see that guy? Yeah, that coach was like, "Oh."
And put BLG on the back foot economically.
Oh God.
Zeiss still looks unbelievably stressed. Careful now. You love to see it.
Good Molly.
For BLG, as we said, the back foot economically.
Oh, they're playing.
It takes a while, but they get there in the end. Sadik with a double.
Okay.
Aves backing up for a little bit of a heal.
Got info on this Omen too. Yeah, should be around for KC. But I mean, it's kind of a save round for BLG, so you're probably not too upset about that.
This is just
You're still gonna hit it, eh?
Paving the way for a buy in the next round. BLG hoping maybe
wants
they
that
can
Phantom.
catch them off with the pacing.
Nope. Oh, he got away.
He actually managed to get the spike. I respect that. I thought there was absolutely no way that Neff gets out of that one alive, but he has. There is still plenty of time. That's the one thing they have available for them in this round.
Yoru's just chilling though.
Necessarily
they know he's here though. Does KO have a flash? Ooh.
Well, the shot's not landing.
Okay.
Even managing to drop Aves, it's not bad.
Should be round. Neff kind of stuck. Good Molly. Okay, hold on.
It now starts to look a little
Both of KC's pretty weak.
Down goes the plant, or so they think.
30 seconds left.
He's giving away the game now. 28 seconds, and the rotate to B, perhaps, or the wrap for the kills. He's quite low on time. They'll have to start running pretty soon, and there it is.
Gonna hit the trip.
Think they, well,
no.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, right into the trip. Has to break open the door. 12 seconds. He'll get there in time, but they are chasing him down.
He might be able to get the plant off.
Single corner goes for the safe plant. At least allows him to stay alive. Now, bear in mind, both players are tagged up. So
yeah, they're both weak, though. He's got 9 bullets in this gun, dude.
Martin still needing to cross. Elite already within
he cannot miss a bullet.
Opportunities for isolated battles. He only has 9 bullets left as well. But that would be
this Yoru's just waiting. Don't peek it, 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 don't peek it. Oh my God. 6 bullets.
Finds the kill, leaving it down to just 1. Neff, he's been unbelievable so far.
Oh my God, you're running out of time.
The time is starting to tick.
You're running out of time?
Position away.
Wow, with 6 bullets. Insane. Insane. Casey's got to be so mad about that.
Getting them across the line on that previous
Oh
map.
my God.
And now stepping up early on Sunset. You talked about how important it was for KC to find
Wow.
early success. And in a round like this, to have it taken out of their
Holy
hands.
Neff is so good. Yeah, that was insane, dude. You had no ammo. I mean, what a clutch.
With the lead early on.
Oh, wow. Nah, you're so mad about that if you're KC. Like,
And well, I can see now why Zeiss was so stressed.
Oh,
in
man.
the previous.
Like, obviously, it's easy to critique in hindsight, but you look at Sugetsu's individual fight, like, you know that Neff created that fight. He knew where two of the
Wow,
players
what a
were.
clutch,
He
dude. That was
wanted to
huge
fight
for
you, and you
BLG.
gave him exactly what he wanted.
Oh, what a mess.
It's a mistake that, yeah, sure, maybe you still expect your teammates to win the 2v1.
I don't
but
know, man.
It could have easily been avoided. But we still have a buy.
Insane.
A lot of ultimates available as well. 4, almost 5, in fact, for Billy Gaming. But the ones on the other side, that run it back, always going to be a problem.
Okay, KO ult in.
Well, it's been neck
Took
and
B
neck
for
so
free.
far.
Full site control.
It's put all the credits on the line
Smokes
for
out,
KC.
yeah.
It's given Billy a real chance to run away
Here we go.
with this lead. If they
Bomb
win
down.
this
It's going to be a 5v5 retake here.
Economy advantage.
Okay.
But everything thrown at it.
Got a Phoenix all wasted. Oh no, wait, they killed the Cypher. Okay, Martin gets a pick, flashes himself. Okay, 3v3, 2v3. Martin's super weak though.
This round still very viable.
He got bombed down though, I mean.
A loss here will give BLG a massive
Ooh, he's weak as
advantage. The diffuser desperately low.
Huge
Dealt
kill.
with after one. And K-Knight with it all to do, but time.
Oh!
Praise, beautiful.
Oh no, dude.
Clutch out the round, and now
Oh no, KC.
oyster with no economy left for the majority of KC.
Oh no.
2 back-to-back rounds ending with clutches. That is a brutal
Oh.
reality.
Oh, that is so rough, dude.
For BLG, this is exactly the way that they want to steal these rounds away from this side. You
Oh
know that
man.
When it comes to that stage presence, when it comes
Wow.
to the experience.
BLG
sure, you
clutches
have a
is
few
crazy.
players
Yeah,
with
insane.
experience, but as a unit,
Oh,
this BLG
oh, that's
side
so
has
rough.
much more to give. It was a good fight back into the side, but ultimately
That okay.
it came
When he
down
hopped it,
to
I was like, man,
Chavez hitting
he's
that
putting a
shot,
guy
but
with
it
like no
doesn't.
health
There
on
is
bomb. I
nowhere
guess that's better for the
Sugetsu to go.
gunfight. But
K-Knight now
did you watch
adding
VCT
another
Toronto
round to the
final? I did
board.
not, unfortunately. It's tough for me to watch the events that are in the West because of the time difference. Like I'm in UAE, so like this is in my time zone, so this is way easier for me to watch. So it's really tough for me to watch, like especially since I'm a university student, so it's tough to like. Oh my God, look at this! Yo, this coach is losing it. It's tough for me to watch those, but no, I wasn't able to, unfortunately.
He did not need much time whatsoever.
Yikes, man. 2 huge clutches from BLG. KC's broke.
Don't you worry, they had their
You
minute.
don't. I don't know. You're not liking what you're seeing if you're a KC
What can be
fan.
said to get a win in
Some
this
crazy
round is minimal.
clutches. You don't want those rounds to slip away. I mean,
Everybody upgraded to sheriffs at least, and it will be an early fight. A flash
Okay.
with the stun back by YZ.
Trades are in,
He may
3v4.
fall, but K-Knight set up as a result, isolating
There we
each kill,
go.
trading out along
all right,
the way.
1v3 for Elite. I don't think it's coming,
KC, all
but
things considered. But for BLG, they did exactly what they needed to there. Braved the early push, traded every battle.
what do you think about PRX BLG?
No idea where Elite is, and
I don't know, dude. Oh,
But
wait, you called the
Levius
ult?
is
Oh wait,
taken
hold on.
down.
Okay,
There's a
1v2.
weapon to be recovered here. Elite now has the info to play with 2 players. Oh,
Okay.
A little bit of a tag. 2 players, and he sees them running. He knows exactly where they are. I think he might even have heard one going towards the spawn. And
Okay, oh, you saw him.
spots him, pops the flash. The smoke
That's it.
almost
All
saves
right.
him, but the
Wow.
spray through takes him down.
Huge round for
Comes down to 2
BLG.
in the end. It's
I
not
don't
bad
know.
for
I mean,
KC,
PRX looks pretty
but
good.
it is the lead extended
Like,
for Billy.
but I mean, clearly, Billy's fought through some tough teams, so
for that streak at the very end of the last map. That was something they were never able
We'll
to
see.
do.
I don't know. I really don't know. We're getting to the point of the tournament where it's pretty even. Like, everybody's pretty good. So it's tough for me to predict anything.
They've built up a crazy economy because of it, so there is still definite opportunities, and I'm liking the fact we're seeing that operator come into play. Martin has always been deadly.
You
with
say
the
let's go
sniper.
Gen G?
My main worry, though, is Elite.
All right, KC down 5-2. Oh my God, look at that spot.
Kills in the first buy round. Other than that, he's had just
Pretty much giving up B completely. You're gonna assume the Cypher is gonna die, right? Oh my.
Three players bypassed by YZ. They turn and take him
Okay.
down. The trades don't come in fast enough.
All right, even trades. 3v2 now. KC might be able to grab around here.
Already passed one trip.
You'd need to win this round though if you're KC. You invest in an op. I didn't even realize that. Spike down.
Well, the flash doesn't find anyone on the back of it.
I gave my bet on PRX. Please say I'm not alone. I think PRX is a good bet, probably.
Now trained in on their position, the cage to try to get them out. And okay.
Okay.
Back behind it.
Okay.
Now have to fight back into it with that op holding.
Oh wow. I don't. Oh, you didn't molly the.
To put the pressure on as the defuse is being tapped, and now there's two
Okay.
players holding the wide swing.
All right, KC finally get around on the board.
KC. They will get their extra round on the board.
Yeah, it definitely looked like it was getting a little bit dicey in the middle. But
Yeah, that was
the main
definitely
thing is,
dicey.
We always talked about this map in the past.
100% that was dicey.
B main presence, the post
But-
you could play. It's definitely a lot harder nowadays.
There you go,
What KC
KC.
did just moments
Fighting back a
ago
little bit. I think that Neon play kind of was what determined the round. I don't know what the call was there, but he kind of just jumped in, and it just didn't pay off really for them.
Maybe face off against one or two, but it seems like KC were very well prepared for them to try and adapt and take that control. 3 rounds. There's still plenty more needed, and you look over at BLG, and once again they have those ults stacked up.
Yeah, they do have a lot of ults, dude. So does, I mean, they,
Well, this time,
there's still some ults to work with on KC. You'd assume some of them are getting invested. Yeah.
as maybe in some of the other rounds.
Oh, you need to hit another one though.
BLG instantly
Okay,
fill that space,
KC with
but
first
Elite
blood.
catches them. The more passive hold, not expected again.
It's not a
How they
great waste
shut
of the
down
ult, but
ultimate.
you got.
But they have the advantage. They've done damage onto YZ as well. No need to panic with the op trained in. It's a matter of patience. Levius moments away from stepping into that angle by the looks of
Sobo
things.
comes in, he gets. Oh no.
And they follow up with the pick. This is dangerous, but Aves
Okay,
manages to pull it
4v3.
back. The low HP YZ traded out. They now know about Levius.
Ults
on
are
the
in.
backside. They'll deal with him too. And Martin finally
All up
gets
to
his
Neff
reward.
again. All up to Neff again.
Oh! But this time, it will be
That was so
Sugetsu
close.
to win the round out for KC to deal with the big clutch player.
He was 13 HP.
Dude, these are all so close. Sorry for screaming, but it's
You put
insane.
Neff in those late rounds, and honestly, it feels like you're the one who needs a miracle.
Oh my God,
to be
dude,
able
that
to come
was.
out of that alive. I
He
think
was
with
so
Navi,
close. He just messed up the spray. One more bullet there, he probably would have got him.
he kills Sadak behind somebody
Let's see how much health he had.
He does.
13. Oof.
Sugetsu. And yeah, it really is just a relief when you're up against him. I'm not even sure what's to be frustrated. I guess just because he's so
I guess
low on health,
thank
but
God.
it was almost another miracle.
Thank
moment
God,
for them.
man,
He
thank
has been
God.
The superstar in the server for BLG.
All right, let's see what happens here. KC stringing some rounds together now.
And as said, this is where now the economy starts to become a little bit more difficult. But
Yeah, that's true.
They're going for
BLG's
this
in
mid
it.
play
Oh.
again, and this time they have got stingers and of course that overdrive.
It's going to make a big difference with the flash from Aves. Perfectly timed. Molly goes down.
All right.
And so do Neff and Levius.
Oh man.
Beautiful stuff
Okay.
from KC. That was a round
Tough.
that seemed like, even with the low buy, it had a lot of danger, but they were very conscious of the space they gave up. They had the utility to react. And even as Kane
Oh my God.
finds one, he makes it two.
Yeah, good try.
They get there in the end. KC.
All right, KC tying it up.
To neck and neck.
Oof.
Oh, it really is a neck-and-neck game all the way through. We have had those sort of explosive moments from KC, the crazy comeback from DLG, and now we found our middle ground of Sunset. The mid-pressure again being attempted. Once more, I don't mind it. Like, you've tried it in the last round.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably not too mad if you're BLG there. I mean, you're on a save. You at least got some kills, made it a little costly. Oh, got a timeout.
And after what was a pretty damning looking scoreline with a streak of rounds coming in for BLG.
Man, those clutches were insane though. Neff, dude.
Of course, if you just joined us, for context, this is both teams' tournament life on the line. Their key is at risk, and their spot in the playoffs definitely not guaranteed.
Well, the timeout called by
Got some
Billy
BLG
is a
chance.
crucial one. Looking to close out this half with a lead. Their hands were firmly on the reins at one point, but the grip has loosened. It's KC.
God, I can't even imagine the nerves, dude.
Adjustments just as required. And this timeout, although BLG are looking to steady
Dude, if I was clutching like that on main stage, I'd have a highlight reel by the end of the day. Just like, this is what I did. I'm nasty. But here we go. Pretty much full buy versus full buy, except for the Guardian on Russia. Love the little cheers. I do too, man. I love it when there's a crowd. It just brings the hype up so much. I'm glad they brought the crowd in for today. Okay, an op invested. They have cash though to work with. It's a huge round for BLG.
Definitely give them the lead at the halftime.
Gotta be careful those Guardians though. Those Guardians are nasty, dude.
Others has still been putting in that performance on the Phoenix. As said, at times it has been elite.
Playing it slower.
It's been the pressure point. It
Never
looks
mind.
like he's going to be under some scrutiny once again.
Okay.
The ultimates that were there a couple of rounds
Cypher
ago
backing
mostly
off.
expended. The ones that remain are definitely
Looks like it's going to be an A commit, which is good, I guess. I don't know.
And it seems like the plan for now
Let's
is
see the Cypher mid.
on mid is going to be everything though. One player tucked in as Levius does. Aves check the angle. He is not quick enough.
Oh no, the ult.
That is all the information that they could ever need.
Oh, he got the trade. Okay, Casey got the trade.
Still a trap waiting. It will be destroyed though. Nobody revealed. Elite, no easy kill for him.
Okay, trades in.
But the trades come in.
2v2.
Space for his squad. Good flash, but they deliver anyway.
Wow, BLG take the round. Okay.
It is a bold play.
Whew.
And a costly one at that.
Huge round for BLG.
And YZ's had a really rough time so far, but you can see why. He is just throwing himself to the wolves so his teammates can eat good.
Hey, on the attack side, sometimes making space is far more important than the stats that lie on the board. He is willing to be that sacrificial lamb to remove the Cypher, especially when they already have the man advantage. And again, we've seen the impact that Levius can bring just by being in that mid position. A strong Cypher really does bring you large amounts of value.
It's a close day, dude. Close matches.
It was a try and swing in with the rest of the team, but unfortunately they were all dead by the time he got there. 6 for BLG. A half victory seems deserved with how this game has gone so far, but now walking in to that crossfire from Elite. They know exactly
that should be a kill.
Yeah. There is no escape from that one. And
Oh, he sees him. Okay. Huge damage in for that.
Attack.
Okay, the ult came in for KC.
They baited out the ult from
Wait.
Aves. They've done everything, and they've got
Oh my god.
to just pull it right back into their favor.
Oh my god.
Easy plant on the A site. Sagetsu tries to get ahead of it. He's going to be deleted. This is a beautiful round.
Wow, what
BLG.
a wow.
So many dangers were lurking there. K-Knight letting Aves know that they've got one up on him there with a little spam
Insane.
in the body. And
There it is. All right, BLG. Wow, what a play. I feel like that's the first Omen ult I really like this event. All right, well, that's halftime. I'm going to go to the bathroom, grab a water. Thank you guys for being here. If you're new, like and subscribe. We're going to be watching all of EWC, Valorant, and some of the other ones. So thank you for sticking around. We're going to get to the rest of this. I'll be right back.
KC trailing by 2. What a resurgence from Billy in this series. They looked down and out, stalled before the race even started, but here they are, leading the pack as we come into the final half of the series. A key will be crushed soon, and it looks like it might be KC's.
Wow, we could see the face on
All right.
towards the end of that last map. I think he knew that once
Here we
that
go.
momentum stopped,
Let me turn this back
it
up.
would be very difficult to get it back.
Wow,
And
perfect
more
timing. Look at me.
importantly, once the momentum of BLG got going,
Okay.
it would be very difficult.
Let's see who
to
closes this
stop.
out.
This map has been anything but about that YZ show. He's been quieter in terms of individual stats, but there have been plenty to pad the gap. None less than Neff, who had one of the best clutches we've seen so far this tournament. Levius now under pressure. But he has already managed to stall out.
Huge
this
pistol round
attack.
for BLG. Huge pistol round for BLG.
Now, there's going to be 3 close by. This half, I expect to see.
Think you're going to hear them run away, though, right?
face to YZ. He was really throwing himself out there in that first, the role of the Neon here on Sunset. So it's not as easy as pointing at his kills and saying, well, he's fallen off. But now on the defense, this is where he's got a chance to really deliver.
Okay, trades
He
in.
finds the opening in the pistol.
4v4.
But K9 gets tagged pretty low as well. Decent trade of blows early on from both sides, with Sadik also down to 25. And a redirect towards this A site. The trap had kept a lot of space. A flash used by Abez here, a reveal as well.
Probably
This is
PRX
all
versus
a
FNC, but I
an
want
attempt
PRX versus
to drag
EDG. Fair
rotation
enough.
to that site. And actually, K9 does start to move, but I think that's just to fill in that mid gap.
Okay,
It does put a
BLG
bit of
gets the
pressure
info.
on Levius, who's all alone now.
It's been a back and
Okay,
forth
here's
and
the
back
plant.
Again, but the plant will end up
Okay,
on B
got some
side as
info.
planned.
That guy's weak. I mean,
Patience paying off, and
ooh, it's a good blind.
Used to try and aggress, but all players
Okay.
Sugetsu's turned around and taken down K9 though.
3v4. Everyone's weak on KC, though, yeah.
Players, it's not going to be easy to hold
Oh, wow.
Abez with a quick, slick double.
All right.
And KC find themselves right back in the game.
Yeah, that pistol should equalize this, and well, we started out the series, Tom, by saying it should be a close one. We wanted 3 maps, but I doubted we'd get there after Icebox. What a delivery, what a resurgence from BLG. Let's see if they can keep things going, as they've lost the pistol, likely to lose that lead, at least to see it equalized. Although,
Should be
you
tie
can't
game
count
after
them
this,
out,
you would
even
think.
with those low buys, we certainly learned that lesson on Lotus.
Yeah, you'd be a fool to think this was going to be easy. And actually, looking at what's been purchased by KC, I'm not going to lie, this makes me a little bit uncomfortable. The 3 pistols, a sniper, and then 1 rifle, and that rifle is a bulldog. Like,
KC got too many in defense with double duelists.
like, I would almost
Yeah.
say like an 80-20, but this feels like it's almost like a 60-40 round, which is
Yeah, it's going to be tough to defend this
Like an
against double
anti-force buy,
duelists.
you know, let them win this one, we get them in the next.
Yeah.
Easy round.
Like, we expect to lose this round, so let's just buy not much. I don't know. It makes me nervous. And more importantly, I'm just looking at the position of
Yeah,
Lucio.
KC
If
kind of
they try
saved
and
still.
clear this guy- oh, never
Yeah,
mind.
well.
I can kind of understand why he thought that maybe they would have been a little bit further through with how long it's been, but
Okay.
that should make this round safe at this point, because
Gonna be a 4v5 retake, it looks like.
ticking against the
Kind of like another pistol round, except for the bulldog and
Planted.
Yeah,
the
time's
scout.
not very much in their favor.
Yeah.
BLG.
Seems like BLG is just going to watch
They have to
exits.
throw themselves at this, and I think the main thing to think of is you're up against Avez. He already found a couple of picks in the pistol.
Yeah,
He's
you don't
already
wanna give him
playing
his
the orbs,
ult.
1 away from the run it back. The next round is an investment from BLG. If you go giving him orbs right now,
he's coming.
That's
for them.
dangerous, but that's the problem. He's going to come for them no matter what.
They knew it.
Even if you take him down, he gets
Huge.
what he wants out of this transaction, and Martin is in there for a few more. Let's go down to the spike, lads.
Oh, he got the last.
That's almost more than halfway, in fact, to
There he
Martin's
goes.
ultimate off that. Yeah, that's about as good as it could have went for KC.
Oh yeah, like you get the 1
Yeah,
orb you
good bounce
needed
back from
for
KC.
Abez, and then you also get 4
Very good
orbs
bounce back.
from our team. Like, yeah, great stuff.
We'll see, man. It would be kind of heartbreaking if BLG lost this, because I feel like they fought really well in this one. Clutched a lot of rounds they shouldn't have won, and
In the end, it didn't matter too
it would really
much
suck
from
for BLG
stat
if they
padding,
lost
but
this
more
one.
Importantly, boosting that ultimate economy and having
But we'll
one ready
see.
for the next round. Now,
Full
they can
buys
get a
now.
Pretty decent buy off this. 3 players going for those regenerative shields plus the Vandals. And well, you throw that running back into the mix, it almost
Well,
looks favored.
you don't want that to
weaker
happen.
Weapon, and that's Rushia down.
You don't like that.
Why is he falling too? He went in to try to steal back some
Two
space.
dry peaks.
This is, well, I can forgive him because you've lost one on the A site. You think, at most it's probably a lurker there.
Okay, alt comes through. B site pretty much can be taken. 3v5. I mean, this will probably be around for KC, unfortunately. Hold on. Okay, 2v4. Don't want to count him out just yet. It's not looking great though.
Should be planted. Easy
Yeah.
one to close, and with Levius down, it looks impossible. Neff, as good as he's been in this series,
Just save.
the spray
Yeah.
says it all. He's gonna run
Tough
to save
scenes.
this
Okay.
weapon.
That felt just like a domino round. Like you just
Yeah.
one player makes a mistake. And
Unfortunate.
Then that's it. You just basically just
That
run
that
it
first
down
kill
until
over
you
here
lose. Like, hey,
on
you
A
had,
really like
a
decided the
hero player
entire
tempted by
round.
Why is he reclaiming space? And then you
I
have another
don't
player
know,
that
man.
just runs through spawn in an attempt to fight the entirety of the squad while Neff is still back towards middle. Like that's
A bit
well, I've seen
disjointed
a lot of good
gameplay, I
rounds
think.
from
You'll probably
BLG,
see a
and that was
tactical
definitely on
timeout
the other
here
side of the
called,
coin.
I would assume.
Especially in a round where you know that there's going to be a weaker weapon or two. There's massive risks
Doesn't even get to keep the
taken,
weapon either.
Absolutely no reward. Of course, for KC, you've got to hit the shots, credit where it's due, but that is definitely a blip. And
Yeah, I wonder why he
official pick
peeked
came through.
that there.
There was no flash. There was nothing
Yeah,
that was thrown.
no
in.
reason
Maybe
to
the
peek
knife
that.
was used, and they just went off that alone. But that's a gamble and a half.
Yeah.
A gamble that certainly didn't pay off here. One hell of a time to go for it. And like I said,
Well,
you know, it is exactly
BLG
like you said,
pretty
Tom. It's a domino
broke.
effect. Wise then sent to try to reclaim space, walks into the pack. And
What is the
that's
crowd
it.
doing?
Round to KC.
Oh, they're doing the
a
wave.
lead to KC.
Okay.
And for BLG,
BLG
seen a
gonna
hell
have to
of a
play
close
this
series
pretty
so
passive,
far.
I think.
After that first map, with a weak buy here, it looks like KC set to extend the lead a little bit further.
Revealing area.
It's a good dart.
Into this B site. Maybe hoping some information or somebody to try and pressure this smoke. No, they were waiting for the flash, and the flash does
Okay,
wonders.
trades in.
It has at least managed to find
And
the one, but Aves, they're playing
Okay.
the lurking Phoenix. He's
Hold
going to
on.
get punished, and actually that is going to be a right
2v3.
The problem, though, is he's 5
Wisey's
HP.
weak as shit,
So
though.
unless Neff can make this one incredibly competitive, you almost
Yeah,
feel like it
you
might
just
be worth
can't.
saving. And now it's definitely just worth saving. Like, look at the credits on the other side. Are you making a dent in this
Oh,
economy?
man.
No.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like he
KC
feels
is a
like
lot of
it's not
money.
the economy game he's looking to win. He's looking for 8-8. Looking for the round in the 1v3. Or perhaps, yeah, for the ult. It could be. I don't think he's going to get what he desires.
I might get an orb.
Yeah, sure. But not the defuse, not the round win, and already the first
Yeah.
sign of adversity, he is out of here. He's hoping someone made a mistake. And
Okay.
no mistakes.
Well-
Is the rifle for the next round.
But it's
Right
like
call.
when you have
Get a gun at least.
economy to buy, I can kind of understand wanting to go in, maybe do some damage, maybe claiming some orbs. When you're 5 HP, nah. Like the chances of you finding something.
Okay,
and the
KC
chances
taking
of you
another round.
dying are so heavily in one direction that
Yeah, this was
just doesn't
tough.
have
I
any
don't.
value.
I just didn't read the guy mid. So
Other than,
unfortunate.
him getting slightly closer to the neon ult, and I think honestly, it's about on par with just having the extra credits.
Uh-oh, they're laughing. You don't like that.
Vibe shift over on KC.
Yeah, I was
Momentum
gonna say
in
we
their
gotta have a
favor.
timeout soon.
Timeout
KC's
called by
kind of
Billy as they can
run
feel
away with
this
it.
game slipping away.
Ooh.
They have to set the momentum for KC. They know how dangerous it can be. We saw it in map 1. We saw it in half 1 of map number 2 as well. And it's the right time, not just
God, I'd be
to
so nervous. I'm not gonna lie to you. I wouldn't be able to do it. I mean, I love pressure, but like,
temper some of that aggression that we saw, the dry peaks.
it's a little too much pressure, if you know what I mean.
But also to steady the nerves.
Just a little bit
These
too
players,
much.
They've been playing a series. They've been battling. They had a close comeback on map number 2.
What do you get out of here?
But now defeat
Don't watch me.
looming over them. And an exit
Get out of here.
in similar fashion to Toronto.
Now you're gonna make me be
An
weird. Don't do that.
repeat. That's the last thing that Billy wants.
Bear in mind as well, both of these teams are within the partner program, so this is much bigger than just themselves. Of course, They want to do
Okay,
well
let's see what
in the
happens.
Valorant side of the
I mean, I
tournament.
don't
Of course,
feel
they
like
wanna keep their
it's a
gear
lot
alive.
of
Of
rounds for
course, they wanna
KC,
face
man.
off for that prize pool. But you're also doing a service for the club as a whole, fighting for that trophy. And if you've been down the boulevard, it takes up quite a lot of space. Nonetheless, back in with the purchase they go. The attack
Okay, let's see what happens.
with Martin's ultimate can be utilized to try and almost clear
Oof.
out that space, but they are looking to put the pressure.
It's a good blind.
onto Rushia. He does have support. And
Okay,
maybe not
BLG.
quite expecting the aggression from YZ.
Beautiful paranoia.
Cage triggered.
Wise even waited a moment to swing on in. They thought the danger was averted, but not even close. And with Elite falling, it should be BLG to take this round. Wisey 10 health and a 2 versus 4. Spike still in possession of KC. And an avenue into the B side open if they break that door. But it looks like the push into spawn. It's what they're going for. They've spotted Levius, but now they've got players all around. They're surrounded. Good flash, but no space taken.
Should be around for
Smoke goes
BLG.
down.
Much needed round.
They want pressure.
See what
They're gonna
happens.
take that avenue. Now covered by Levius. The leg
30
spotted and
seconds
Martin. He's smelling blood in the water, sensing
There we go.
weakness,
All
but
right.
It turns to strength.
Get the
for
plant
BLG
off.
in the 1v4.
Probably just call it around there, right?
To get to a chance. Maybe they
Wait! Oh no!
That's got to be one of the most ridiculous clutches I've ever seen. Sugetsu is a walking aimbot.
2 aces so far in this series, but that might be the most ridiculous play of it so far.
I think we count that as an ace. They knew exactly where he was, and he, like, honestly, if after this game, like, he's being picked, by the way, he didn't remove the tracking dart. He didn't have time. So at every single swing, they knew exactly where he was. That is honestly one of the greatest clutches I've ever seen in Valorant. And Sugetsu,
Oh.
if you tell me he's cheating, I believe you. Why
Oh
is he gonna try and put it
no,
down? What is
man.
he? You know, he gets the 5th one a little bit later. K-Knight has done well.
Graves.
Oh no, man. It's falling apart.
Left and Rushia down. That could have been the recovery for BLG. Taking him down,
no.
taking the space, recovering a rifle too. And instead it's a disadvantage to work with. K-Knight's work dismantled in a fraction of a second. And a plant, well, should be soon to be found. Someone tell Sadik he has
Oh
the
my
spike. Oh, he's
god,
just waiting.
dude.
Spike in his backpack, rifle in hand, and K-Knight on the floor as the spike is soon to be. How have they gotten away? Both of these rounds.
I can't
Ridiculous
believe
individual
that.
plays.
Dude, that is so rough.
He genuinely. Spike in my pocket. Couldn't care less.
Oh man, he had the
it
dart in
just
him too. Like, you know exactly where he is. Why not swing him at the same time? They all just like swung at individual times.
Some of the greatest clips you've ever seen. I'm honestly, I'm still lost for words for what Sugetsu has just managed to do. The fact that he didn't have time to remove the dart, so there was literally every second or so
Oh
a flare
no,
going off,
man.
telling them exactly where he was, and he then. It was almost like it was the other way around, and he had a ping on all 4 other players. Because it's just the way he read
Dude, that's so bad. That's so rough.
Mid, switch to the player up top,
Well,
then go back to the other 2. I don't know how
all
he
right.
managed to do
I
that.
mean, I gotta
And
be
that
dead honest with
genuinely
you.
might be what wins them the game.
If you're a BLG fan, I think that's probably gonna do it for them. I don't see you coming back from that mentally.
What did they do wrong? What did they do wrong?
Nothing at all. Nothing
It's like they
at
gave him the
all.
clutch. It's over. Yeah.
That's got to be the mental cripple.
I don't. Yeah.
Completely
I don't think you come back
dismantled
from
at
that
this point.
mentally. I just
They
don't.
come into this one investing. They've got credits to put on the line. They've got rifles in their hands, but
Shout out to Sugetsu, man. That was insane.
KC back to the
Yeah,
same
I
form
think
as
you
we
just.
saw
I
in
think that's
Icebox.
it. I think BLG. You're probably gonna see them start rushing stuff, getting uncomfortable.
Not even an argument.
You got no tactical timeouts anymore. I mean,
This outrageous play. And at this point,
yeah.
you got to feel bad for BLG, but this is their moment to
I
pick
mean,
themselves
man.
up by their bootstraps.
EMEA might have 4 in playoffs. RQ's getting destroyed too, are they?
To finally string 3 rounds together. We were talking about the game as if it was over, and maybe it should have been. And that's where BLG stepped up a gear. They've had a couple of demoralizing rounds, but I'll be honest, what we've seen so far this series is it hasn't phased them. They got battered in map number 1.
I mean, that's
they looked
just
defeated in map number 2, and yet we sit on map number 3.
Phoenix ult through.
Take themselves to the playoffs.
Gotta pick with it. Okay, hold on.
Start, a Hunter's Fury, though.
K-Knight's on 5 health.
Yeah, that tag, it's gonna work
Okay,
wonders
YZ has
for
his ult
KC.
out though.
K-Knight will struggle
Waiting to see him do
anything
something
else
with
here.
this.
A second flash fired through, it's delaying them.
30 seconds
The spike's still trapped in main though. Has to make that cross out.
He's still stuck in main though.
Very patient with spike in hand. At this point, you even start to wonder if they faked it, if they've gone back. But as they walk in, Elite
Trades in. All right, 1v3 for YZ. All right.
And put KC on match.
KC 1 round away.
An unbelievable
Oh wow,
set
what a
of rounds
map.
that we just saw unfold though. And for Billy, that was the one that they needed.
So rough for BLG, man. I can't believe he clutched that. I just don't think you come back from that mentally. Like,
On social media, the fan base that's behind them, even having supporters here at the Esports World Cup. But the fact is, I think the editor is going to have the easiest job of his life to lock in on Sugetsu, and you already have yourself a frag reel. 21 and 13. Aves just
yeah,
one
guys
behind
having a
for
map,
20.
man.
They are just 1 round out of 5 away from eliminating
So
BLG
sad,
and
man.
taking
Yeah, it's tough.
themselves
I
into
really
the top
thought
8.
they had it there when they clutched those 2 rounds, but I think it's just
Entirety of the EMEA qualifier just to get here, but
okay.
the judge stands in their way.
Flash out, maybe TP out too.
Martin follows
Okay,
suit.
BLG with two fresh picks.
BLG, it's a long climb
3v5.
back. 5 rounds in a row, but they managed 6 on Lotus. You can't count them out
Okay.
just yet, and in this round, there's no way to. Elite 1v5. Sugetsu in his calm saying, I'd win this. Let's see if he can match. And then even add 1 on top.
What an insane clutch, though. I'm still reeling off that, man. That was
I don't
insane.
think this will be the one, but you have to think that KC just moments away from finding the round they
Maybe
need.
if K-Knight sticks a dart
Just
to the top of
don't,
his head,
guys.
and then he clutches.
Don't.
Then it would be a better clutch.
There
I
you
don't
go.
think a 1v5
Yeah, they're
would be
all
better.
3 lined up. There we go.
Genuinely,
All right.
I'm lost for words.
BLG
still
get
at
the
what just
round.
happened. But the belief is still there. The Billy
It's still
fans.
doable. Look, it's still doable. You never want to count these teams out, you know? They're professionals for a reason. It's still possible.
Wow. Successful round. A flawless round at that to get back on the horse. And that's the thing. Even though they've lost so many of these
I think they learned from their last mistake. They just all grouped together.
transfers, these huge individual moments, they haven't looked down and out. They can come back with a round like that at any moment's notice.
4 rounds in a row needed here for BBG. Or BLG, sorry. Okay, first pick. First pick for BLG.
An attempt to fake out that side of the map, and
Looks like you know they're going B. See, the problem is KC might get a little too aggressive and then it punishes them.
KC have high impact to work with. They could still take it in this round.
Okay.
That said, lots of
Oh,
reveals,
he saw the
lots
Phoenix.
of
He sees the
impact.
Omen.
Finding
Got the
one,
Phoenix
but he will
too.
be dealt with as K-Knight steps up.
Hold on, guys.
This one out of the park. Sadik with a
Hold
big
on.
clutch
Okay.
He won't get past YZ.
There we go.
Building once again. K-Knight has been the catalyst in this map. We were talking about Neff, and he's definitely still had his moments, but I think this map would already be over if K-Knight wasn't putting up the numbers that he currently is. He's been a real difference maker. And
Yeah, it was a good play.
This is the difference. I spoke about it before, that when we saw the push from Rusia, there was no flash. This time there was. Neff had him with the setup. And then, well,
I got worried when one of them peeked it. I was like, just wait, guys.
at the end. I believe he's still
Winnable?
managing to be the top player on the server.
Yeah.
Even though we're having these lights out performances from the likes of Sugetsu.
I got that one girl doesn't want to be there, clearly. She's
Around,
just sitting there like,
25 mark, which
ooh, timeout.
considering again how a lot
KC
of this game
timeout.
has gone, that is impressive.
Last tactical pause.
Well, a lot to do for Billy. A pause will be pulled in here. I believe it's a technical. Oh no, it's definitely a tactical. You can see Zeiss firing
Yeah,
away.
it's their last tactical pause. It might
Okay.
be the last one
Who do you
again
guys
until
got?
overtime.
Who do you guys got? You think this will be a BLG comeback?
Up early. They needed them.
Or you think this is it?
But now starting to come to a halt, slowing down.
The only thing I'll say is we saw this in the last map where KC had the pause when things started to go wrong. And I don't know if it's because they do that, but it makes me feel like they're more likely to continue to go wrong. Like, I'm sure whatever's being said by Zeish is great, but I just feel like that's when Billy knew we're in their head. We are there, even though we're still 3 rounds behind.
Okay. Neff playing pretty aggressive here. I think he just wants these opening kills, dude. He could get 2 here realistically.
Maybe this is
they're backing up a little bit. This will be a huge fight here if Phoenix can get this. I think Neff knows to back off. This Cypher and Yoru's play is going to be big, though.
Starts to seem a little bit more.
This is Martin versus Levius. I think they go OT, but KC still win.
That ulti online when Sadik has that Hunter's Fury.
Ooh, I don't know, man. This will be if BLG can win this, you'll have some half buys for KC. So
if they go to short, but
it's not the end of the world, but you need this rotate to come in a lot faster. Like,
bit of a risk if Levius does play on site, and it looks like he will.
I don't know, man. Yeah, this guy's going to be in an impossible spot. I mean, Flash to Oblivion. They know where he's at. Should be. Well, and Hunter's Fury in. 3v5.
That catalyst. But the smoke comes back up and they know exactly where
and it's a 2v5, a 1v5.
Two aces. He's looking to try and get the third. K-Knight, last match.
And that's it. BLG.
Heading into that top 8. Flying through the qualifier of EMEA.
BLG out.
Of the European region.
Eliminated. It was a good try, man. They had some really crazy plays, but I think it was too little too late. It was just too little too late, unfortunately.
But for the rest, and more importantly for Aves, the man from MENA on the stage.
But there it goes, yeah.
This is a meaningful victory.
Good try out of BLG, man. I mean, they did their best. Oh, that's fucked up. Key's gonna get crushed. I think it was that ace, dude. It was that crazy play on site that just, yeah, would have won if they didn't clutch. I agree. I think that just kills your mental, man. It just kills it. I mean, all the momentum you had just goes away when that happens.
KC heating up as the year goes on. And they are red hot down on that stage.
But there we go. KC takes it. Yeah, I think that clutch was the decider, honestly. I think it just... I think they called game there. That was... I mean, talk about one player really changing the outcome of your game. It was that. It was that moment.
Well, one man who definitely drew all of our eyes, who had all the big plays, was Soigetsu. Down on the stage, he's standing by with Ian Chambers.
Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch. Of course, if we were going to interview anybody right now, it has to be Sugetsu. KC make it into the playoffs. BLG exit here and now. There's so much I want to talk to you about, but I just want to first address, you came so close to closing out this series on map 2 on Lotus.
Yeah.
They brought it back. How did you then recalibrate?
I think that clutch just killed it for him, man. It's so tough.
First of all, we have like instant performance coaches who help us like to find out how to reset after like kind of these games, you know. So we were ready. We okay. We lost. Okay, we like understand this. We reset it, and right now like we showed.
For you, I think you can hear this. MVP Sugetsu. I think that's pretty obvious. You were phenomenal, 2 aces, and then that tremendous 4K on round 17 on Sunset. I think for you watching at home, we can run back the replay here.
I mean,
from your perspective,
this was insane, dude. I can't believe.
4K, talk us through it on round 17.
Yeah, but what should I say? Like, it's 4K. I mean, I went B. I didn't expect like, okay, I expected to kill Neon, but after they pushed 1 by 1, and it's like, okay, for me, if you're pushing me 1 by 1, I will take it. Okay.
Do you think? There's been, like, a lot of
I think that just killed all their momentum. What a crazy play from that guy. I mean, like, just changing the whole game for your team.
Yes, I think yes. This is opportunity to show us. basically.
I love that. All right, just finally from me, the draw for the quarterfinal is coming up a little bit later on. It'll be either Fnatic, NRG, or BBL. Who would you like to face next?
Energy.
Good choice. We'll see if it happens.
Okay.
One final question from me. Would you like to crush the key of BLG? And if so, why are you excited to do this?
I don't know, I'm kind of villain, so I like to crush something, you know?
Okay.
Let's do this. This is a big moment here because BLG did have the pleasure of crushing G2's key yesterday. That's not the case right now. What goes around can come around. Sugetsu gets to crush the key.
Okay. There we go. BLG's key. There it goes. Snap. There we go. Unfortunate for BLG, man. You saw moments of like maybe they could do it with some of those clutches, but I think that 4K just killed it. I think that 4K just ended it. But yeah, I mean, let's take a look at this here. Let me see what we're looking at here on this B stream. Oh, 10-1. Oh my God, they're getting fried. Okay, fair enough.
What a great
well, yeah, Heretics frying RRQ.
Electrified in that 13-9 victory.
So
that entire last map was just
tough.
A montage. It was highlight after highlight for KC, right? It was ridiculous, big time.
I mean, especially that second half when they moved to
Yeah,
that attack.
I just think that 4K just killed it, man. All right, well, next we got Gen G versus EDG for the last match of the day that I'll be covering. It looks like Heretics will probably have an easy win over RRQ. So yeah, if you guys are new, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm streaming EWC every day that it's going. So if you like the stream today, don't forget to like and subscribe. But yeah,
I will say I gotta feel
Gen G versus EDG coming up, and
he wanted it so bad,
we're gonna get
his key has been crushed.
Get into it.
He is out of EWC.
Yeah, throughout the tournament, Neff as well, having such huge performances. I think BLG should hang their heads
so tough for
highly.
Gen G, or sorry, BLG.
Their journey
I mean,
is done. We got to see the iconic moment
are they so
Esports
nervous?
World Cup. The key crushing. And yet again, I don't think it gets any easier watching that Baby Bay. Every time you get it, the pressure putting on it, and all of a sudden you see it, you know it's going to snap,
all right.
you know it's going to snap, and then there goes their hopes.
I'm telling you, I keep
there,
saying it's the most
they
satisfying
go.
thing I think I've seen.
I'm going to go to the
wish
bathroom
I
real
was
quick.
there. We got to witness this in person one of these days.
And then we'll get into this Gen G game, which I'm assuming is coming up soon. It looks like Heretics is slamming RRQ, so I'm not going to watch that one just because I think that one's that map is probably done already, if not getting close to done. I don't see a comeback happening there. It was 10-1 last time I checked. So yeah, be right back.
Not only are they here, they made it into the money. They're into the top 8. They get the club championship points, and they're surprising and surpassing all expectations here, Baby Bay.
Yeah, you heard Sadak say the same thing. He was literally like, we barely made it here, so hopefully we can make a run for it. And what a way to do it on the double duelist. That kind of like reinvented their entire team structure and their run to make such a run to the playoff.
Yeah, I mean, we have to highlight the coaching staff as well, right? Eng and Zeesh, two very storied coaches. Eng especially coming from the old school Gambit days, winning that, you know, Masters 3 far way back in the day. So these players really know what they're doing, and they work under fantastic coaching staff.
Yeah, and I said earlier when Sentinels qualified on in their 2-0 earlier in the day, they might be the most scariest team. But I think after a match like this, and you have highlight plays like this one that Sugetsu had earlier, this might be, yet again, the scariest team to draw, especially because they're achieving the potential that this roster was meant to when it was assembled.
This is one of the nastiest clutches I think I've ever seen in
Yeah,
Valorant.
this was insane. I can't believe that.
It's just It's insanity.
Yeah, I mean, he reads the situation so well, knows where they're coming from, trusts his instinct. Look at this reaction from the coaches. Look at that. He's like an excited child. Oh, no, and then obviously the flip side, nice little table slam there.
Yeah.
There's nothing more frustrating than watching that happen to your team.
In the midst of so much utility, too, there was so much chaos going on his screen. But even when he got up, he was so calm about it. And he's just like, thank you very much for that. Thanks for the donation. And as a coach, I'm
Tough
sure
scenes,
you
man.
know, like, you're watching a 1v4, you're like, oh, this is over. Like, maybe I got to do a timeout, try to consider what to do next. Yeah.
Tough scenes.
Absolutely. Well, you know, every time we have a win, there's always a team that takes the defeat. And in this case, we've had the well-spoken Neff on the other side send it down to that exit interview.
Oh man, they're gonna talk to him after.
I'm here with BLG's IGL, Neff. Now, Neff, yesterday you got to crush someone's key, but today BLG's key is crushed. And like Ian said, what goes around comes around. How does it feel?
I mean, definitely feels horrible. I mean, there were many moments that we could have maybe fought back on the last map. But I just think that maybe inexperience from our players just put through, and then overall we succumbed to the pressure, and yeah, we just lost it. And we just have to come back stronger next time, I guess.
Yeah, is that what went wrong on Sunset? Was it just a matter of pressure, or were there executions, prep that just wasn't coming through?
I think at the earlier part of the second half, I think we just failed to adapt to how they were controlling the map with the double duelist. And then I think later on, I think as the score became close and we were falling behind, I think many of us just felt the pressure, and then I think overall it just crumbled from there. Yeah.
I do want to rewind a bit back to Lotus. Now, that was an incredible comeback. At the half, it was an 8-3 scoreline. What I want to know is, what were your comms like at that half when you were down? You might have lost it all in a 2-0 fashion, but you had that moment. You also had timeouts, and every single time those moments happened, you guys ended up winning the next round. So tell me, what was happening in the comms?
I think there was nothing much special during those timeouts. I think we just overall calmed down, and then our coach just told us like how to play the next round. And I think that we adapted well mid-round in what they were doing, and overall, you know, slowly we just came back in the end.
It was a credible comeback, and it was very
EDG
promising,
coming
and
out.
I think that led into Sunset. But I do have to acknowledge Sugetsu. I don't know what that man was eating. He had 2 aces, he had 4Ks. What was the mood like when that happened? Did that affect anything at all in terms of the mindset?
Honestly, not really, but I think the one that really hurt us the most was the 1v4 on Sunset. I think that we just underrated him, I guess. I think we all just wanted to kill him as fast as possible, and in the end he punished us, and I just think it was just a fundamental mistake from us, and yeah, we just gotta deal with it.
Now, there's one thing I have to acknowledge, is that you are an incredible fragging IGL. You've been performing so well throughout this entire tournament.
So tough,
and,
man.
I have to say, a lot of the trophy-winning teams, this is critical to their success, is having that fragging IGL. Do you agree with that? And also, what's your secret?
I think this tournament I did average, I guess. I think it was not very good, and I just think that I could do better. I think overall in my calling and individual skill, I just think that, you know, it's definitely not up to par as compared to like many other top teams out there. And I just hope to just do better and learn from this experience over here at the EWC.
You are a very humble man. Now, you guys will be returning to VCT China in front of us. A lot of fans have flown in to actually watch you guys play. What are your plans to bounce back out in VCT China?
I think we're definitely gonna accumulate and just organize all the experience that we have gained from this tournament, and then, you know, bring it back to our league back in CN, and I just hope we can dominate from now on. Yeah.
Now, I noticed there are a lot of Valorant China fans in the audience. Do you have a message for all the Bilibili fans out here?
Thank you to all the fans who are supporting us. 很感谢大家过来支持我们的比赛。虽然今天的结果不是很理想，但我相信我们还能打得更好的。谢谢。
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Neff from BLG. That's it from us over here at the stage.
All right.
And just like we know that confidence comes in bundles when you talk about any player.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that 1v4, I mean, I know I'm beating it to death, but like,
he is a fragging IGL. He saved the team multiple
if you're in a 1v4 like that,
going. and yet still,
and your team loses, like you just feel defeated.
Every
like
single interview with this guy, man. I just
that's a
want him to
huge
win
part
so bad,
of anything is like the mental, and I could just tell like the mental was just they weren't as confident. They started maybe even over peaking.
Like you kept your team in the game on that low.
It's just tough.
You almost brought it back.
Super tough, man.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean,
Good tryout of BLG though.
To be honest,
Tough scenes for them, but we move on. We move on to Gen G. I'm curious. I feel like EDG should take this one, but Gen G also fought Fnatic pretty close. So we'll see. I don't know.
Wolves in the most recent one.
We will see.
Definitely next up if they can make that work.
Yeah, and even on that final Sunset map, they called the timeout, like Vic said. They gathered themselves and started mounting something. Even us in the green room were like, oh, no, okay, so you got to close this out, right? Right?
Yeah.
And eventually they do. BLG bow out in a very honorable, respectful way, but that does mean that Karmine Corp out of this group is the one that makes it on in. Let's take a look at the updated bracket here.
Okay, let's see. Who does KC play?
As earlier in the tournament, it feels like a little while ago, Paper Rex got the job
Oh yeah,
done,
KC will play Paper
and
Rex,
now
right?
It is Karmine Corp
Ooh,
themselves
I feel like
through
Paper
as
X should have that.
No lower than 8th place for the EMEA outfit.
That'll be a
here,
fun.
big time.
That'll be a fun
very,
match.
Very impressive. This was another team a lot of people were kind of counting out heading into EWC. You know, they scraped by in those qualifiers, did not get given an automatic spot, and they've not had the best year so far. So for them to even make these playoffs,
Getting nervous, man. We got destroyed last time, but we were probably jet lagged.
Making a deep run, really getting a big split of that
Yeah.
money.
This is exactly what you want if you're KC, especially when we were
We'll
talking
see.
to the head of esports here. I mean, you want.
We'll
to
see.
get
Who's
as
your
much
favorite team,
confidence,
Mutao?
as much experience under your
Who's
belt.
the team you really want? I'm assuming you want Paper X to win, right?
You want to make that event, and you want to do well there.
Yeah, the part I love about that is that's exactly what the Esports World Cup is about. I think KC kind of, you know, as an organization, everyone knows it, but has struggled within its domestic league and now finds its footing here. Not done yet in the tournament, and we can only imagine
We'll
what
see,
that
man. We'll
means
see
for
who wins.
ECT,
I don't know.
EMEA. And that sets us up here for more best-of-3 matches. Now,
Or are you talking about Gen
we've
G?
seen a lot of different maps, but is there a specific map that you want to see that no one's pulled out yet? Because we're getting to the point here where, like, maybe a something that is unconventional will lead to an advantage.
A specific map?
Yeah, give me a minute.
EDG or PRX, basically my 1 and 2. Okay.
Is split, but I don't know if it's
How have we not? Yeah, how have we not?
We're split.
Yeah, where it's split.
Yeah, we haven't seen a split yet this event.
we get a firm answer on this because where is Split? Everybody loves Split. For me, it's by far and away the best map, so I'm disappointed. It's a lot of Lotus, it's a lot of Icebox so far.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I would agree with you, bro. I want to see some split too. I want to see double duelists on split as well. I mean, I'm a big fan.
All right, well, you know what? That wasn't the only match that we had earlier. Today, earlier, we also had the matchup against Sin City against DRX for the final spot in Group B. It went the way of Sentinels 2-0, and just like we do with every other key, it's time for
there
that
it is.
iconic moment.
They're gonna crush DRX's
and
key.
As our Pacific analyst here, big time, go ahead, take a good look at this one. How's that make you feel?
I'm glad it cut away from me. I am weeping.
Why is he so
tears, here. I feel horrible for DRX, honestly. This is an organization.
They're all settled out.
Look at him. He came out of nowhere. Like this. Oh my God.
I'm so sorry you have to witness this, bro. If you guys could actually see the look on his face right now.
It's pain.
Oof.
Oh,
Wow, that was a good snap.
Hey, look at your camera and give us the face. That's right. Yeah, big time. Hold that.
It's horrible.
Hold that as. Oh no.
Oh,
look at that.
having
Man,
so
look.
much fun.
The operator doesn't laugh or smile at
Dude, that-
anybody. And even Zeus is good.
They put a different top on the Crusher.
For Zelsis. This is exactly his kind of thing, though.
He's just styling on him even more. This is the most BM.
And he asked, was that supposed to happen? And the guy went,
We gotta start rating this, best crush.
RQ lost
of the
13-3.
tournament, 'cause
Yeah.
Zelsis just
Tough.
took the throat on that one.
Yeah, he had so much fun with that. But of course, DRX heading home. They're such a storied organization, and I know that they expect so much. They started this year very, very strong with that win and kickoff. But
I don't
since
think that
then,
snap
it's
was supposed to be
only
as
been
aggressive
downhill.
as it was.
They're looking to make roster changes. They're looking to recover, but they haven't quite found that same footing yet that we're used to. So hopefully they're able to recover.
Yeah, hey, stick around. We have a special guest coming in just a couple of seconds. But now's the reminder that we have our opening ceremony ceremony tonight. It is at 9 p.m. featuring Posty, Post Malone, and many other guests highlighting and celebrating the story of gaming and esports in one of the most epic celebrations you will ever watch. It all starts at 9 p.m. local, and then the opening ceremony kicks off at 10 p.m. It is going to be an awesome, awesome time. And I think he might be ready here. Almost ready before we have our special guest. So while he gets ready, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll talk to one of the victors in that last match and set you up for a second best of 3.
All right. Last match of the day coming up, Gen G versus EDG. We'll see how it goes. I don't know. I really don't know. It could go either way. I feel like they're both pretty good teams. I feel like EDG will probably have the best shot at it, to be dead honest with you. I think EDG is a bit more of an explosive team with Kong. But we'll see. I mean, that guy's just nasty. The only problem with teams like that is, like, if you're... It's kind of difficult when you have a team where one guy pops off and you kind of rely on him to pop off. He needs to be consistent, right? So, like, if Kong can't get anything going, I think that team starts to struggle a little bit. So I think... If you're an EDG fan, you're maybe a little worried about that, right? But quick 2-minute break. I'm gonna throw away my coffee, and yeah, then we'll be good to go to continue on to our last match of the day. I'll be right back. Thanks everybody for sticking around. We got another match to come. Should be a fun one. Crazy. I might get striked for this, actually. Let me turn that down. Yeah. So, Gen G versus EDG coming up. Last match of the day. All the matches are on time today, which is great. I love that so much. Makes my job a little bit easier.
And welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Joining myself, Digon, and Baby Bay Kakuka is back, as well as the victorious Sadak. Welcome, brother. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Is this on? I'm doing fine.
Yeah, it is on.
Hello. I'm doing fine. Super happy to be here again. Or for the first time, I would say. Yes, I'm happy.
Dude, what was it like being the first team to play in front of a crowd? It got kind of quiet on that second map, but in the third map, we heard them yelling from the back.
I mean, it was insane. It was kind of like a throwback for me to locking, you know? Because we made a play. Wow! okay, we're good, guys. We go. Let's go. You know. So yeah, it felt I can feel the energy so good there. It's insane.
Tell us a little bit about the encounter. Of course, going to the third map, we saw you cheering your team after the loss on the second one. Tell me, what was the plan going into Sunset, and also what did you give Suigetsu this morning for breakfast?
I don't know what he ate. He has to give to everyone because that was insane. He did what, 2 aces?
Yes.
And one clutch one before. That's insane. That's insane. But to be honest, the second match, it was more like a mental defeat. It wasn't more like a tactical defeat, you know? So I thought like, okay, guys, I have to have my team up. If not, it's going to be super bad third map, and we don't want that. But luckily, we managed to reset backstage, and yeah, everything worked well.
I got to follow up on the 1v4. Like, after that happened, as an IGL, like the leader of the team, how do you kind of like keep the nerves, though? Because, you know, a lot of these younger players, they get so hyped and excited in the moment that it could kind of snowball. You lose the next round.
Yes, that happens a lot, especially after that round in particular. I had to do the same call like 4 times because everyone was like, you know, like, yeah, I think the important thing is that's why we have like our strategies to reset even when we do like amazing plays, because the game is not over, you know. It's only one play. Okay, it was an amazing, insane play, but the game keeps going, so you have to reset and readjust and keep going again, you know.
All right, so this win means that you make it to the knockout rounds. Is there a team that you want to play?
Okay, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. We start. Gen G versus EDG. Let me make sure I'm caught up here, by the way, because I haven't done this in a bit. Sorry, I'm skipping the interview a little bit, but.
All right, you're not busy. You can break down this next series with us, right?
Okay.
Can I ask him one more question before we move on to that? I know that you guys have numbers on your jerseys. Do you mind showing yours?
Yeah.
It's 23, right?
It's
so
23.
Why did you choose the 23?
Michael
Jordan?
23, it's a number for me that represents my whole family. So in my back, I'm with them, you know, they are with me. That's why I carry the 23. It has spiritual and family meaning for us, for me, I would say, in particular a lot. But I'm not going to explain that much. But yeah, it's for me more.
Oh, that's so sweet. You know, you can actually link that perfectly because Kankan, his full name is his brother's in-game name, and then Kankan, which is his name, but he has like the full thing because he really likes, you know, he wants to carry his brother wherever he goes because he's like,
that's nice.
I feel like when you play and you have, you're playing for something bigger than that, it helps a ton. Zadak, thank you for that little insight there. As we set up the next matchup, including Kong Kong and EDG up against Gen G. First, Gen G. This is such a Pacific Titan and always one of the international best teams. Zadak, when you think about Gen G, what comes to mind?
Korean teams are crazy, man. Korean teams are crazy. I mean, there's nothing you can expect. They're either gonna play like slow, methodic, or they're just gonna rush and do like amazing, unexpected things, you know. But to be honest, I'm looking forward to.
I think this is what's happening here. I think this chat is up on the side.
I'm a huge fan also of Kankan. I played against him a lot in the past. So yeah, it's gonna be like a super amazing match. It's gonna be really interesting.
The surprises on the side of Gen G, I think, have to come from the side of Texture. He's been amazing. The up plays that we keep seeing time and time again, it's always something to, you know, to be looking out. I think that also, as we're saying on the counterpart, we're seeing a Kanka that is revitalized after losing that best of one. Because remember, this was the opening match for both Gen G and EDG.
I'm so happy you spoke about the opening match. In the opening match, Texture had 18 kills. 10 of them were with the operator.
Damn.
We saw Kong Kong in such an amazing form yesterday as well with that operator against 100 Thieves. So I'm excited for this op head-to-head. I think that's really going to be what makes the difference.
Yeah, let's introduce EDG here. Again, the reigning world champs.
Okay.
You know what that is like, lifting that trophy. So
I was.
EDG?
Time passed, you know, time flies, all time.
Time flies.
Yeah.
What do you think of EDG, Kong Kong, the rest of the team? What comes to mind?
It comes to mind that they have what it takes, you know. So it has to be that in any moment they can choose, okay, now we're going to be champions.
I mean, Gen G played Fnatic close, but I just feel like EDG is probably a better rounded team, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's so important now for EDG. In the previous match, I was saying, you know, for Billy, there might be a door opening. Well, not anymore, thank you, Sadek. For them to now be the #1 in China. But now, EDG are the only Chinese team that we have left, and they could be, and, you know, for that rule, kind of should be the one Chinese team that we have in playoffs.
Final thought here before we toss to the stage.
If there was ever a team to step up to the plate when there's so much pressure on the line, it's EDG.
All right, EDG and Gen G, the final spot on the line to the knockout stage. Who will win? Let's find out for the Esports World Cup.
All right. Here we go. Last match of the day. Hope everyone's excited. I'm very excited for this matchup. I don't know the maps yet, but I'm hoping we see some fun ones in there. I kind of don't want to see a Lotus or an Icebox, but who knows? Whoa. I didn't get to see the walkout on the last main stage match. This looks cool. Look at this production value right here.
We have just witnessed an intense battle, an incredible fight for survival with everything on the line. KC moves on to the playoffs.
This guy looks like my cousin.
BLG witnessed their key getting crushed. But Ian, the day's not over yet.
It's not, and as the stakes are heightened, so is the drama. The weight of this opportunity weighs heavy on our next two teams because only one more quarterfinal spot will be decided on this main stage. For the other team, their dreams will be shattered to smithereens. We've already seen it happen once on the stage and on the B stream as well. This is the result of losing here in the EWC.
Literally cut in half.
It's painful, isn't it?
Tough.
And it's going to happen one more time. Let's bring out our quarter-final hopefuls here, starting with a team who beat their opponents in a best of one. Can they send them home in a series? It's Gen G.
All right. Here we go. Here we go.
And their opponents, champions of the past, fighting to stay alive with their legacy on the line. It's Edward Gaming!
Woo! Oh, I hear some boos. Oh, shit. All right, Con, show me some stuff today.
Success is survival. Defeat is a departure.
All right, I gotta do this huddle.
home. Our final series is now.
Here we go, another team set to be sent home. We have Gen G clashing once more against
This is, I feel like this is either going to be an absolute slammage or it's going to go amazingly.
Best of one, and Gen G certainly had the upper hand there.
No doubt about it. It was
Fuck's he always smiling? Okay, let's see the maps. Okay, they banned Split. Kind of sucks. I'd like to see a Split.
Leading the charge for the black and gold.
Ban Sunset.
One interesting thing to note
We got
here,
Lotus.
these teams have only played
Okay.
each other a
Haven.
couple of times. Once at
Pearl
Masters
Band. It's going to be
Madrid,
Icebox,
it was
isn't
Gen G
it?
winning.
Oh,
Once in an
man.
off-season event
Okay, at
where
least we got a
EDG
Haven.
bring their full squad. Gen G won that. Gen G won the best of one. So for EDG here,
Lotus, Haven,
at
Icebox.
Redemption. We know they're capable
Okay.
of it. We know they have the pedigree of it. But both of these teams have shown in the past that they are capable of lifting trophies.
The pressure on Gen G, as well as just the region of Pacific, mounting. As we saw the departure of DRX earlier on, as well as the wavering performances over on the B stream of RRQ. Currently up
Frosty
against the ropes,
Strop watching.
facing
What's
off
up?
against
What's up? I love hot dog. How you doing, man?
He sat there waiting in the playoffs, qualified straight through. Gen G would love to join them at the same time. EDG is now the last hope for the Chinese region. Both teams are going to leave nothing on the table in this series.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's see what happens. What's the
China,
agents?
You wouldn't want any other team in this position than EDG,
Okay.
a team that has shown what they're capable of. And it is going to be Lotus, where we kick off.
Con on,
Not too much
on
surprises
Neon.
in the agent
Probably
comp.
expect
Gonna
that
see
one.
Neon for Kong looked electric on Sunset yesterday when EDG was able to take a 13-7 win over 100 Thieves, with Kong leading the charge. Overall, 73 kills in that best of 3, plus 11, 22 first kills in that department. He was phenomenal. See if he can keep it up, going up against Gen G's
All right.
superstar Texture You know, the
Interesting agent pool here.
Battle going to be something to keep our eyes on.
See what happens.
You know, as we get on this defender side, could be kind of a key here for Gen G, keeping the momentum, keeping the pressure on this ever so crucial side of the map.
I love hot dog.
Out of Kong's hands.
Yeah, it wasn't something that we got to see much of.
Man, you made me crave hot dogs now, man.
One, because it was just a very quick stomping.
Why'd you do that?
Hands of Gen G, but across now a best-of-3 series, hoping to
okay.
see that head-to-head more and more.
We got a Killjoy on Lotus. Interesting. I don't know if we've seen a Killjoy on Lotus. Maybe we saw one.
We'll see. Now they do fare. This is EDG's
Here we go, last match of the day. Loser going home. Gen G versus EDG. Be cool to see a Haven though. I like watching Haven.
Across most of the maps. I think Icebox in that best
Here we
was
go.
an aberration for EDG. I don't expect if we get to that third map, it's going to look anything like that. I think another thing to note here for today is ZJC, you know, new to the team, going up against a strong lurking team like Gen G. A lot of pressure going to be on him. To help deal with that, especially as he's going to be shifting over to the Vice here onto Lotus. He needs to have his head on a swivel because Munchkin is always going to be trying to push you to find those extra angles.
Okay. Here we go, pistol round.
We do fair is off the rip. It's going to get a haunt reveal on to Kong, but real fight for rubble control going to be seen. Gen G instead all drifting towards this C site.
5-hit C.
Flash at the ready as well.
Gonna be a bang out off rip. Thorns out. Okay. Texture first. First dead. 4v3. Everyone's pretty weak on Gen G. Probably gonna be an EDG round, you would assume.
Force something there was Gen G. Disrespecting the
All right,
utility
Con.
and pay the
See what you
price.
got.
Not exactly what you want to see to start Foxy9. Trying to create some attention, trying to keep those extra players planted over on the C site.
But they're playing into the stack now.
Oh, oof, good try. Got him weak though. Nice spray. All right, 3v4. ZJC is pretty weak.
Shoot through that Viper wall, find the kill, and keep EDG in with the advantage. The HP bar is now on the remaining players. Doesn't even add up to 150.
Yeah.
Trying to sell the pump fake here are Gen G.
Not great health for Gen G. Should be. This should be an EDG round, you would assume.
That's going to open up enough space here, but time is ticking. 25 left on the clock.
Yeah, not a lot of time.
Get out a little bit longer, an opportunity for Smog.
I mean, they're all weak. Like 2 bullets to each, and they're gone. Okay, looks like a C hit. You're running out of time, though. You're gonna have to plant very quickly.
Still bring the spike forward. Smoggy still with an opportunity. Try to shut this one down. Plant gonna be
There's one.
through. Already Foxy9 dead.
And okay.
Munchkin does have some peeling fire there.
Okay.
Immediately finds the headshots, and Gen G somehow recover the pistol round.
All right.
That is a rough start for EDG.
Gen G get the round. Yeah, I really thought that was the Gen G round. Sorry, EDG round.
On how to stall Gen G out, but Gen G finds just enough there.
Okay. Wow, what a I mean, they were all so weak.
Ash coming up big. He has been really good at times. Can find those clutch moments for Gen G. The young rookie coming in this year,
Okay.
New to the
Gen G with the
squad.
pistol. Didn't
Originally brought in as a Tejo specialist.
Okay,
Now having
all right.
to shift over to those other initiators.
Some buys coming in. Kong with the op. Or wow, with the snipe. Missed it, and he's dead. Ooh. Okay. You don't love that if you're EDG.
Marshall does get scooped up. G2 just taking some pod shots.
The Marshall, that's what it's called.
Same
And
time, though, Texture
that's a break into C.
feeling reinvigorated, shrugging off the
Probably get a
first
quick
death
plant
there in the
here.
previous round.
I guess this Omen will probably just show on site with his classic. All right. Okay. 2v5. Not looking great for EDG here. Probably gonna be.
Flawless as Texture finds another
time.
Mr. 4K, perhaps no.
That's it. All right, Gen G take the bonus.
Weapons still scooped up, however, and Gen G have a very comfortable 2-0 start.
Yeah, so you got to like what you're seeing from Gen G.
Let's see what happens.
Min-maxing in the right areas in terms of getting Texture hot tracked towards that showstopper. And nice little win here early against Kong.
That's tough getting shut down like that.
And then just pushing the pace. Knows he's got the weapon advantages. Munchkin covering drop. So just about everything you could want here for Gen G. You lose one, not the end of the world at all. You're going to be coming in with a very strong bonus.
Okay, 2 rounds in a row.
Your opponent's firepower.
See what happens here.
Bulldog.
Looks like heavy A. Got that Killjoy just kind of lurking. I'm surprised. I don't feel like I've seen a Killjoy on this map.
Now pause in the action.
Oh!
God. Just tucked in behind the box. He's going to reposition. Foxy 9 is the belter of a shot. CJC.
Oh.
Just going through the meat grinder with every single map played.
And because it's the Vice down, they're going to want to pressure Seaside. They know that they're not going to have to deal with any of that annoying utility. Yes, the Viper is still there, but that's a much easier task to get through than having the combo of that util.
As long as they get going quickly, because already you do have players moving into position. Smoggy wrapping around.
Okay, Chichu's in a good spot though.
Side.
Oh, just shoot the molly.
Is now the entry going to be coming
Here we go.
White might cut off a couple, but look at Wiley.
Nice.
Over it, but
okay, EDG with 3.
Drags across with the kill on the Foxy 9. Now the spike is going to be
okay, 4v2. Spike's down in C. There we go. All right, all up to Munchkin. See what he can do.
In the 1v4.
Should be an EDG round, but I said that on the pistol too.
Chance to make this hurt, but for now, still looking
30 seconds left.
Very clean here.
That's I don't know though. Chichu's pretty weak. Smoggy's also pretty weak.
Alongside each other is Kong Kong. At the sprint at the ready. Tap of the door. Weapon drawn back out. Kong Kong.
Nice play. All right, there we go.
Damn near flawless.
EDG on the board.
Bonus conversion.
Now you get out of that round for Gen G.
EDG on the board.
Round for Gen G is the early pick for Foxy 9, and Chichu stands tall there, using his util very nicely, well-timed, waiting for the contact before he lets loose with the snake bite, kind of separate the Gen G players and start knocking them down. Very patient behind the pillar as well. God, that is sick, but the rest of it here.
Yeah, it was a nice one tap, dude.
Nasty stuff.
Nasty one tap.
Involved as well, like you were talking about, making the quick rotation over.
Okay, EDG on the board.
Long enough to get there. That's a nice little maneuver from Kong Kong as soon as that door was open. Oh, hold on.
Oh, man.
Looking for it. Obviously, no nade there for the side of EDG to try to play off, but
heavy A again.
Going to lock him in place and try to get some spam damage. Ultimately, Munchkin will take a little bit. The nade up from Texture doesn't find any value.
Gives you some map control, though. Able to get that rubble control, so now you've got the option to pivot into B.
This is interesting though. Why do they have 2 guys going C?
Good awareness from Gen G that there could have been a push out of mound.
Just keeping it quiet, keeping Texture.
Quiet round, buy versus buy.
Stopper not yet coming through. Nobody continued on that push. It costs him. Just trying to get him through the wall, but it's going to be
tough.
Smoggy.
Okay. First pick for EDG.
Massive punish to be found.
That's tough. Lose that entry power, lose some of that stability on the map. Kong Kong now doing a little bit of an exploration towards B. Gen G trying to figure out how they want to play this. Good awareness.
Yeah, Gen G's kind of split up though. Oh, Kong Kong's gonna be huge. Okay, got away.
Paranoia sent for a bit of peel. Gen G running out of options and running out of time. The spike just now making his way back across through the attacker's spawn. I have to try to just shove their way forward here into this.
Okay, huge pick.
By the flash. It's just not going to be the time.
3v5. I mean, probably just want to save, right? Get the orb and save.
Snatched up here to try to get Munchkin
okay.
But EDG.
This
time in actual flawless fashion will tie things up.
Back on the board, everybody.
Yeah, Gen G being really cautious, really slow here.
Yeah, Gen G played that super slow, but I get it though. I mean, you kind of went. You were just waiting for someone to get a first pick. All right, EDG tying it up. Not too much out of Kong Kong yet. I think we'll see.
Just puts the brakes on the round.
I think we'll see. We'll see him pop off. He's real dangerous with this neon.
Sheriff there gonna pass the.
But I actually like this Killjoy pick from Gen G because it's very helpful with how close the sights are in terms of like how easy it is to break. I mean, a Killjoy will probably cover the entire site, right? Okay, nobody's getting pushed up. Got some info. Ooh. All right. Oh. Okay, trades in 3v4.
There's more than he was prepared for. End up losing.
Smoggy in a tough spot here. He's gonna be going against literally like 5 of them.
Texture up over the top. Showstopper now in the back pocket. Horrible drop right as Texture falls down.
Okay, good pick from Smoggy. 3v3.
Seems like a bit of a miscommunication here.
They should hear the C plant and start to wrap. In attack, I think we'll be playing safe. In defense, normally with up.
Suddenly given a second lease on life in the round.
Yeah, we'll see. I think you want to see a little more out of him, though. He's been kind of shut down a little bit.
Gonna be a tough hold here for Gen G, I think, coming from a bunch of different angles or EDG.
Yeah. I don't know. I like this pre-aim here.
Players able to reply from within the site. Munchkin swinging back over.
Danked him. Okay, at least not a death. Yeah. And okay, trades in 2v2. Smoggy's half health.
Already it's good damage.
They have to swing this.
Munchkin snappy with that headshot, goes to the wide swing.
Okay.
Readjust, leans up the 3K.
Well,
Gen G regain the lead.
Gen G.
Nice hold here from Gen G.
Back in the lead by a round.
Maybe EDG was going to be able to try to pressure from a couple different angles, but opted to just go all the way through stairs with 3 players. That makes that crossfire from tree and back sight pretty easy to set up, especially with the confirm on the haunt. Munchkin. First one's good. Second with the wide swing. Very nicely done.
I'd be scared of this guy. See this guy?
From some of the mistakes in the previous round pretty quickly there. With Gen G getting that
guy's scary.
Accelerating a little
Just killed 2 people and was like,
make sure that they're able to get something out of it. Now EDG going to overstack that A site, knowing that they can't afford to keep giving up that.
Oh boy.
Showstopper through B.
Okay.
Immediately ripped by Texture.
Yep, it's going to be a bit of damage there on the Chichu. As Pit now does get invested. Double rewrap through stairs towards.
Okay, bomb down. Viper ult out. See how EDG retakes this.
Already in case things start getting a little bit dicey.
It's like Hong Kong's already through. This Omen blind's a problem though.
Hong Kong hunting, searching, finding Karan, but not winning the fight.
Okay.
Texture holds the door
4v5.
pushing forward, holding down M1.
Okay. Big pick.
But none to be found.
Ult's coming in. Kind of running out of time though.
The alarm bot going off. Nano avoided.
Okay.
And Smoggy on the spam is able to find
You guys got to go though.
But ultimately,
yeah.
too much time has passed.
No time.
Even with just the 1 player dead with the player advantage, EDG too slow to get into position, so Gen G are allowed to stretch the lead.
Yeah, love the way Gen
Unfortunate,
G plays this round.
But you still walk away with some guns. Economy's really looking pretty good.
Showstopper into a quick pit. Have that Nightfall on the back line. Once you confirm the presence of more than 1 player, that's
a lot
what
of Gen G cheers.
You know, Texture there.
I can't read that.
Himself as a human recon dart, and that is when Ash decides to call that in. Good placement of the KJ util. Again, really diligent from Gen G in that post plant. Every piece of util getting value in terms of getting identification of where EDG players would be and making it so that that retake is untenable.
Fight to delay. He's made no purchase there. TP forward. Though,
okay.
With the double scaling up, it's going to be Karan dead.
There we go.
Maybe he was going to be able to find the elimination there on a Smoggy, but nothing to be found. It's a tiny lick of damage.
Gen G going for B. I mean, it's going to be clear.
It's a reveal on 2. I think that might have been what distracted Karan there
okay.
momentarily.
They kind of just left. They left Texture alone.
Already pushed up all the way through B. Try to get some kind of C collapse going. Are they aware that Texture's already this far forward?
We're about to find out. It looks like he's almost swinging back onto the angle. Turns his sights towards Waterfall for a brief little moment.
Okay, they took C. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. 4v4 tied up.
Down, Spike now getting planted. Gen
this
G
player's a problem because they're going to be worried about him the whole time.
Now he has to rewrap. Going so far around to try to rejoin in with the rest of the squad.
And there we go.
Continues to dominate around Mount.
Foxy9 with the 3K.
And it's clean taps
all up to ZJC, and that's it. All right, Gen G taking a good lead.
Like dominoes.
Beautiful stuff for Foxy9. Picking up right where he left off against EDG the last time they faced off, just hitting crazy multi-kills. I mean, when his mechanics are on, he is so
good shots, man.
This is the Foxy9 that was promised by DRX. That has now been further developed and expounded upon.
This guy's too good, man.
Gaming warlord.
Nice.
Beautiful little micro adjustments there in his movement too.
Okay.
Gets a little pressure on Mount, instantly recognizes it.
Starting to run away with it a little bit. EDG has to respond soon. We got an Omen from nobody, so maybe we'll see some fun Omen plays again today.
Pit invested early here from Chichu.
Oh yeah, wow, they just called it.
Trying to see if maybe they could do anything to punish it, but Pichu, or Chichu, not Pichu. I think that's a Pokemon.
It is a Pokemon.
Yeah, Chichu sits up
Steady yourself.
to see. I'm doing good.
Recover.
Great.
Okay. Not really getting anything with Omen.
Spam, though.
Or Odin.
Not connecting it onto any members of Gen G.
Oh.
Haunt does get confirmation that Gen G is over here. So back we go. The game of trying to dodge this.
Ball raised.
Oh boy.
By that. Paranoia
oh boy.
Texture. Now it's going to be
Okay.
Position. Kong able to find one.
Alt popped. Nobody gets the kill.
Odin reward. Now the spike dropped on the opposite side of the door. And this becomes a
Okay.
very dangerous position. But Fox is not
Okay.
able to find 2 quick kills. As Munchkin now finds himself
All up to Munchkin.
30 seconds left.
In a
This is the
3v1.
best possible opportunity here, but still looking like a
Looks like
bit of a
Chichu's on a
bridge
good
too
flank,
far.
so it should be around for EDG.
Oh, for sure. And just
You would
not
hope.
nearly enough time.
I don't
want
to curse it.
So, sure
But
what the angle's
yeah,
gonna be.
you probably just save.
Don't really need to save.
10 seconds left.
Damage could be good. Well, does not get cleared. Spam, however, is going to hound him down based on the audio. As a Munchkin completely surrounded. Still will find one, but
Okay.
Smoggy with a 3K will go ahead.
Make it a little more
Close the gap
expensive
a
for him.
bit. 2 rounds separating EDG fighting back.
Yeah, like the way that they're playing these rounds there. Instead of just putting really heavy pressure at the front of A off the back of Chichu's ult, they instead
Good
just
round
kinda
from
set up a
EDG there.
trap here. Good relay bolt.
Maybe you want a little more from Konkong's ult, but you win the round, doesn't really matter, right? You take that all day. Okay, EDG within 2 rounds. Full buys on both sides. Still got the Omens. EDG's money is meh. But we'll see. Looks like a fast C hit.
DJC do have their ults as well.
Yeah, this might be ult versus ult here. Do have a KJ ult though, but they're on the opposite side.
EDG's back pocket, even if the lockdown opens up the site.
I know, yeah. Okay. Good trades. 4v4. Still got a KJ ult to work with. You'd assume they'd invest it here to clear out C.
Ready to try to go on an exec here on C, but Thorns get popped nice and early. JC.
Maybe not. Maybe they'll rat B fast, Killjoy ult there. Unless they just don't even want to waste it. But you'd assume we'll see it here soon.
Yeah. That Steel Garden to just take the weapons away.
Just popping the Vice Wall there over on beat. Making sure that EDG has to respect it while they set up this execute. Very nicely thought out.
Thorns got the raise. Omen TP'd.
Damage suffered there.
And yeah, wow, they just EDG just left it. Just ran.
In position, waiting for a timing.
Killjoy ult, yeah. I was going to say, we got to see a Killjoy ult invested here at some point.
The patience here.
Want to be able to get some time ticking down.
Smart. She's,
yeah. No way to really try to clear this one
I mean, Foxy 9's just going to wait until he hears some stuff and they'll pop it. Yep, there it goes. Okay, they need to push in and go. Okay.
The smoke though, Texture ends up getting taken down. Looks like they're going to try to fight forward. But ultimately, they're going to have to back away. The time is just not going to be there to detain at least onto one. Does come through. Karn repositions, TPing forward. Joining in
Gonna swing that, okay.
Very quickly.
Oh no!
Able to find 2. Foxy gets the other.
That's it. Yep. All right.
Just CJC.
That was a great Killjoy ult. He waited, took his time. Gonna try to get one. Yeah, that's it. Okay.
See if he can get another weapon out of their hands. Slow down this
Gen G
economy, but he
6-3
cannot.
lead.
Gen G reached 6.
Yeah,
Looking a little scary if you're an EDG fan.
Really good.
Just a little
the
bit.
way that they're being patient with it, the way that they're using it to guarantee themselves rounds. Don't mind the idea from EDG here to use the Steel Garden to try to pressure that lockdown. If they can get around
Just good shots, man.
they might just win this round.
That Killjoy ult was really well timed, though. I mean, he just waited till he heard people coming in. Buys his team a lot of time to get position. EDG has to wait. They can't really push out, try to find that ult. Yeah, I was gonna say someone's gonna time out soon.
And he's been good at times this year, but it hasn't quite felt the same. We haven't quite seen
See what EDG does after this.
level of impact consistently.
Maybe regain a little bit, do some breathing exercises.
Feel a bit of the pressure here. This Lotus is their map pick, so expecting to have a little bit of a better go of it. Granted, they're starting on the defending side of the map, so not
Oh wow, that's cool.
fully lost in the woods quite just yet. Wanting to have a bit better of a result here and maybe not get quite as frazzled. Good for the 1 kill onto Texture, but
okay.
bit of a mistiming as far as sending the ultimates, the lockdown being layered in right as the Steel Garden means that they can't really try to play off the weapon advantages.
Yeah, it was just a little bit too far.
Got some, it's going to be a save round for EDG, looks like.
Nightfall was used as well, so 2 ults for 1. To make matters worse, you're on an eco. EDG, a little bit of a struggle. Nobody with a stinger.
Pretty pushed up, though.
Range.
Paranoia is not going to mean too much at that range, so swing this corner, still going to be at risk.
Oh, Salma needs to be careful. Smoggy needs to be very careful here.
He got the spot there. Munchkin reading the close angle. Does he get the shot? Yes, he does. Makes it a headshot.
Okay.
Just in case.
First pick to Gen G. I mean, this is a save round for EDG, so you'd think, you know, they're probably not too concerned.
It's going to give them some
just try to make this round as costly as possible, but that's not a great start.
Or at least take another peek at it. Take the fade out. That's a lot of that stall utility, info gathering utility removed from your opponents. So you can at least make some noise, create some attention. Just Munchkin alone wouldn't be enough to sell it. He is often
Munchkin having a great game.
So you got to get a little bit more in there.
Okay, got him weak.
Though, from that Sheriff of Kong Kong.
Yeah, shot's going wide. Decay as well.
This would be a huge round for EDG, though. Huge.
It's like pivot call going to be made here now. Munchkin is going to lurk in the smoke with an outlaw. Here's the Neon exiting.
Well, looks like bombs should go down on B. Not really peeking anything. It's going to be a tough round for EDG to win. Okay. Okay. Oh, missed the third one. Okay, hold on. 2v2. All right, 1v2 for ZJC. And that's it. Okay. It was a good try. He made it really costly for him. You know.
Go ahead and close out the round.
Ooh, that got a little scary for Gen G.
You don't hate that if you're EDG. You'll take that all day.
Man, oh man. What an attempt there from EDG. Again, I like the ideas from Gen G. You know, getting that out.
Yeah, let me see that. Oof.
Hands, kind of create some pressure on one side of the map and open up the B site. But losing battles at range like that, things can fall apart pretty quick. Gen G, though, able to hang on. Ash with a very crucial 3K there.
Okay, two more rounds left. Full buys. Kong Kong with the op.
Munchkin looking for that haunt.
Operator in play. Smoggy dropping down.
A huge pick on Foxy. It's a big pick. Get that Killjoy out of there.
Consistent thorn in their side. Been drawing blood over on that C side.
He's going for like the full flank too. They're not stopping.
This allows them to push up and gain a ton of control. Gen G with basically 2 routing options. Go A.
Oh no.
Try to go into C. Texture holding the rocket for a little bit longer.
Wasted it. Wow. Okay. But first pick. Okay.
But Smoggy has repositioned.
There we go.
On high,
all up to Ash and Munchkin.
Oh. A little bit more. Spike down. Sad shot onto Ash. Munchkin now once again by himself.
3v1 should be an EDG round.
Spike a bit more here.
No.
Fight, getting ever closer. Swings out. They're lined up.
Okay. Well,
collect the one.
That wasn't me, guys. Swear to God.
Back in.
That was the EWC stream.
It's crazy how much pressure.
Okay, one more round left in the half.
You get that one kill,
EDG getting an important round.
Wide open
Stop the bleeding a little bit.
And Gen G left in a position where they don't have many other options other than to try to
wish I could shoot like that.
Make a pivot over towards B.
Nice shots.
You don't have much information on the map at that point, so you're just trying to force the issue. And it took a long time for Gen G to get comfortable. And EDG did a great job thwarting that attack. Smoggy, really nice stuff, but not able to afford shields into this round. Just to check. Front door with the haunt. Texture. Oh, Kong Kong. Almost got him.
Yeah, lucky to be alive. So a bit of a slowdown here for Texture. 5-9 and 0. 3 of those from one of the early rounds.
I don't even know where you wrap if you're Gen G here. Yeah, I mean, they got you pinned in pretty good here.
Really being very patient, our Gen G, on this half. Haven't seen anything too pacey other than the one round with the showstopper.
I think they're just going to wait out this Viper wall.
On to B.
Oh, here we go.
Cleared. Paranoia sent Smoggy.
Oh, no.
Take it down. Texture able to hound him down.
Oh, no.
Kong Kong as well. Nobody gets tagged to 10.
Well, 5v3 for EDG here. I don't know.
It should be Oh my God, Foxy, how do you react to that?
Should have had him dead the right.
All up to Chichu.
Just
Gun here.
faster on
Chichu
the
and
draw.
nobody. I mean, nobody's got
30
10
seconds
HP. I
left.
don't think.
Right at home in the Wild West.
He got. Okay, it's a good pick.
Chichu
Got
continues to
ulted,
be
unfortunately,
a
but
big thorn in the side.
should be a free pick here. Yeah.
Glimpse was spotted, and Texture was able to play off that.
All up to nobody, 10 HP. I don't think he's 1v4ing, unfortunately.
Makes an appearance, 10 health remaining on
No point in saving though. This is last round and a half, so we'll see what he does.
to try to secure a 5th round win.
Just feed it to him.
There we go.
Will just be Karan going ahead and taking it away. So 8-4 at the half.
All right, 8-4 half. Not great if you're an EDG fan, but it's not over yet. There's still a possibility.
About what you wanted.
Don't want to count out EDG.
Gets to 5, you're a little bit more concerned.
But yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Pistol gonna be very, very
Well, I'm assuming they're gonna go on a small break.
in the next half.
If you're new, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll be streaming all of EWC, Valorant, and some of the other ones. So if you like the stream, give it a sub. You don't want to miss tomorrow's matches and stuff. So I'll be right back. I have the best timing in the world. I think I have this weird internal clock thing where like I'm counting down in my head. Because I always get back within like 1 second and then coming back. I'm a superhero, is what I'm saying.
After showing some dominance here on Lotus, now they swap
Here we go.
to the defending side.
See what EDG can do on this defense. Hopefully it goes a little better than their offense went.
Very impressed with the way Gen.G
You probably wanted a little more
handled themselves on that
aggression.
first half. Fantastic utilization of their
Or
ults,
sorry,
kept
the other way
outbound
around. My
Compound's
bad.
hands
See
for
what
quite a long
EDG does
time.
on this offense.
Now you look over to EDG. They
You're gonna be. I'm gonna be looking at
conditions,
Concon for a lot of
huge
this
pistol round coming up,
aggression.
and then string some rounds together so Gen.G can't get the
But they need to win this
rolling,
pistol for sure. They're in a
Texture
tough spot.
fired up. He doesn't always grab ops on this map. Sometimes he just kind of feels the rifles and wants to stick with that. But I think with
But let's
the
see.
team he's
Heavy
going
A
against,
looks like. Oh
I wanna
my
showcase
goodness.
what he's capable
Gen
of.
G is 3 hitting mid fast. I don't know if
JC, they'll go ahead and
Yep.
try to confirm this, and we'll confirm it in
That's a good play.
he
You
loses
just get the
his
pick or
head.
run away.
Instantaneous with the shot.
Numbers to Gen G already.
Gen G off to a roaring start.
Curious about how many he saw there, though. Because EDG gonna send players back to try to check, but if they had seen all 3,
Yeah, now they're worried about
might
the
have gone
back.
for a quick A hit, but I think they might have only just seen 1 or 2.
Oh no.
Karan was tucked in the corner, so maybe didn't really get a good identification. Kong doing his due diligence, making sure that there's nothing going on. They're waiting out that haunt. That's the go signal.
Shots over towards Foxy9, so he backs off the front of C. In the meantime, Chichu trying to poke and prod.
Okay, you got info though.
Let's head into this
I mean, these guys
site,
A need to kind of go.
just met with a tiny bit of damage taken.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
You don't want to give them too much time to rotate.
running well.
Oh.
It's going to be this A site in the end. Haunt cleared out. Texture presence going to be confirmed there at back site. This tree does get taken.
Okay.
Coming through.
Oof. There we go.
Flying with one in
Hong Kong weak though.
Trying to tuck into the corner, covering fire, arrives.
All right, Smuggy gets one.
Finding one. Some shots into the smoke.
Okay.
Munchkin
2v3.
whittle away at them. Strafing all the way through to the
Genji in a tough spot. Foxy 9's kind of far. This should 2v2.
Wall falling. Foxy on the peak, spotting one.
Oh no. All up to nobody.
All comes down to nobody. 395, but Munchkin standing taller.
Not good.
The better of his cohort IGL on the opposite side. Genji.
Not great.
On Lotus, and they stretch the lead now up by 5.
Not great if you're an EDG fan.
With a disadvantage in the number of players left.
Unfortunate.
It's a 2v3
Unfortunate.
here at the end for Munchkin and Foxy. And Foxy playing this really well from heaven. Doing a great job with those right clicks. Not giving up the extra ammo to the second player that's below him.
I don't know how. I don't know what happened here. I guess, yeah, you just can't let that kill happen. Foxy was already, I mean, yeah.
Very sharp with that 3K. Hitting
Tough.
heads with the ghost.
Tough scenes, man. Not looking good.
That is brutal for EDG. They're going to buy a Bulldog here for Kong.
Okay. Interesting.
This is unusual. A lot of times you might see a team go for an outlaw in this situation. Kong wants to try to make something happen. He's the playmaker.
Yeah, outlaw Marshall, something to that effect, and it's widely why you do see.
Texture's in a good position here, though. He'll be able to watch anybody walking through.
Going to be in play. On out. Texture not revealed by that. Now
and that Bulldog's already gone.
Oh! The floor, but it's his.
Okay.
Not Kong's. Keeps that one intact. Juggles the weapons over. 19 health remaining here on the Neon. Still looking to be the tip of the spear.
First pick.
The entry power here.
Ash pushing through. All right, they're taking. Yep. They're gonna be running into way better weapons. Yeah.
Finds himself the headshot. Clears the smoke.
Boy.
On set, ping, reveal. Ash now with the 3K.
2v4 for EDG now.
For the aces, both players.
Both got Bulldogs. Still doable.
Push forward. Karan gonna be taken down. Chichu.
Okay, Chichu.
Force to be reckoned with.
They're both 3v2.
Slow down the pace. Smokes blooming, shots flying. It's a wild, frantic
Munchkin gets one.
One that Smog gets
30 seconds left.
Short end of the stick.
All up to Chichu. 65 health. They got position on him. You'd assume the smoke goes away. Yeah, I mean this is gonna be really tough. But I mean Ash and Munchkin are both super weak. Yeah. All right. 10-4, Genji in the lead.
Yeah, that's an incredible round for Ash.
That's
really
a yikes.
Like the way that when he was in
that
a bad
is a
spot
yikes.
there outside of stairs, he uses that haunt outside of the smoke, knowing that he's dead to a right click, recognizing that situation perfectly and reacting beautifully. A little bit of frustration from Genji. I think if he wanted that kill to come through on a Kong initially, that would have been a very different round if Texture found that, but opened the door for EDG to at least scale a bit further forward.
But yeah.
Then Ash.
Genji just looking.
Beautiful stuff.
I don't know. This is a EDG map pick too, man. I don't know.
Bunch of rifles and Kong with another Bulldog of his own.
Not looking good for EDG, but buys in. Lots of Bulldogs on the other side, so EDG does have the benefit here of having Vandals. But that's a first blood already. Trades in though.
Is going to be good though. Foxy holding on to the angle for far too long. Does give them a potential opening now. With the smoke cycle
But
forward.
I think they're gonna wait this one out, see what happens. You really need this round if you're EDG though,
If anyone's pushed up front of that
because then you're saving next round, and then they'll probably be at 12, so they'll be at match point. So they really need to win this one.
Prowler out from Ash. Check on the mound. You're confirming the presence. NG, I think that is split into a 2-2. Foggy fishing.
Yeah, not a fan of that. Yeah. All right. 2v4. All up to nobody in ZJC. Texture's just gonna. Yep.
And instantly deals with CJC.
Okay, trades in. All up to nobody. He should be alone. He's gonna fake the plant.
Knows that he's surrounded.
Make the tap. Bought the rotations. Opened up C potentially for himself here. NG pretty unsure. They don't know. He could have gone A as well here. They have no clue.
10 seconds left.
Now they know.
Okay.
Backside plant. Tries to
and it's
down,
done. All right.
Through the door just a little bit faster.
Oh, Gen G up 11-4.
That is going to be
I'm assuming you're going to see a tactical timeout here.
EDG.
I don't think they used all of them, so
Gen G kind of back into that form.
might get 13-4 again. It's not looking great. It sure looks that way.
At these global events this year, where they just run people over.
Yeah, this was
Great
tough,
double
man.
swing out here on the
So
timing.
aggressive.
Off of the poison cloud dropping.
Standing.
See this. Not bad at all, nobody. But at that point, Crown was in trouble. Did find a third on a Munchkin there. But the bonus conversion for Gen G, probably the nail in the coffin here for EDG on Lotus.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're probably going to see a timeout.
They can get those nails a little bit further out.
Going to see a timeout here for sure. Definitely going to try to stop the bleeding a little bit.
Get some momentum going. I mean, again, you know, you look at these score lines and a lot of you might think GG go next. No, you want to win some rounds. You want to get some of that momentum going. Maybe get Kong heated up or something. Like once he gets frying, feels like the rest of the team can follow. So something to think about here for Muggle as he talks it over with EDG.
See what happens. See if they can respond here. Not looking great though. I don't see you clawing your way out of this one. It'd have to be monumental. I mean, 11-4. You got 2 rounds you can give up, but you have to be perfect all the way through. I don't know.
It's very difficult to take them down on that map, but have some preparation, but not necessarily out of it quite just
Let's see.
yet. We've seen plenty of times where teams
Half
end up
buys
losing
in
on their map
for
because
EDG.
they've over-prepared
2
for their
Bulldogs, 2
opponents.
Vandals, and a
Like you said,
Stinger.
getting the blood
And
flowing
then
a little bit more here, get the hearts pumping.
no real ults to work with. I mean,
Good sign for EDG. But still a bit of faith here.
okay, they're
going
out.
into that second map. Reveal onto Smoggy, safe it back rubble. Kong scaling forward up towards the A orb. As Prowler spots one slide in, and there's far too many players.
Okay,
Good reply
okay.
kills coming through. ZJC on with a
Hold on.
second, finds Ash. Karon trying to fight
All right,
back, but
1v3.
ZJC outdoes them all. And what
All
looks
up to
like
Foxy
a
9.
Catastrophic misstep from Kong ends up getting turned on its head very quickly by his teammates.
Should be a free plant for
Just came
EDG.
down to reactions. How even forces there once the toxic screen drops.
Now, if Foxy 1v3s this, you can call
into a
game.
1v3.
And they're both looking the other way.
No doubt
So
he's capable of it, but it's
he
gonna be
might.
very tough.
He's gonna have to open the door though. They're gonna hear
Open the
that.
door.
Yeah.
Taps it.
I don't think he reads them.
Bot doesn't reveal. Now looks to rewrap. Nobody holding.
Plenty of time here.
Foxy anticipating it.
I don't think he's gonna read these guys hitting from. Yeah, they're just gonna stay. Okay. He's not gonna read them being here. Yeah, just the wrong read. All right, EDG gets the round.
For ZJC. EDG deny them from getting up to map point.
Like the macro ideas though here. Keep it simple. Just take rubble control and try to figure it out from there. And again, try to get Kong going. You send him through, doesn't work. But again, he's able to get this information. There's a ton of players out here.
Yeah, that was kind of lucky in my opinion. I don't know if that was pretty risky still. That could have really went.
That opens things up.
Is it gonna go map 3? I don't know. It depends on who wins the Haven. There's still map 1, so
Despite winning the bonus,
we'll have to see. I honestly.
Plenty of noise very much.
Okay, trades in.
Noted in this fourth position. Just managed to make it a trade, which
We'll see how this Haven goes. I know Gen G's good at Haven, so
trying to pull off a thrifty.
I don't know. But
She's in, nothing
4v4. Gen G's got the guns, or sorry, EDG has the guns. Gen G's on kind of a half buy. There's a pick. All right.
Swing out, Ash will fall. Now the lead is very much expounded upon here in the round. EDG well set to move up to 6.
Should be around for EDG, you would hope, but EDG's not really taking any map control though. I mean, you got weapons.
Munchkin's gonna get antsy. Want to try to go for some kind of pressure play to get some info.
I feel like EDG is not
Gen G
taking
showing some
advantage of
patience
some of
so
these
far.
picks.
Still plenty of
Like they're
time.
kind of just stuck. They're not taking any actual map control right here. And they're taking too long and allowing Gen G to get set up.
Door, the Prowler check into the site. Munchkin clears that tap. Coming through. Snake bite to try to hold them back, reroute, but Smoke now comes in. Texture running out of options, has to try to push forward. Shots fly,
Okay.
looks for the headshot. ZJC
2v4 should be an easy round for EDG. You would hope. Yeah. All right. Munchkin. No health. Just gonna
back over towards main, find the kill on the Foxy, and
try to make this more expensive for EDG, I guess.
May stay tucked, may just look to go down to the spike. Seems like that's going to be the case. A kill or a death to a player would give him the pit for the next round.
Yeah, that's true. He's probably just gonna play these exits.
A little bit worried maybe about giving that extra charge to nobody. Getting another Nightfall online already. So, a lot of fans for both teams in the audience here today.
There we
A
go.
lot of people making the trip out to Riyadh.
Well,
And it was
started the
loud in
spike.
there. You could hear it.
Okay.
And, Gen
That's cool.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout here. I think this might be a good opportunity to pump the brakes, talk about how you want to reestablish rebel control, because that's what's gotten the EDG these last couple of rounds.
Leviathan jersey, what's that doing here? A little bit out of place. That's
wide con.
Very flattering. But yeah, the timeout
Okay, yeah.
call.
Timeout
Yeah, it has been made here.
from Gen G.
So Gen G.
See what
going to
happens.
Bring this to an end, and understandable. This has been the point that since Masters Toronto, Gen G start to fumble. Get up to 11, give up a couple rounds, finally get the 12. Oh no, we're now in an overtime. Look, we've lost the map.
Yep. No, I agree with you. This
Oh my God, you see how this guy's flipping that pen?
Concerning for Gen G is they look so damn good.
Oh my God.
You know, a half.
I don't
of a
think I
map,
could do that.
And then it all just kind of starts to fall apart, and their opponents start stringing rounds together, and they can't find the answers. And so,
Okay, let's see. Is Gen G gonna buckle?
You still had both timeouts.
EDG starting to mount some kind of comeback here.
Just making sure
This will be a huge map for EDG to win.
give the opponents any
Obviously, every
opportunity,
map
keep
win
your
is
team
huge, but
engaged. You keep Munchkin thinking on his feet. Make sure that you're
We'll see.
seeing some of that stuff that he might not be seeing over to him.
like the
Keep
G2
those
match in
comms
Toronto.
in order.
I mean, I think the Fnatic's game was another one where they kind of like
Hong Kong close to his overdrive.
couldn't close it out, you know?
You have the Steel Garden as
But
well
okay,
for CJC.
5 rounds for EDG needed. Already on a 2-round win,
Away from a pit for Munchkin.
or a two-round streak.
Kind of trying to get to those
Full
ult
buy
cycles.
versus full buy. I think they're gonna put a lot more control on Rubble.
Up right behind the rocks. There's the showstopper.
We got a Razel pop,
Everybody's
nothing to
already
be seen.
evacuated. EDG wise to that game.
Looks like they're gonna rotate to C, but this Killjoy's here. Let's see, what ults does EDG have to work with here?
Just a fallback. Yep.
They do have.
Immediately.
Okay, they have
Poison
one
Cloud
ult.
goes up off of that contact. And EDG though, it's all a little bit of attention. Try to sell this B
I think
hit.
they're just gonna wait.
Texture does get the confirmation though that there are players outside of there with the boombot, so pretty good stuff from both teams.
Yep.
Karan,
Just
though,
wait.
might be the one called upon to come up big here for Gen G.
Oh, are they oh. Okay, big pick from Smoggy. Okay, trades in 3v4.
Managed to find one, but this is far too many numbers.
I feel like EDG needs to group together now, though. They're a little too separate. Okay, he's TPing out.
Forward into tree, checks it out, nothing spotted, can stick it.
I guess.
Door gets open, spike now being brought forward. Wall falls.
30 seconds left.
Ash in a good spot here.
Anticipate Ash now.
On the plus side, Gen G is super separate right now. So they have to swing this together. Okay.
And will be sent Ash. No other options but the swap to the classic.
Ash stuck on site.
A real chance of it, but
He's going to walk into 4 members of EDG right here. We'll see how he can.
Yet really looking to explore towards backside. Swing.
Saw him. Huge.
Dropping down. Exits over towards drop.
Got
Now
away.
Munchkin
Okay.
position. Going to be no
2v4 should be easy for
playing this
EDG.
so well.
I think they're going to read this Viper.
This
Yep.
is the triple face from Tree.
Should be the
And
save now
Foxy
here
Knight
for
should be a
Foxy.
save. Yep. All right.
An attempt, but if he swings out, Hong Kong could rotate up the rope quickly, but opts to go ahead and stick around at drop.
There we
It's
go.
going to be EDG.
EDG
Shrugging
clawing their
off
way
the
back in.
timeout. Closing the gap, getting out.
Clawing
They're
back.
closer now. 4 more rounds to go to tie it up.
This crowd's awesome.
The ideas from EDG coming out of their opponent's time.
Shout out to the crowd, man.
You know that Gen G has to reestablish rebel control, just kind of give it up and work the rest of the map. Get some of that util out, force Gen G to have to get info on what's going on the other sides. And then they're able to win a big fight against
Let's go,
Texture
Gen G.
out in the open there, trying to take the tight angle into the A door.
All right. I mean, I'm not rooting for Gen G.
Just
I'd
so
probably like
ready for
EDG
it,
to
Swaggy.
win this, but
And then Karan has no choice but to try to go for a one and done.
this would be a crazy comeback, though, if they can pull this off.
Nobody else from Gen G was even close.
Yeah, Gen G's got to be.
Now you got to really start to dig deep.
It's 3 rounds in a row.
Tough as hell for Gen G.
Buy's tough. They're playing super aggressive. I don't think this is going to work out.
Outlaw in hand for Kong. Push forward into the smoke, and well, Outlaw taken out of his hands very quickly. Karan tried to stick around for a little bit longer, see if anyone comes
You don't like that?
forward, but he's a ton
Who can
of
even win the triple hold? Yeah, I don't know.
has shoved them away.
You don't love that, though. Kong out of the picture already. Getting shut down this map. I'm not going to lie. 9 and 15, that's not what you want from him, especially on offense.
Good start.
I think they're, yeah.
We have a Guardian here for Texture.
Grouped together for here. Oh.
Shot. Eventually, he's going to be able to find one. Prowler into space. Not really.
And that's the round for Gen G. Match point.
Just kind of shrugs it off, and in the end,
Yeah, that wasn't great.
Round and one where it's a bit of a half buy for Gen G.
Yeah, you don't like that if you're EDG. They were on a half buy, and you just kind of threw it.
That is for sure. I
Yeah.
mean, that judge, so annoying. Kong kind of out on an island in that smoke and spray through, not able to clear.
Yeah, you don't
Karan
love
out,
that,
So they can't
but-
grass towards A and over into B, where you've got a great crossfire setup.
Yeah.
Catching them with the outlaw.
Okay.
Texture and Karan gonna finish the job. So
Maybe
it's
too
kind of an
little
awkward
too
one
late for EDG.
Here we go again.
Full buy versus full buy, though.
Considering a scale forward slide in.
Yeah, I mean, Kong just can't get anything going this map, man.
Reposition up to slow it down a little bit.
And okay, 2v2.
Suddenly the dust settling. It's a 2v2. Foxy, audioless, jump peek over the top of the box. Nothing spotted. Snake bite there.
Damn, brother.
Plays it patiently.
Phenomenal
Crossed
timing.
it, but still eats quite a bit of damage. Munchkin at the same time approaching from the back, the sheer wall, something that can be ignored. It's very much going to be hoping they come pushing back into him, or they push forward enough to where he can recover a weapon.
We always lose these rounds, my team.
Beautiful piece of util there.
Where are
See what happens here.
They're just trying to figure out where the hell Munchkin is. They don't want to make a move. Again, showing patience though is Munchkin.
Oh no.
Gun barrel nearly spotted,
Okay.
but nobody able to find Foxy 9. And that's going to be the
All
go
up to
signal here
Munchkin.
for them. Try to push up. Still trying to get Munchkin out, trying to draw him into the open. Staying stagnant here for the moment.
left.
In all likelihood, we'll just wait until that spike gets
Yeah.
planted before he tries to go up and recover
So
one
far
of these
out,
guns.
though.
Could use the pit here. If you pass the spike over to Chichu. Just trying to decide our EDG what they want to do.
Find you.
Use the haunt. Just going to commit it to backside.
Okay.
Nobody.
Munchkin's gonna get an AK or a Vandal.
Assuming, yeah, already got a Vandal.
Let's see if Munchkin clutches this. I'll.
It's in the back, so it's going to be hard for him to get to a spot to use it.
Be a very bold maneuver to try to go for that one. Chichu maybe finding a timing.
There it is. Okay, EDG cleaned it up.
Pivots back,
A little scary.
The IGL of EDG keeps their
All these
heads
rounds have
above
been
the
a little
water.
scary.
Just kind of an awkward round there. Another big fight that EDG is going to win at Rubble. Looked like maybe with Karan taking that Rubble position that Gen G was going to be able to kind of just smother EDG out of this map. And with that
But
Still waiting.
wide swing there.
Gen G still at match point. You need flawless rounds. You need 4 flawless rounds for EDG.
Odin for Ash. So the money there for Gen G.
Okay,
Try to
Oppen
shut
and Odin
this
invested.
map out.
They're going for the win.
There you go. Oh boy, that's some damage. Not bad at all. That initial spray gonna catch Smoggy and nobody. A little bit of Chichu.
Tagged up a bit. Off forward. Giving info. His Prowler going to be spotted. Snake
Playing
bite.
very aggressive. Let's see what happens. Seems like it stopped them on B.
Texture, yes, got to slide forward.
This raise is going to be huge for them, though. Like, really big for them. And there he is. Okay, trades in, though. 3v4.
Get involved, finds EJC.
Yeah, this op flank. This op flank is going to be... There it is. And 2v4 for EDG.
As Gen G looks to bring
I
this map to
think
its conclusion.
that should be a Gen G closeout, you would assume.
So far away from having that op online. I have the spike. Wary about the forward pressure. Smoggy going to look to try to challenge in, but Texture quickly bounds back.
Yeah, you can just hold this angle.
More blast back potentially for an exit, but he is reaggressing, looking for a
There's
little
one.
bit more. Finds the enemy Omen. Now looks to try to take down the final boss. Chichu will recover the spike.
Well, Chichu
Fight going to be thrown.
in a 1v4,
Will not give it over, but the time
surrounded.
is ticking.
Odin on his right side.
Ash.
That should be it. Yep. All right, Gen G take first map.
Gen G take down EDG on EDG's map. Pick of Lotus.
I think we probably saw that one coming.
Potentially.
Haven coming up next. I'm excited to see a Haven. But I think you want more out of Concon there, man. They shut him down pretty well. I think they weren't allowing him to get as aggressive as he wanted, and when he did get aggressive, he just couldn't get anything going.
From EDG. Curious to see what Haven's going to look like.
But
EDG played 100 Thieves close on it yesterday. It's a map like you were talking about.
Yeah, we'll see.
Very solid on.
Got a little scary for Gen G there, I think. You probably want to close that out a little sooner, but GG's, we're starting to get some confidence at least. Surely we bounce back next game. You hope so, man. I don't know. I think you need Concon to step it up a little bit, man. I think a lot of those rounds that they lost were because Concon died right away and just got first blooded. Like, I don't know. I don't think you can have your Neon star player going 9-17. I just don't think that can happen. Yeah. I think he just kind of struggled that game, that map. Turn this down a little bit. Oh man, but yeah, how's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? A little less viewers today, but I mean, it is a Thursday, so I'm not that surprised. It's not a weekend, so I'm honestly surprised we've been getting the amount of viewers we've been getting. So yeah, shout out to you guys. Thank you guys for watching so much. It's been pretty crazy. I'm glad that it's been, I don't know, it's been great. It's been really fun today. Some really good matches today. That 1v4 that we saw earlier today was insane. I mean, absolutely insane. Yeah, I was whiffing a lot. Yeah, I think you just expect more out of your star player there, you know? Like, or maybe star player is a little much, but I just feel like you expect more out of him, you know? You can't have your duelist getting outslayed by that much. It's just so hard when you have no openings, I think. Especially with offense. You know, on defense, you can kind of give him benefit of the doubt. Like, well, you know, I mean, it's defense, like... But... I don't know. About to be a bad day if EDG loses since Team 1 lost to Gen G earlier. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I don't know. Oddly enough, I feel like EDG would get further into the tournament. I don't know why I feel that way. I just feel like Gen G, I don't know. I mean, realistically, all these teams lost already once, right? So they're all not playing at their best, you could argue. I guess you could argue the first day, like, well, it's all best of ones. It's kind of luck. Like, a lot of, you know, if you start that match, you lose the 2 pistols, and then you're in losers already. You know, it could be, I think you can make that argument, but I don't know. Honestly, I think this one's going last map. I think this one's going map 3. I think EDG probably take this Haven. I think Concon steps it up a little bit, and starts to slay a little more, maybe on a Haven. Maybe he takes a Jet, gets an op in his hands. I think that was one of the issues, maybe, but it's a tough map to op on, right? This map. I think you're looking at Concon to really step it up here, because this is an op map, and you're gonna want an op in his hands, and we'll just see how he performs. I don't know, you know. He's not making as many explosive plays today, but Lotus is a tough map, you know. Like, it's a tough map to really get anything going. But we'll see how this Haven goes. I'm excited to see a Haven. We haven't seen too many. I think we've only seen 2. This would be the 3rd one. It might have been a few map 3s that we never saw, but here we go. Back into the action, straight into Haven. Too many roster changes for this team recently, to be honest. It seems like every team's kind of going through some roster changes. I'm assuming because like the Valorant events are happening before EWC, you see some roster changes based on that. So these rosters are kind of having to come in fresh, you know.
Fell a little bit further behind and then able to close it on off here.
So I don't know. It seems like a lot of teams are kind of struggling with that. They make changes after, you know, a VCT event, and then
yeah, absolutely brilliant performance for
they're kind of stuck with having to deal with it at EWC. So
this is a Gen G
I don't know.
that gets a lot of people scared because the level that we saw in this Lotus was astronomical. You might think, and after the performance that they had in Toronto, that things might go down after they face a loss. Absolutely the other way around.
Yeah, I don't even necessarily think that EDG played bad in this series at all. I just think Gen G were just way ahead in terms of like game IQ, and they won that head-to-head chess match. It was a really a really insane game to watch.
All right, well, let's take a look at 2 rounds that defined that last map, and they were both on in the first half here. Gen G in round number 7, take a punch to the face by EDG. They bounce back here, Cocoon.
Yeah, in many of these occasions, we saw actually EDG getting the first kill onto them, and this is actually round number 8, so this is a good play from the side of EDG, is to also portray the fact that EDG had very many responses. They knew how to play with the Neon and how nobody was playing with the Odin. But again, I think that the forces that we were seeing for the side of Gen G were just too strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Odin spam was kind of crazy. Munchkin was left all alone, but yeah, it was the good back and forth that we were talking about from these two teams, and EDG did definitely fight back quite a bit on that side, but Gen G were in control.
Yeah, Smoggy was really trying. Like some of the plays that we were seeing, like I really think that this is the top tier Gen G that we were getting. Also, turnaround from the game against Fnatic, they couldn't even score a single pistol in that best of 3. And in this Seoul map, they already gone both of them, so they've done their homework.
Yeah, definitely. That was one round that kind of defined it.
Big
Here's
pistol
the second
rounds.
one. This one's for Baby Bay, just because there was so much technical prowess. I'm telling you, he was in the back saying, this is the high-level Valorant that you wish you could get if you were a coach.
Yeah, so the start of this round, they went 1 for 1 at A, and then, you know, the appropriate response from Gen G is to,
yeah,
okay,
this KJO was awesome.
Earlier was a
great timing on it.
Wall, which allowed EDG to have to re-clear that space, but Foxy9's Killjoy ultimate here created so much havoc and chaos that the Vice ultimate was, I mean, it just didn't have any benefit. The Fade ult doesn't get value here. Everyone's able to reposition, get back into sight, and Gen G are able to just take this round away in a pivotal moment.
I think that is very important when you're planning all of these rounds, and probably what sets Gen G apart in so many occasions. We see and speak about so many teams. Oh my God, they have so many ults, they didn't get to use them. You get too focused on what's happening second by second that you lose the grasp of what you can actually do with it. They already had in their minds that the Steel Guard and the Vice ultimate was on the other side to counter that, even though EDG's plan was like, we're going to stop them on their tracks with this, is we use the Killjoy ult and we put them in a dilemma. What do? EDG went on the route and we use it, we try and push, but the positions from Gen G were already so aggressive that it's not successful for them.
I'm glad you talked about the aggressiveness, because Texture was actually in spawn adding an extra layer to the post plant of, okay, now you have to use Paranoia on me, and you don't have that for the actual retake. It was just
good gameplay out of Gen G, man. I don't know. We'll see how this Haven goes.
This is for
it would kind of suck to see EDG out this early, but
speak about when we're like, they are the best. This is a very scary team to go up against.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
This Gen G did not win Pacific. The team that did win Pacific up right now over on the B stream. They were up 1-0 in terms of map score up against Los Niños. Or sorry, opposite. RRQ.
Oh my God, second overtime.
Yeah, RRQ.
Oh my God.
We're down 1-0 against Los Niños, 13-13, and this update, we actually don't know the answer here, so we're going to watch together.
I do not know it. I was checking on my phone, I'm not going to lie, but I'm not going to check right now. But bear in mind, RRQ got this to overtime. I believe that at a point was like,
I was looking, it was like,
it
was terrible,
Oh my God, EMEA on top, and they brought that to overtime. So, you know, really
wow,
excited
that went to OT?
And that was after RRQ lost the first map, 13-3. It was the biggest loss that we've had in best of ones so far. All right, 50 seconds before we head back
Best
to
of ones?
stage.
Best of threes, you mean?
EDG need to bounce back. What's the key to that here, Baby Bay?
I'm pretty sure we have Haven next, and it's got to be the Kong show. But the weird
Yeah.
thing is Gen G run that double controller comp on Haven as well, which is very uncharacteristic.
They were Gen G were undefeated on this Haven back in Toronto. As you're saying, they're running it with the Viper. Munchkin is having such a day, and he could be the difference maker. And speaking about differences, yesterday when EDG played in that Haven against 100 Thieves, they swapped away from the Neon and put Kong on the Jet. To me, and after what I've seen, and after what we like, I would say put him back on Neon.
Yeah, I feel like you need one of the world's
Put him
greatest
back on
players
Neon.
back on playmaking here. It is Gen G versus EDG, the reigning world champs, back up against the wall against Gen G, who expect to be a tournament favorite. Who will win? Let's move back on over to map number 2.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Still losing.
Alrighty, we are back. It's time to go into map number 2.
Here we go.
EDG falling shy of the mark on their map pick of
What's the
Lotus.
agent
Now
comp look like?
have to contend with Gen G on their pick of Haven, which has been a very familiar map for them.
I can't believe that RRQ match went to overtime.
Against the wall.
I figured they'd be done.
Here means that not only they go home, but all of the Chinese region's hopes with them.
Yeah, the group of death could be resolved here on this map, or maybe EDG can stretch it out to a map number 3, take their opponent's
go.
map pick away, like Gen G just did to them. A lot on the line here. Gen G looking pretty.
I don't know though. Gen G was undefeated on Haven. Is that what they said?
Is it going to be the same here on Haven?
Oh, I just realized the PCs are mounted there. You see
One of
that?
those key components to
That's
this
cool.
Haven, the way that Gen G likes to operate, the way that Munchkin likes to maneuver.
RQ lost just
Probably gonna be
now.
on the Neon, I assume.
Damn.
Yep, indeed. So it is still going to be Kong
Okay.
on the Jet. No changes for either team here.
Kong on the Jet.
What they've been running on Haven in recent history. And it's just all about keeping track of Munchkin, finding ways to punish him, especially in A lobby.
Ooh, I don't know,
He
man.
is really annoying if you give him that space. He'll just find these weird timings where all of a sudden
We'll see. We'll see.
he's in A link. You have no idea how he got
KJ
there.
on Haven is nice,
So a lot of pressure going to be on to Chichu.
but we'll see.
ZJC is the breach as well. Going to need to maybe be the guy to help use that util to keep that A main control.
Here we go into map 2.
As they will not start on the defender side, they're starting on the attacker side. Gen G going to be on defenders
RQ.
first. But
So RQ, that was
all
map
kind of stuff needs
2,
to be
right? So that's
considered.
it. Heretics just won.
Nice little fan with a texture
Like Heretics
sign
won
there.
the match total.
And,
The whole match.
so far, so good. But EDG, man, they looked pretty good yesterday on Haven. Just a few little missteps, a few kind of weird rounds. Otherwise, that could have been a very different affair. I think back to that 2v4 that Thieves won, that shut EDG out in
All
the
right.
final round.
Here we go.
That should be one that they're probably kicking themselves, thinking they should have won, maybe extended that map a little bit further. So definitely, they've got some firepower. Can really showcase
Here
it
we
here on
go.
Haven. I think this is going to be a much closer map than Lotus.
It's a brief little pause, a brief little moment of zen here for the players before they continue to fight for their lives in the tournament. EDG, the ones at risk, needing to close out this Haven to take it over to Icebox. They can maybe try to make Gen G.
I don't know if I like that though. For either team, Icebox.
RQ just has confirmation. Heretics have won.
Yep.
Okay.
There we
So
go.
another Pacific team has fallen.
Congrats
All
to
right.
Heretics. That's nice to see, though.
Big pistol round.
Rally back, something that is very needed for them. But now we can focus in the action here as Foxy9, only one on this side of the map, and CJC.
That's a kill already. All right.
I have the spike.
Poison Orb in with the Nano Swarms. Coming up with that
Oh.
kill, and Chichu narrowly able to escape.
Okay, A control.
Presence wrapping around from behind.
Gonna essentially swap sides.
Needing some backup.
They're trying to get there. Already Kong
nope,
pushed
just
out
hide.
forward with that classic.
Oh, he doesn't have a smoke though. He's gonna be running into 3, dude.
Shock dart there to clear that angle, or try to. Paranoia at the ready. Here we go.
Okay, huge.
Oh, Kong right
Nice.
Boggy follows up.
All right.
Nobody finding Foxy9.
All up to Munchkin. And that's it. All right. EDG gets the round. Oh. Sorry, I thought Munchkin died. Never mind. I spoke too soon.
Wraps around, but time working against
Shouldn't be
him.
enough
3
time,
plays,
yeah.
so try to get
Oof.
through, can certainly find
All
some
right.
damage. We'll be able
There we
to
go,
get
though.
an extra
EDG
charge with the second
wins a
kill.
pistol.
EDG take their first pistol of the series.
Yeah, just love the way that EDG smothers that choke away from Gen G. trying to come grouped up. It's just shut right down by Kong and Smoggy. Basically ending the round here. Gets ahead of the relay bull. Catches Texture as he's trying to sprint in. Nice turn from nobody. Didn't get to see that on screen, but that is great.
Hey chat,
reaction,
I wanted
great
to
awareness.
ask. I'm having a great deal on a laptop. Ah, sorry, bud.
That's a huge pistol round win for EDG.
I'm gonna have to ban you.
Outlaw for Kong. Want to get him heated up with those snipers. He's on the jet. Ash confirming the presence. Backs off.
Looking to back away unscathed. Drone will lead the charge. Fault line can play off the back of that. Recon ping does get a bit of a glimmer.
All right, let's see.
Kong drifting forward. Outlaw in hand. No punish to be found though because of the smokes.
Okay, huge pick.
Has the Outlaw.
Who's this guy heading on? Oh no. Okay, all up to Munchkin.
They will be dealt with, and once again, it's going to be Munchkin. So quick little reposition, bit of a safer plant. Now wrapping through the A connector.
If Munchkin can find one more here, be happy with that damage.
And that's it. Okay. EDG up 2 rounds. See if they can hang on to this. Gen G should be on a bye now.
Looking good. Love the coordinated chance there. Looking like there's quite a few EDG fans sporting EWC jerseys. You could purchase on site. And they will talk here to start Haven. Nice little attempt here from Gen G with the flood.
Yep. I think this is what you need to see from Kong. You need him. You need him going off, especially on an offense. That last offense they got shut down. Oh.
Swinging out there with Foxy9, who eats the lion's share of the damage, goes down to 5 HP.
Well, spoke too soon. Kong dead. Foxy9 weak. Looks like you're having. Oh. Okay. Probably a Gen G round. 3v5. 3v4 really. I mean, Foxy9's got 5 health, but I don't want to count him out.
Caught that perfectly.
Got some people weak on Gen G, but I'm gonna assume they're gonna play back.
We go. Munchkin snake bite at the ready.
Spot out. Raises the wall.
Get him stuck there. Yeah. All right. They're doing a good job of holding him back.
Not going to be able to see anything from there. Widely, the door slams shut in EDG's faces. Looks like they will re-wrap over towards C long. Smoke now expiring. Munchkin doesn't spot it out, but Smoggy not really wanting to take that fight.
Okay, you got info on him.
I was going to say, Karin's got to be careful here.
Paranoia quickly repositions,
okay.
Utilizing the teleports, himself over to backside.
Should be free pick, yep.
Teleport gonna be sent, but can't get the weapon out in time.
There it is. Foxy9, 5 HP. Shouldn't have counted him out, dude. He's about to 2K.
Into the cubby. Gen G looking for a flawless. Bounce back, try to grab this 4, but smoke does dissipate. Tries to go for it, and there you go. Flawless,
all right.
Confirmed.
Gen G
on the board here on Haven.
Back on the board.
That comes out as a flawless. A lot of early damage taken, and then Gen G
see what happens, man. I don't know.
Unbelievable. He gets 2 more off of 5. Again, beautiful timings. Foxy catching Smoggy, completely unaware. You know, they're trying to smother Karan out of back flat. They just don't quite account for the fact that Foxy might have stuck around. That's got to feel good. Gen G fans with their banners.
I think you start to get a little worried here. Yes, a little bit.
Yeah. Thinking about dessert already.
I am.
Happy to have had dinner. Cut back, Karan, to avoid this recon. Repeats.
Oh, he's weak.
Ton of damage.
Okay, huge damage.
Health remaining.
Gotta be careful, Kong.
He'll peek out, Texture refilling that space. Now going to be noted, so. And confirmation of 3 different players here on the map. This side of the map, I should say. It's going to be a pick up on the
Viper.
Noise cut here.
Okay, I mean, they have
I like this
the 8 pushes.
Lurking setup. Some of that util from Chichu there. Got the cam right outside of B. Got a tripwire as well, just in case.
Oh, be careful.
Scoop one of them up. It might have been cleared there by Munchkin. As EDG looks to send a 2-2 hit in towards A, seemingly.
Oh, 4 hitting long.
4.
Gotta be careful of this neon up top, though.
Players here. Pretty well prepared.
Fault line. Properly aligned could very much disruptive. But actually, you see a pivot coming in. Texture rotating off of this one. So there's the jiggle peak.
There it is.
Now, Kong goes in, tailwind forward. Ash still able to find
Okay.
one before getting taken down. Texture not ready for it, but still reacting fast enough. Continues to trade it back. 3v3 with Karan.
Bit of a choke there.
Stuck here on site.
And all up to 2.
Gone. Foxy 9 out
Okay.
lingering, out lurking
2v2.
over on B.
They're both weak, though. I think this should be...
In the round. Push forward.
Yep.
They clear out Smoggy. Spike not yet planted.
There we go.
Dwindling as is their life bars.
All right,
Nobody
Gen
will
G
fall.
tying it back
Gen G
up.
tied up 2-2.
Yeah, that was a
big win for
that was a
Gen G.
tough bulldog choke. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Buy anything over into this round, so it's still
I'm not gonna
Guardians,
sugarcoat it. That was a bit of a choke,
still able to hold
but
on. Some good recoveries there.
it's all
Ash
right.
doing a
It
good job
happens.
getting at
Getting
least one
nervous, you
before
know.
he goes down on site. Gets revealed, so causes him to fall even.
Yeah, that bulldog
stuns.
shot was unfortunate.
Again, getting one before he goes down, and like you mentioned, the win against
God, I wonder how this
G2,
game feels on land.
huge for
Probably
Foxy
feels
there.
so good.
Counter lurk play works a treat.
Okay.
Now it is an eco for EDG.
Nah, it didn't happen for real. It's like a shock dart. Holy.
Trip clear out, try to open up a flank, make them constantly have to look behind.
Love it.
Cheeky little setup.
I don't like this from Chichu at all. I don't like this at all. Side. Oh. Okay, they're just gonna try to.
Does get paranoid. Sends out one of his own as Hunter's Fury being sent here.
Okay. Hit a lot of them.
Tags
Not really. I mean, hit 2 of them. You just gonna have to fast wrap, right?
They're gonna rotate, but look at
Jet
this.
ult in.
Because of that trip clear, Texture can continue to aggress forward. Has the outlaw in hand.
Oh no.
They're watching for it, but can they do anything about it? It's a very different question. On the creep up, jiggle peek.
Okay, huge 2-piece.
Off camera, able to find 2 kills. Ash Carrot both gonna be taken down. Foxy 9 doing
Okay.
his best, but they just
All
might
up to
swing out
Texture.
A little bit further, and nobody is able to collect it. Weapons now gonna be scooped up.
It's a good break. Got guns now.
Flank. It will continue. Finds the first. Can scoop up the Phantom here. Potentially, no. Falls back further away from him.
Ooh, I don't like this at all.
No armor on Smoggy. 10
Ooh.
HP. On the one player, there's the counter.
Oh no! Oh no!
Texture hits both shots.
Oh!
Gets the 3K. Collects the weapon and keeps Gen G in this. Now gaining
Oh no, that's tragic.
Unbelievable clutch here.
Man, oh man, Texture. I mean, that's disgusting, but this is heartbreaking for EDG. They invest the Hunter's Fury, they get damage.
Oh,
pops
yeah,
the blade.
EDG invested a
They've got
lot
sight,
into that
they've got
round, man.
advantage. They've got a 1v3.
Oh no.
Texture just too good with the sniper rifles.
Oh no.
Damn, a 1v3 retake with an outlaw is something that you don't see very often. Texture gets it done, and now.
All right, Texture with an up. This could get real bad here soon. Yeah, we're screwed.
None of Chichu's utility, you know, we watched that shock dart. He hadn't laid any of his util.
It's a big round
before the
for
round start.
EDG.
for some kind of
Their
post-play
economy's gonna be
play.
pretty rough if they don't win this one.
Might
It's
have been
already
part
not
of the-
great. I mean, they still have a bulldog.
Kind of like domino effect there. The butterfly effect that caused that round to end up being able to go into Gen G's favor. Chichu trying to scale forward.
Okay, big first blood. I don't think he's reading this Viper though. Yep. Okay.
There, that second layer.
See, but you got no map position off of that. You know what I mean? Okay, hold on. The Omen TP'd in to see.
Be rewrapping around the back.
It's a good. That's a good molly.
So it bait for a little bit longer. So Spike plant not yet coming
Get the
through.
bomb down, dude.
At the same time, his way in towards garage.
Oof.
Spot out. There's the kill. ZJC down to the floor. Player advantage now. Here in the hands of Gen G. Texture collects a Vandal.
Okay. 3v4 site control. A lot of utility to work with.
Cleared. Overdrive is at the ready. If he wants to try to let it rip. Noya sent.
Smokes out. Texture in.
Slide forward. The headshot immediately found.
And they're all dead.
On the swing, finding Kong just far too distracted. Too
That's
many
a
things
tough
going on the site.
round for
Doesn't know
EDG
which
to
way
lose,
look.
man.
Gen G very quickly flush him out.
What a shot, too. That was with the Vandal. It's insane.
Coordination here for Gen
It's
G.
insane to hit those
good on
shots with
this
a Vandal.
retake. Fast lane goes up. Texture goes super deep. Everybody else is pushing off the back of it. Nice quick scope
Nice
there
flick.
for Texture. Look at this. Going right past everything. That is ridiculous. So the Vandal, nonetheless,
Yeah, let me see that.
absolutely filthy.
A lot easier when you're sliding straight at him. Still, such clean movement here.
Well.
Texture. Just clean
Okay.
calling from the side of Gen G.
Gen G, 4 in a row
4
off the
rounds now
pistol
in a row.
loss.
EDG forced back onto another thrifty attempt. Nearly 5 ults to try to contend with as well.
It's a crazy shock dart, dude.
Don't
Yeah,
have the
honestly,
comfort
it's a
of
crazy.
Hunter's Fury and a Blade Storm this time.
Okay.
Try to get
EDG
this
on a
Stampede
half
to go over
buy.
the line. Doesn't have to get it done with those Stingers and Sheriffs. Now, we've seen some phenomenal shots today from EDG with the Sheriffs. But
Got Killjoy stuff here, though. I don't think
feels like it's going to be pretty tricky. Just
this
to
will
try to
be
get
an
this
easy.
B-plant to go. Hong
Okay, Jets in,
keeping
though.
the link. Pulls back.
Still, see, like, your team's just not in yet, though. Okay. Lance, Killjoy ult down. It's gonna be tough. They could probably just go defuse, right?
Should open up some opportunities.
Okay, huge pick.
Kong out of the curve.
Yep.
Still,
Oh.
life is Foxy 9, collecting
Okay.
kills.
3v3.
Jinju, but can't quite make it happen. Neural Theft now going to be infested. Thing reveals coming through. CJC kind of getting lost in the
Oh
sauce.
no, dude. Oh no, dude. Oh no.
Massacres the remaining 2 as the defuse will come through. Looking like EDG was going to be able to make a go of it here once again at the Thrifty, but Gen G once again find their footing.
Yeah, I like the ideas here
no.
from EDG in some of these rounds, but Gen G's retakes are just too
Came all the way from
so
Korea.
well coordinated.
I wonder how long that flight is. Yeah, this was a huge 2-piece out of Foxy. Honestly, Foxy just won them the round. Oh man. I mean, they were on a half buy, but like,
And secure the round.
probably should have won that one.
Exactly that. And this is frustrating. You know, on Haven, like to get some
Should
more
be a
damage
tactical
done on your
timeout,
attacker
right?
side, so
You'd
timeout
assume.
has to be
Yep.
called.
Got to regain a little bit because.
Struggling to find
Man.
answers.
All right, EDG looking a little shaky.
In some of these rounds
I
just
don't
seems to
know,
go wrong
man.
for EDG. You know, Texture 1v3
Looking a little
clutch.
shaky.
Just brilliant retakes most of the time. What is going to be your game plan off the back of that? You know, you've tried
We'll have
A,
to
you've
see.
tried
I don't
C,
know.
you've tried B. None of
5-2 is not a great
really
score
worked
line
out for you in the
at
long
all.
run. And it just
But
could be that
who
Gen G
knows?
just has EDG's number. Would be
Who
off-season
knows? Could go
events,
either way still.
4 losses.
Don't want to count out
One of them's
EDG,
the best of one.
but
But you know, after Masters Madrid,
it's not looking great, man.
to get a little bit of revenge here as EDG get a Chinese team into the playoffs here at EWC 2025.
Texture's
You've got
having a
Hunter's Fury for Ash to worry about. Your one
absolute map.
one for nobody.
Okay, here we
To
go.
wait and see what they want to do with this.
Big round for EDG.
You're playing with fire. That's back away. Foxy 9 though. Let's see if he can continue to be immovable. He's gonna be spotted out.
Oh.
Swings it still. Finds
Tough.
the kill.
All right, first blood for Gen G. Not great. They're all gonna funnel through this connector.
Re-aggress, he's gonna be able to find another one.
Okay,
It's ridiculous.
3v4.
That's all you could ask for out of your Sentinel player. Lockdown garage like that.
He has a snake bite still.
Got
Oh, it's just
Munchkin
snake bite.
shifting around using that poison cloud.
Shoulder back up, gun barrel spotted.
And that's not what you like to see.
Shots into the spray down, looking for a little bit more. Fight to stop any kind of scaling here.
Well,
but Chichu,
all up to
his
Chichu.
work here is done.
Needs to get a 1v4
Hasn't
against.
done anything.
Oh my God! Look at where Texture is.
My work here is done. You've done nothing.
Oh no, he's watching this.
Sailor Moon.
Oh.
You're right, it is Sailor Moon. You're right, it is Tuxedo Mask. I forgot.
Man,
For some reason I had the cape in my mind and just thought,
Gen G.
Wow.
Kind of steamrolling. I'm not gonna
That's
lie.
the point we're at.
yep.
EDG, we need to see a rally back. I mean, already. a
Not the
timeout
best.
call, but the more that this goes on, the more it feels like they're going to have to burn the second one in this first
Yeah,
half.
that's a. I mean, you can't have that 2-piece there, man.
Gen G starting on the defense.
Just they're so scared of window.
It's completely clean from Munchkin there too. Didn't take any damage in that 2K.
Yeah, I'm done. LMAO. Hope GG's. Hope EDG bounces back in stage 2. Want to see them in champs at least.
But Ash was able to hang on to his as well. They want to try to
I mean, there's still a chance, man.
Dump some util in there.
There's still a chance. See you tomorrow. Hey, see you tomorrow, man. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Munchkin bounding around.
Thanks for tuning in.
All 3 bursts being avoided, and at the same time,
Yeah.
they feel like they're safe, but Foxy9 is able to scale up, and he once again finds Kong for first blood, and now that Vandal, that one hero rifle.
Not looking great.
is left
Not
to
looking
right
great at
the
all.
entrance of the window. Chichu will be able to swing in. Scoops it up for himself. Quick turn of the flash. Ash backpedaling. The spike is going to be planted. Now Undersphere in response.
Oh, man.
The tag is there. The kill not yet found. Worried about this potential scaling. Nobody's presence
Okay, got bombed
forward
down.
will get confirmed.
Texture's
however,
just going to be annoying,
coming in
though.
from behind. Tripwire at the ready to try
Yeah.
to block it off.
Oh, he picked up a
The real
Vandal.
chance here is EDG. Cam.
He's going to get...
Cleared. Finds the first.
Oh!
Gets the second.
Good try.
Chichu.
Okay, 3v3. 3v2. They're running out of time, though. They're running out of time, though. They get it?
As Gen G of all the time in the world.
Yeah, they got it.
7-2, continuing to run away with
Man,
this map.
it does not look good for EDG fans.
They go for a play here. Does EDG? They
Not
call
a good look.
to find a way to get the pick onto Foxy to try to stop the heater he's on.
All the EDG
And
fans are
instead,
leaving. They're just like,
is one
oh
step
man.
ahead. He calls for Foxy to hide in that poison cloud.
Oh
These are
man, you just
big
couldn't.
shots from Chichu, almost finds the third. That
one enemy
comes up just short.
Yeah.
And Gen G,
Tough scenes. I'm gonna assume there's gonna be a timeout here soon.
what
Right?
else can
Or
you
maybe
do?
they don't waste it. They probably don't waste it here,
Still
actually.
operator now. Munchkin even gonna grab an
Well,
Odin.
that's 7 rounds in a row for Gen G.
And that Odin spam is going to be enough to keep EDG from quickly taking space at long A, but Hong Kong going to continue his slow march forward. Knows the texture's there. Wants to see if he can catch him off guard.
Well.
Not going to happen.
Oh.
He's dead.
Guard. Nope. Not going to
Oh,
happen.
what just happened? Okay.
He's dead off the rip. Texture is just massacring them.
Just picking them
Spike is
apart,
down,
man.
And if I'm EDG, I'm running back towards A site, begging Texture to get the ace at this point. It might be the only voodoo magic that could save them.
Oh. Oh.
They'll make sure that that is not
Okay.
a possibility. We'll lose his life.
4v1 for Chichu. Just doesn't seem doable, man. They know where he's at.
They know exactly where
Bombs
he's at.
down.
They
Oh, they're
are
chasing him
already
out,
in
too.
position, trying to find this kill.
Just hold angles.
Never set up to watch it long.
They are kind of separate, though. But, I mean, Spike's on A. This round's... This is just going to be a save, probably, for Chichu.
You know he's in link.
Yeah.
That's what he wants to do.
Swing in, and there's the pinch from
Man.
behind.
Tough
8-2,
scenes, man.
dominance
Tough
still on
scenes.
display. Gen G are looking immaculate.
Yeah, Gen G looks
you-
great, man.
I mean, texture
Very tough
again,
scenes.
with an operator. It's you know he's there, and you still can't stop it. You're trying to set him
Man.
up for it. You don't expect the repeat. Smoggy
God.
challenges him, thinking, okay, maybe he didn't see me go up on top of the box, and Texture's flicks are just too good. Texture number 1, well, in this match, definitely.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's got to be a timeout coming in here soon.
You still have arguments to be made
for Foxy.
For many other players.
Yeah, Munchkin had a great Lotus.
Man, EDG just looks defeated, man. I think that's it. I think your mental's chalked. Like,
Second timeout call.
I don't think you got another comeback in you. Not to count them out, but
EDG expected.
I think that's probably it for them, man. It's unfortunate.
The loss on Lotus into Gen G's map.
But we'll see. Maybe these coaches can pull something out.
About it, hoping that there was going to be some further preparation, some solid understanding of
Pull
Gen G's
something out of the
tendencies on this
little
map.
hat, you know?
But it feels like everything is disjointed at the moment here for EDG, not just the game plans.
Absolutely. I mean, it's hard to put your finger on exactly what goes wrong. It's just sometimes you're getting outplayed, you're getting outthought. I mean, I
Okay.
think back to 2 rounds ago when they hit Foxy
2 more
in
rounds
the
left in the half. I mean,
poison
EDG
cloud right by
would
where he's
love to get
jumping
those
around.
2, because then you're just at a 4-round
like that
deficit. That's
Munchkin
definitely doable,
thinks
especially
up
if you're moving to defense. But
brilliant and win you rounds, but you know, when you can rely on Texture on the other side of the map to just lock down long A,
It's just not going well at all.
then you have such a strong
I mean, look how
defender
much
side.
money Gen G
It's so
has. Like,
challenging. Have the neural theft here.
full
for
util,
Chi-Chu.
full armor every
Has the
round.
Hero
Like, it's
Vandal.
just.
Again, looking to try to
And EDG's
put
on
some
a half
pressure,
by
least keep
at best. I
Boxianis.
mean,
Try to lead the way with the drone.
Spots him. That hasn't done much for them.
yeah, I mean, they
quite
just can't get
yet.
out. See long hit,
Going
though. I
forward.
mean,
Here at long, Foxy. Spray coming through. It's tucked over back plat. Karan setting up the smoke, and that very much slows up the pace from EDG.
yeah.
And now, time is ticking, and that means Texture is going to get a move on. The longer this takes, the more difficult it feels like it's going to be.
Nah.
Oh my God.
There's first pick.
Just not giving him an opportunity to
Viper's
play
got your
the damn game. Push
cross.
forward, Foxy finding a second, down to 3
Okay.
Smoke
3v5.
for him.
EDG out on site.
Avoid the paranoia. Foxy
Okay.
eventually gets flushed out. Munchkin now gonna be spotted, just readjust.
Okay. 3v2.
Nobody collecting the kill.
This is probably the most winnable round I've seen so far for EDG.
Cypher util.
Was like the best chance. For them to try
This
to
flank's
get
going to be
around,
a
win it quite some time.
problem.
Ping revealed
Okay.
one, nobody finding himself a third. They both get lit up. Karan here from the back.
Just going to wait
Trying to
for.
push him away. Texture slow on the approach, sliding forward, looking to try to get an angle.
Ah!
Karan, a pixel out of place. Nobody now needing to ace. He's not.
Oh!
He's got the shorty. No hope, no reprieve, no mercy shown. Gen G.
Oh,
They
man.
let him get close. And then they snatch it
Texture, dude.
Just
I was curious why he was flying at him. I didn't realize he had a shorty. I was like, what is he doing?
Try to get EDG back into this match.
Ah.
Just absolutely filthy.
Damn,
And
man.
that,
Yeah,
frustrating as Hong Kong.
your mental's screwed after that, man.
Smoke here actually gonna bail
Yeah, I want to see this from his position.
Karan there with a nice wall bang on a Smog.
Oh.
Smoggy. Not sure if you saw a pixel out of place or not. but
Oh.
didn't
All
matter.
right, last round of the half. Gen G looking to make it 10-2.
Just run him down, had the shorty in the back pocket.
So much money.
One more round in the half.
Full buy
One
for
more chance
EDG at least. You gotta just praying you get an all trades in though. 4v4. Oh.
To just absolutely disrupt.
Texture with the ult out.
Forward, Chi-Chu.
Oh.
Dead.
Beautiful.
They just double peek in.
That should be it for the first half. Gen G dominating. I mean, yeah, that's it. 10-2 at the half.
Just beautiful stuff there from Gen G.
Domination out of Gen G, I'm not gonna lie.
What else is there to say?
Tough scenes, man.
Not much at all. So with that,
I'm gonna
we
take
will
a
see
quick
you guys
bathroom
on the
break.
other
If
side
anybody's
halftime.
new, don't forget to like and subscribe. We're gonna be streaming all of EWC all the way till Sunday. If you're having a good time, hit that sub button. It helps me out a lot. Thank you so much. Be right back to watch the rest of this. Watch the rest of Gen G just slamming. I mean, it's kind of not even close, unfortunately. So sorry to all the EDG fans, but I'm sure Gen G fans are feeling great. But yeah, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna finish this out, and I'll be right back. Legs. Oh, let me turn this down so I don't get a copyright strike here. But yeah, it's looking like a Gen G win. I mean, EDG just seems really disjointed today, like really uncomfortable, you know? I don't know if that's because Gen G is just really good or if, you know, I don't know. I don't know particularly why that's happening. But, oops. But yeah, I mean, Gen G just looked lights out. I don't know. Again, I don't know if that's EDG just kind of being. They still uncomfortable, disjointed, can't seem to get anything going. I don't know. I mean, look at them. They look pretty defeated.
And, you know, you feel like a broken record saying it sometimes, but must-win pistol coming up for EDG. They got to dig deep. They're going to find some way to get themselves back into this.
Okay.
It has to be immaculate.
Here we go. Do or die time for EDG.
It has to be near flawless. Can they replicate?
Any of you guys think EDG can come back, or you think that's going to be it?
They were able to get
that's
going to
call
pistol, and after that, after the
see wins his pistol. I just feel. I mean, look at him, dude.
Gen G.
Look at this guy.
10 rounds straight is what occurred.
He gave up
And
already.
now you're just left shaking your head, just wondering how it happened as EDG. You're wondering, why can't we beat this team? Why do they have our number?
Big part of it has just been some incredible shooting.
Yeah, I mean, they don't look too good.
On point. You can see it in the score, but
They don't look too good.
Munchkin at 13-5 and 11 in his own right, just racking up
Guys fully reclined on main stage.
as well as the kills.
They look a little
All
nervy.
over the map, reading EDG like a book, and every time EDG gets into any advantageous position, it's so quickly stolen away from them.
Yeah, somebody's just going to step up and take the round away from you. Whether it be that guy right there or anybody else.
Dude, I'd be sweating.
So many people on Gen G capable of taking rounds over. It's such a stacked roster, top to bottom. I mean, for me, when I think about Gen G this year, it's just mental. And if they can keep their mental in check, they
Yeah.
can beat anybody. You know, but at Toronto, as the event wore on, you could see that, you know, the
This guy's
cracks
sleeping?
started to
Like,
show,
what?
in
Dude,
their
you're down,
ability to
like,
kinda keep
a lot.
themselves in check.
Sit up,
Kinda
homie.
keep the energy good. And sometimes,
Guy's
you know,
like,
as
man,
good
I'm
of
so
an idea
jet
as
lagged.
Munchkin can be, he
I'm
does
so
kinda
tired, man.
Start to crumble a little bit at times. Feels like he isn't quite in the zone. But
Okay, here we
today,
go.
He is.
It's do or die time. EDG has to do something here. They got to win this pistol. They lose this pistol, he could probably say goodbye to EDG.
A very solid read. Fist bumps coming through. Looks like we're just about ready to go ahead and resume this thing. Gen G.
Here we go. Man, the stage is so cool.
13 straight rounds over the top of the half.
I'll never get sick of seeing this stage.
10
It is
to 2.
gorgeous.
10 to 2.
Absolutely
I mean,
gorgeous. It's so clean. Love the
okay,
color scheme.
here we go. Do or die time.
Love to see EDG rally back into this.
Me too.
Chichu about to get absolutely overwhelmed. Okay, big picks. Foxy 9, okay. Kong Kong dead. 3v2.
Will eventually fall. Spike going to be recovered. It's going to be Karan and Munchkin now. Try to see if they can keep the win streak going.
Okay. EDG has numbers.
Chichu as well as EJC.
They kind of have B-site for free, though.
Nobody with a half armor and classic in hand. He'll go down in the garage and find a ghost for himself.
I don't like where this Viper
Curious
is,
if maybe they
though.
just think about the full rotate over to A, but Karan down here.
He's about to be at risk. He's about to be dead.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like that play, but
Scooping it up, running, sprinting.
pull up to Munchkin, probably just going to go get the plant money.
At least get this plant
So, all
down,
right, looks like
find some
EDG got a
extra money.
pistol at least.
They're not going to go chasing directly. They will rewrap full three-man squad together. Taps it. Ooh.
Oh.
But then looks to fake out.
Got time.
The drone does go forward the check. It's got time, but not that much of it. 23 seconds remaining. You can see already
you gotta start running,
coming
dude.
through. Nobody saying, all right, I will take point. I'll rotate over.
Yeah, this should be it, though. They're going to read this.
Does have the classic, but it's going to be the B site, a resting place right in the middle of the remaining forces.
10 seconds left.
Now he's going to have to commit to it. Fault line just a bit too shallow.
Yep, there we go.
Nobody
Okay.
arriving right when he needs to. EDG.
EDG taking first
that they
pistol.
So desperately needed.
Okay.
You're happy about that if you're an EDG fan, for sure.
You win both pistols, and you usually feel pretty good on these maps, but not right now. Phenomenal stuff from here from Chichu. Able to take Texture down as he comes jumping and sliding through. Gets the follow-up, a 3K with the kill on the Karan. So, okay. What else do you got? Karan actually will buy up a bit here.
Okay.
For Gen G.
A little bit of a
Stinger and
force.
half armor. So he's going to be down to 0 creds.
A lot of bulldogs.
For their anti-bonus.
Guys just gonna
They're
chill.
Fully anticipating off that trip.
Clear it out. Fast lane goes up.
Uh-oh.
Fire here from ZJC going to be forced away from the angle by the
Uh-oh.
relay. But now
Took
side
B.
control here in the hands of Gen G.
This would be a huge round for Gen G.
Khan entrenched with that Singer.
And a terrible,
First line
terrible,
coming through here. Foxy 9
terrible
on the
mess for
headshot,
EDG.
gets
But
the
okay,
kill.
there you go.
Smoggy survives. Paranoid goes
Oh
flying.
no.
The Texture
Okay.
will hold the line for
3v4.
Be around the back. Reads alert from Munchkin
2v4.
incredibly well. It's Karan trying to get some damage in, but it's only
And that's it. Okay.
kills. The 3 players surviving. Bulldogs
EDG
carry
win the
over.
bonus.
EDG
Not over yet.
find themselves another
Not over
round
yet.
win.
A little bit scary there for a moment, but all's well that ends well for EDG. Keeping the bigger weaponry.
Let's see what happens when Gen G has a full buy, though.
Their bonus. Curious what Gen G's buy is going to look like.
Texture,
And the Gen G
texture, my
fans
4K, we love you.
Getting fired up. As we go into this.
Okay.
What is Karan going to buy?
I mean, that is a
And
lot of rounds for Gen G in a row. 10 rounds in a row
I feel
is
like, you could just scoop
tough,
up a gun
dude.
if somebody dies on the way through.
But we'll see. Maybe EDG can come back, and
Like there's some pinks coming down. They're
it's just
setting
hard
up
to
down this
imagine, man.
REDG.
But yeah,
Texture is able to find one off the rip, though. Nobody picked apart. Tailwind popped here from Kong Kong.
looks like a big rotation's gonna come in. Uh-oh. Okay.
Going to be taken down. That sends Gen G into a little bit of a spiral. Uncertain now. This is where they want to try to
Okay,
head
they know
down
he's
this
on the flank
fight.
now, though.
They're finding one. Foxy 9. Held back, though, by the tripwire.
I would have liked to see probably a faster wrap here.
When he wants to
But
try to clear it. Chichu going to stick
4v4.
around, though.
I try to get the players a little bit closer if they want to actually contest that angle, then clear the trip to try to turn some sights back to C. But it looks like everybody from Gen G is just going to quietly slide forward. Look to very quickly take the C site. 3, 2, 1, go.
Are they gonna read this cipher though? I mean, they know he shot
they'll
the
pushing
the
forward.
bot, right? So
No, Chichu's back there. That's where the lion's share of the attention is.
Out the cubby.
Planted.
Now should be
okay, crowd, chill out. Don't tell him where he's at.
slid further back towards his attacker's spawn.
Okay.
Ham setup. It's going to be heard. Foxy shoulders the wall, swings out a little bit wider, finding him.
Okay.
Smoke well
3v4.
read here by Smoggy.
Got some info.
It's like the player lingering within the
And
window. But now it's starting to fall apart.
that's it. All up to Smoggy and
Texture won't even be necessary. Bonus conversion
Gen
cannot
G.
come through. 2 rounds away from sending EDG
2
home.
rounds.
Gen G are back in the
2
driver's
rounds
seat.
and it's
I
done.
just love the way that Gen G is
Oh, boy.
using that aggressive positioning from Chichu against him.
Oh.
Coming out behind his util, using that against him as well. And then Foxy gets the kill to boot.
Tough scenes, man.
Dash here,
One enemy remaining.
fearless behind
Yeah,
the spike.
I mean,
Holds the line and Foxy
Gen G just, I kind of figured, man, once they got a full buy, all their util, I just don't think,
For EDG. They only have
I just don't think they have a chance, man. But we'll see. Let's see. Full buy versus full buy. EDG playing a bit aggressive. I'd be so scared to take these aggressive plays.
a quick tap, okay.
All about the fall. Kong Kong right there into the open. The re-swing in from ZJC.
Oh, no.
Getting them both.
He's not going to read this guy short, though. Oh, no. 4v2 for Gen G.
Chichu and Smoggy left alive.
No, sorry, for EDG. EDG. 2v4. I don't know, whatever. 2 players alive for EDG.
What it should be.
Looking like it should be a convincing win,
Just gonna go for it
unfortunately.
because they have no other options. They feel like they
For
can't
Gen
give up any
G.
rounds, but
Gonna put them 1 round away. EDG will have a tough eco.
you're gonna
I
be
think
broke. You have Kong Kong's Blade Storm.
Texture's probably good for 1 here at least, you would assume. That's...
Holding close. Spams in. Lick of damage there on the Smoggy.
Okay.
They'll be able to go ahead and shut down.
At least
Texture
gets
from
1.
finding
Probably
more.
just want to save, man. Just watch the exits. I wouldn't peek anything.
Time. There's no real
Yeah.
way. Has to back off.
Okay.
The hero rifle plus whatever else they can try to scrounge together.
We'll see.
EDG will need to run back 8 consecutive to force
Yeah.
an overtime. Gen G.
You need 8 rounds. I mean, Let's see.
So clean.
Do or die for real for EDG here.
Gen G's just ready for
It's gonna get.
when you need someone to step up
I mean,
big time play, it's Munchkin
this is it here.
With this crazy Vandal transfer. Knew he was there and just held it down. Oh, Texture, my goodness.
Yeah, Texture's having a game, man. Texture popped off.
He's gonna die here, but not the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, you needed more out of. You can't have your breach going 3-15, man.
Gonna be important.
What's happening?
Oh
What's happening?
It looks like we might have a little issue.
Uh-oh.
But fist bumps are quickly coming out, so maybe a very temporary one.
What's going on here?
Typically the go sound, so yeah, okay, we are going to be good to go. So we'll go ahead and get right into this one and see if this is going to be the conclusion of the map. Or
all right.
EDG try to pull off this thrifty attempt.
EDG on a half buy pretty much. Hero Vandal. There it is.
And already it's on the floor. Smoggy dead.
And that's first pick to Gen G.
For any kind of kill that he can get in
Smoke's
reply.
coming in.
Ash trying to reposition.
Gets one, okay.
Kong finds the kill,
4v4. Still not great though. I don't think they're going to be able to go get a weapon.
That's the win condition in this round. It feels like for EDG.
Don't know if I like Foxy9 playing so far from them though. Does Omen have the ult? No, he's one off.
Counter what Gen G wants to do. Haran doesn't have his ult.
Okay. Hong Kong with 2.
With the kill, a second here for him.
3v4 now. Hong Kong's pretty weak though.
Onto the C site from Foxy9.
Foxy9 gets called out.
Backing away into Cubby.
Oh no! Oh no! They're all rapping.
It was just Munchkin. And so you know that
free
he's usually
ult.
on his own. Yep. This is so smart.
Yeah, even though he loses his life, they're just playing around with the information.
Oh,
it's a plant
no,
now
dude.
to come through. Foxy9 quickly trying to join
It's a
in
free
with the rest of the
plant.
team. Maybe even intercept them if they try to push out of B. Cheat you right now.
Dude, you're waiting too
Out of
long.
garage. They're taking their time. So this doesn't mean that the EDG are back in position. Potentially go for a flood retake. The knives are still available here for Kong.
Okay, plant in. 3v4. This would be a big round for EDG. You're gonna be running out of time here though. It's a good TP.
Karan gets now into the corner. The aftershock to try to force his spot. Pushes up into the smoke.
2 kills and all up to Chichu. Oh man.
Standing in the 1v2. Swaps the weapons. The overdrive popped. The fast lane in his face.
They're running. They're just running. That's it. Gen G.
13-4.
Gen G take it.
Replicate their scoreline from Icebox.
And we'll be moving forward.
This time, they send EDG home for good.
And Pacific will send
there we go.
another team into the playoffs.
Well, pretty convincingly, unfortunately.
Dominant performance here from
Gen G taking it.
Looking to have a different result in the playoffs than what they
Tough
did
scenes, man. I just feel like EDG looked so, like, uncomfortable. If that makes sense. They just looked so uncomfortable.
Into the playoffs here at EWC. Fist bumps go through, but some good friends.
So polite.
You know, a lot of respect on both sides. Man,
but yeah,
Gen G
that's it for today, man. Gen G.
An incredible performance from an incredible squad, rebounding after the previous loss to the hands of Fnatic. Gen G
taking it.
A lot more like themselves, a lot more like the team.
Pretty convincing victory there. Tough scenes for EDG, but a lot of potential with that team. I think maybe that roster just needs a little bit more time.
Alongside Paper Rex.
And yeah.
Bring that EWC trophy back home to the region.
Okay, well, that is going to do it for me today on the Valorant co-stream. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll be live tomorrow, same time, for the matches. If you guys are new, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm going to be streaming every day of EWC Valorant right here for you guys. So if you enjoyed, hit the sub. It helps me out, and you get to know when I'm live and when I'm covering EWC, which is every day, 1 p.m. Saudi Arabian time, or UAE time, whatever. You know the time zone. Anyway, that's going to do it for me. Thank you guys so much again, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for the other matches. Goodbye, everybody. Have a good day.